This little girl has absolutely insane strength. She trains daily by lifting massive boulders, and even wild magical beasts end up as her personal punching bags. You see, Celine has a dream she wants to become a superhero, but her dad is completely against it. Instead of supporting her, he actively ruins her dreams. Before bed, he even tells her stories about corrupt heroes and friendly demon kings, which makes her pretty frustrated. Seriously, his storytelling skills are pretty weak, but there is a massive secret here. Her dad is actually the Demon King Baron, the ruler of the demon world. Talk about a mind-blowing twist. Over on the continent of Rohan, deep inside the Dark Demon Castle, Demon King Baron Benter sits on his throne, carefully planning his next move. But right as his subordinate Luke is reporting on the Ganfello region, a massive crash completely shatters the morning quiet of the room. A tiny creature named Octob rushes in panicking. This completely infuriates the Demon King, whose eyes glow red as he roars, asking if the little guy wants to meet his maker. Luke, the fourth strongest being in the demon world, also loses his temper at this blatant disrespect. He yells out, "How dare you show such insolence? What on earth is going on?" Shaking under the terrifying pressure, the little messenger stammers out his report that the human army has invaded again, amid Baron's chilling silence. Luke angrily snaps at him, "You must have completely lost your mind." Octob, barging into this room over a few useless humans. The Demon King coldly speaks up, asking about his general's location. Where is Madak? The response he gets is a pretty devastating piece of bad news. Madak is dead, gone, and not just him, Ken Sven and their entire force were totally wiped out in a brutal defeat. The human army successfully broke through our defense line and is now marching straight toward the castle. Hearing this, Baron remains quiet for a moment, simply replying, "I see." He smirks with pure contempt, thinking it is absolutely ridiculous for mere humans to dare approach his castle. He coldly calls them a pathetic bunch and turns his back to leave. Seeing this, Luke immediately orders Octob to lead the way so he can personally handle them. But right at that moment, the Demon King's voice suddenly stops him. He casually drops a line that freezes his men completely. "Tell them we're not home." Luke just stammers in confusion. "Wait, what?" Baron then leaves them with a pretty terrifying threat. "If you let them corner us here, I will personally deal with you." The two subordinates are completely stunned, having absolutely no idea what is happening. Outside, the hero party reaches the castle gates, only to find a very bizarre sign. "The Demon King is out. Please come back next time. No entry for humans." Staring at the sign hanging on the door, the heroes are left completely speechless. It turns out his precious little daughter is the actual reason behind this bizarre behavior. To understand why, we have to go back years ago to a chaotic day filled with a father's desperate screams. "I will never let you touch my child." The mother holds the baby tight, promising to protect her until her very last breath. With no strength left to fight, the father breaks down in tears, begging in pure agony, "Please, just let my child live." Baron stays silent for a while before calling out, "Luke, I have a question. Most living creatures value their own lives above everything else, right? Why is it that humans sometimes behave in the exact opposite way?" In response, Luke bows respectfully and replies, "Your Majesty can ask me anything. But thinking about it now, do you really need to waste your time trying to understand such inferior creatures?" Baron glances at his subordinate and snaps a single word, "Idiot." He explains that understanding how your enemy thinks is what makes conquering them feel so much more rewarding in the end. Hearing this, Luke is deeply impressed by his wisdom. But while Baron acts incredibly profound on the outside, deep down, he is actually just pretty curious about them. Sometime after that conversation, Luke bursts through the doors, excitedly reporting, "Your Majesty." According to our research on humans, but his words instantly freeze when a baby's loud crying echoes through the room. Luke stares in complete shock at his master's arms. "Your Majesty, what on earth is that?" Baron casually replies, "Oh, this? I found it in the Human King's castle." The baby in his arms simply will not stop crying, leaving the mighty Demon King completely clueless. Why does it keep crying like this? Seeing his subordinate frozen in shock, he snaps, "Quickly find a way to make it stop." Luke frantically suggests, "Usually, if we just vaporize them, they quiet down." But before he can even cast his magic, Baron blasts him across the room with a loud yell. "Are you completely insane? What do you think you are doing?" Baron angrily kicks his subordinate out, telling him to go research why babies cry. Luke can only wander off in total defeat. Luke desperately tears through the library, tossing books left and right until he finally finds a lifesaver titled "How to Be an Amazing Parent." Instantly, Demon King Baron and his general put their heads together to study it. Looking at the index listing endless reasons for a baby to cry, Luke hesitates, "Your Majesty, there are way too many possibilities." Without a second thought, Baron firmly orders, "Then we check every single one of them." First up is the diaper situation, but Baron sees everything is still clean. Just to be absolutely safe, he casts a magic spell to teleport any hidden dirt away and coldly nods. Moving on to food, Luke proudly presents a plate of fresh black dragon meat he just hunted, making Baron pretty happy. "Great job, Luke." But the baby just screams even louder, and Luke realizes she is not interested in his gift at all. Hurriedly checking the book again, Luke reports that infants actually need milk. In a flash, he rips off his own shirt, offering his own chest to the baby, which makes Baron absolutely roar in pure fury. Not from you, you idiot. Go find a real bottle. After a chaotic scramble, Luke manages to track down a baby bottle, but since the baby still refuses to cooperate, they have to move on to the next step. Luke decides to try sleep magic. Placing his hand gently on the baby's forehead, he casts the spell with a command, "Go to sleep, child." The sleep spell is completely useless. The baby suddenly snaps her eyes open and cries even louder. Luke panics. Whoa, she is resisting magic from both of us, and she is just a human baby. This kid is definitely built different, guys. Baron refuses to give up. He roars out, "Don't worry. Maybe it is just because she is a baby." Moving on to step 8. Throughout that entire night, the only sound echoing in the dark castle is her endless crying. After a long night of pure struggle, Luke collapses exhausted. Is this what parenting feels like? Even the Demon King holds his head in utter defeat, wondering what on earth she actually wants. But suddenly the baby starts giggling and babbling sweet little baby sounds. Seeing that tiny smile, Baron freezes in shock, then gently picks her up and clumsily rocks her in his arms. The tiny baby smiles brightly in the arms of the ultimate demon ruler. Baron quietly hugs her close, walking down the dark hallway as the coldness in his eyes begins to fade. He whispers to himself, "And just like that I became a father." Time quickly flies by. At a sunlit school sitting right next to a quiet church, footsteps echo softly and steadily across the polished wooden floors. Recognizing that familiar sound, silver-haired Celine turns around with a huge, happy smile. "Daddy!" Baron, looking like a handsome young man, flashes a warm grin and opens his arms wide to catch his precious little girl. "My little princess." The Demon King has turned into a total doting father. Baron kneels down, asking tenderly if she missed him. Celine sweetly replies, "Yes, but it is okay. I know you had to go to work, Daddy." Her incredibly mature words touch the Demon King so deeply he actually starts crying. He tightly hugs his daughter close, thinking, "My precious girl is just too sweet and thoughtful." Right then, a priestess walks over to reassure Baron, telling him not to worry because Celine is an exceptionally good child who even received high praise from the bishop himself. Baron is bursting with pride, gently patting his daughter's head with pure affection. "That is indeed my girl. What kind of delicious treat do you want as a reward?" Celine cheers excitedly. Yes, Celine wants to eat pasta, but as Baron is about to lead her away, Celine suddenly stops and yells out, "Wait, we cannot go yet, Dad." She seriously reminds him that he forgot a highly important task. Before going home, they must pray before the statue of Goddess Tirsa, the deity of generosity and mercy. Standing right before the majestic statue, the Demon King folds his hands to pray, his face dark and filled with pure, painful regret. He screams inside at this absolute irony. What a humiliating life, a demon king kneeling before holy gods. Watching this heartwarming scene, the priestess standing behind them smiles happily, thanking the Lord for guiding their path. To keep his identity secret, Baron grits his teeth, forcing a fake smile while spouting praises to the great goddess Tosa. But the peaceful silence is shattered when a panicked villager bursts in, screaming out loud. "Oh my God, there are monsters out there," he screams. The priest stands frozen, unable to believe his ears, since this place has strict holy protection. Seeing his special outing with his daughter ruined, Baron radiates intense irritation, planning to personally crush the pests disrupting his day. Outside, a massive wild boar monster with glowing red eyes is charging furiously straight toward the church. "Get to the shelter, hurry!" Screams echo everywhere as the giant wild boar smashes through every barrier. It stares down at the fleeing humans with nothing but pure disdain. "You weak humans? Your running is so amusing, should I?" But suddenly, the beast freezes mid-sentence, catching sight of a strange figure in its path. Right there, amidst the chaos, Baron and Celine stand completely still. Feeling his dark magic, the beast panics, wondering why the Lord is here. But Baron says nothing, quietly holding his daughter's tiny hand. Feeling Celine trembling with fear, Baron notes how incredibly scared his sweet daughter is. He kneels down, gently asking if she is terrified. When she nods, an idea hits him. How about they play a quick eye-closing game? As she looks at him confused, Baron instructs her to just close her eyes and count until he says stop. If she can do that, he promises, the scary monster will vanish into thin air. Celine looks up with hopeful eyes, asking if it is really true. Baron smiles, assuring her it is, and asking if the moment she nods, squeezes her eyes shut, and counts to 1, Baron quietly walks forward. Get ready for this. As she counts to 2, our Demon King casually walks straight toward the colossal beast, coldly raising a single finger to deliver a quick snap. Instantly, a column of crimson energy erupts, obliterating the monster in a heartbeat while leaving the entire crowd utterly speechless. Baron casually walks back to Celine as she counts to 4, placing a gentle hand on her head. He tells her she can open her eyes now, and she squeals in delight, seeing the giant beast completely gone. Baron laughs proudly, asking if her dad is the coolest or what. Hearing her call him the greatest in the world sends the Demon King over the moon, his heart absolutely melting. But then Celine worries, asking why his mouth is bleeding, leaving him awkwardly apologizing. Just then, the crowd begins to whisper. They step forward, asking Baron if he is some kind of legendary hero. That question freezes him in place since he knows he is the exact opposite of a hero. But Celine eagerly chimed in, asking if heroes are the ones who protect the weak and defeat the bad guys. Under his daughter's innocent gaze, Baron stammers in agreement. Seeing her sparkling, hopeful eyes, he decides to play along to the very end. He proudly announces to the crowd that her dad is indeed a true hero. Even though he just made it up on the spot, the villagers buy it completely, showering him with praises. Right after, Celine grabs his sleeve, determined, and says she wants to become a hero just like him. This declaration leaves the Demon King completely shell-shocked, barely letting out a soft what. Celine dives into his arms, telling him how much she loves him. Baron hugs her tightly, warmly replying that he loves her most in the whole wide world. His mind races. He gently questions her, but she looks him dead in the eye. First, she says, "I absolutely hate liars." Second, before Baron can even react, a fatal slash sends him collapsing in agony. In this dark, horrific scene, Celine's voice turns bone-chillingly cold, muttering the words, "Demon King." She looks down at him dying with lifeless eyes. "Aren't you that thing, Dad?" she asks. "So, shouldn't it hurt? It is best you die by my hand because I am the hero." Baron bolts upright in terror, drenched in sweat and gasping for air. He wonders if it was all just a dream when Luke rushes in wearing a pink apron asking if His Majesty had a nightmare. Seeing his master's pale face, Luke keeps a bright smile and reassures him it was just a dream. But those words strike a nerve, instantly pushing Baron into a furious, roaring rage. "How dare you dismiss my daughter's dream," he roars, leaping forward to take his frustration out on his servant. Baron is so stressed his soul almost leaves his body while Luke lies flattened. But the moment the door swings open and Celine's sweet voice calls out, the Demon King instantly flips. His face turns into pure doting adoration, eyes turning to hearts as he rushes to hug her. Watching this lightning-fast transformation, Luke mutters in confusion, asking if His Majesty has lost his mind. Later, after calming down, Luke remembers something important and greets his master for the evening. "Oh, right," Luke reports, bringing up some worrying behavior from Celine, who apparently terrified the neighborhood kids with a bizarrely menacing aura radiating from her. Baron stares at his daughter in deep thought, his mind replaying that horrible vision of a hero wiping out the demon race. If Celine actually becomes a hero, what happens to their future? Even though she is still a perfectly sweet girl, the terrifying thought of her one day turning her blade against him leaves Baron absolutely crippled with anxiety. Luke tries to reassure him, but the Demon King shuts him down with a heavy, menacing glare. Back in his majestic castle, Luke kneels to apologize for his careless remarks. Sitting on his dark throne, Baron's crimson eyes gleam as he speaks of destiny. He knows her path to becoming a hero isn't just some silly nightmare, it is a serious warning about their realm's survival. Baron snaps. Unleashing pure killing intent, he roars with absolute determination he will stop his daughter from ever becoming a hero. Luke still tries to reason with him, asking if they can just let it go, since dreams are just dreams and hero reincarnations are incredibly rare, but Baron immediately dismisses it, knowing Celine is no ordinary child. "I mean, look at this." From afar, her sweet voice calls out as she effortlessly lifts a giant boulder with one single hand to help some local villagers. She even casually ties up a giant beetle monster like it is some harmless toy. Baron stands completely paralyzed, stammering out terrified praise about how amazing and scary she is. The realization that Celine possesses the raw qualities of a true hero leaves Baron utterly restless. On his throne, he clutches his head in panic, watching her power level skyrocket daily. Luke drops to his knees with a wild plan, saying they must stop her. He excitedly suggests wiping out all of humanity so the concept of a hero ceases to exist, making Baron sigh in utter disbelief. "Give me a useful suggestion for once," Baron groans. The two bury their heads in piles of ancient books, desperate to find a solution. But Baron notices every book covers the exact same boring topic. Suddenly, a book slips off the shelf, catching his attention. Later that night, inside her cozy bedroom, Baron gently speaks to his daughter. "Do you want a bedtime story?" he asks. Celine eagerly asks if it is about a hero, and Baron nods, beginning a tale of a champion from a quiet village. But instead of listing epic battles, Baron takes a sharp turn, explaining that the hero died. He tells his confused daughter that everyone lived happily ever after anyway. Celine pouts, complaining that the story is incredibly boring and demanding another. To please her, Baron starts another tale about a brave warrior who sets out to defeat an evil demon king. After winning and celebrating with the people, that hero is crowned as the new king. However, the moment he gains absolute power, his dark, true nature is finally revealed. He just exploited the people, leaving everyone in pure misery. But Baron's tale didn't stop there, he kept weaving his lies, until one day a new hero rose up and crushed that old one. The Demon King took the throne and brought peace back. Hearing this, Celine's face completely twisted. She screamed out, "What does that even mean? I don't get it at all." Baron just laughed awkwardly to cover his embarrassment, asking if she was too moved to speak. But Celine wasn't letting it go. Looking at him with pure admiration, she insisted her dad was the actual strongest hero. Baron forced a smile, sweat pouring down his face. "Right, your dad was once a pretty strong hero," he said, while screaming at the irony inside. "I'm literally the Demon King." Celine's excitement peaked as she clenched her tiny fists. "So did you ever fight him, Dad?" Baron froze, his brain screaming that he'd be fighting himself, but he still had to stammer out an answer. "Course I wait, your dad won." Celine immediately on, asking who was stronger, him or the Demon King. Staring into his daughter's sparkling eyes, Baron saw a perfect chance to crush her hero dreams and turn dead serious. Well, Celine, your dad is indeed pretty strong, but the Demon King is way stronger than me. Seeing Celine's deep, thoughtful look, Baron grinned inside, thinking he'd successfully planted real fear. He quickly added, yes, the Demon King is extremely terrifying, so never seek him out. But her reaction completely shattered his expectations. Suddenly she clenched her fists, eyes blazing with fierce determination. In that case, I'll get even stronger and avenge you, Dad. Baron was left absolutely, utterly shocked. All he could gasp in sheer panic was what? Despite his protests, Celine confidently thumped her chest. No need to worry, Dad, just trust me. The Demon King just slumped, helplessly letting her do whatever she wanted. Honestly, you've got to laugh. His genius plan to change her mind with fairy tales completely backfired that night. Today Dad read me a story about heroes, but it didn't make any sense, so I asked him to tell me about his own adventures instead. Her diary kept recording those innocent thoughts. Noting how Dad said the Demon King was tough. Since she thought he was scared, she promised to defeat him. Her dad was apparently moved to tears. I'm so happy too, she wrote, smiling warmly. Determined to become a great warrior for her dad, she slammed the journal shut. That's it for today's entry. Once she fell asleep, this guy snuck a peek at her diary, feeling completely hopeless. Later that night, in the quiet house, Celine suddenly cheered and ran straight to her dad with the journal. While Baron stood there completely dazed, Celine shoved the notebook right in front of his face. Looking at his daughter's ecstatic face, he curiously wondered what it could be. Baron started reading her neat handwriting. Today, I came up with a brand new goal for myself. I am going to become the absolute strongest hero in this entire world. Every word pierced the Demon King's heart like a knife. He realized her true motive was just to protect him. She wants to be a hero. He couldn't sit idle anymore. Baron immediately returned to his demon castle, roaring for his trusted general, Luke, who was definitely about to catch hell. Baron's red eyes radiated absolute killer intent. Blaming himself for neglecting her education, he declared he wouldn't tolerate a second failure. Instantly, a supreme order was handed down to his forces. Call an emergency meeting with our top experts. Summon everyone. The next morning, Celine woke up jumping with absolute excitement. Throwing random punches to warm up, she was ready for her hero journey. Holding his head, Baron prepared a secret plan telling her he was going out to do good deeds. Celine happily replied while eating, all right, take care, Dad. Right after, she also hit the road to begin her own heroic quest. Standing in a peaceful field, Celine scanned the area, wondering who needed help. Little did she know, everyone there was actually Baron's disguised minions, with him tracking her every move. Pleased that everything went to plan, Baron watched as Celine spotted a figure in the distance. That old grandpa looks like he needs help right away. The Demon King panicked. Before she could take action, Baron bolted like a hurricane, determined to stop her from gaining good deed points by stealing every task himself. At terrifying speed, he snatched a heavy sack off a shoulder. Just then, Celine pointed elsewhere. Look, that shopkeeper needs help. Baron panicked and bolted again. He grabbed a shovel, shouting, let me do the digging. Our mighty Demon King became an accidental laborer. Without any rest, he sprinted to help the next person. Baron even climbed a tree to rescue a tiny kitten, leaving everyone completely stunned. Still, he kept scanning the area for the next target. That guy over there definitely needs help, but physical strength has limits, and after stealing every single good deed to block his daughter, the exhausted Demon King collapsed and completely passed out. Doing too many good deeds left the Demon King completely drained, but at least this stopped her from getting points, right? Just then, a tiny hand gently tapped his shoulder. Baron tiredly opened one eye to find Celine standing right there. Smiling, she said, Dad, you worked so hard today. Feeling her massage his shoulders, Baron actually started crying tears of joy. Well, at least all the good deeds for the day were successfully completed. The next morning, Celine put on glasses, sitting seriously at a desk piled with books. Don't disturb me, Dad, I'm studying now. Baron smiled encouragingly, all right, study hard. But the moment he stepped outside her room, his face instantly turned ice cold. Meeting his subordinate, he asked if the plan to nip this in the bud was ready. Hearing a respectful yes, the Demon King launched his next move. Over at a distant camp, a sneaky minion hid behind a tree, tracking his target. Grinning wickedly as he spotted her, he sneaked closer and stealthily opened an ancient spellbook. From inside, a tiny magic fly zoomed out on command. Its mission was to completely ruin her concentration, which should have been an absolute piece of cake. Quietly entered the room, targeting Celine, but before it could even do anything, Celine slapped it dead instantly. With a loud slap, she easily caught the annoying bug in her palm, never once looking up from her page. Study distraction solved. Baron's next target was his daughter's physical training. He sat there scheming but soon flashed a confident grin, believing there was absolutely nothing to worry about. When Celine excitedly pointed at a map, announcing she would climb this mountain tomorrow, Baron rejoiced that she'd leaked her route. He casually advised her to head straight, warning of some obstacles. Having secured his daughter's plans, the Demon King immediately took his true form and commanded his minions. Go. He had his soldiers raise barriers, chop down trees, and place road construction signs to completely block her path. The next morning, as Celine happily waved goodbye, Baron acted caring. Stay safe out there. The second she left, he grinned wickedly, sure nobody could pass those blockades. However, his plan shattered when Celine suddenly stood by the door, gasping wait. What? Since it was raining, she decided to just train at home instead. The Demon King stood frozen as she crushed an intense workout, punching sandbags and doing 100 effortless sit-ups. Celine happily wipes her sweat and asks Dad, "Did you see how awesome my training was?" Baron is left utterly shocked, his mind spinning with questions. He bitterly realizes all his efforts were completely useless. No matter how many schemes he cooked up to hold her back, Celine just kept growing stronger, showing off some seriously incredible power. She even casually lifts a massive boulder while playing around. All the Demon King's desperate attempts to stop her destiny have officially hit a total dead end. Time flies by in a flash, and that fated day finally arrives. Celine has grown into a beautiful 16-year-old teenager, sporting long, gorgeous white hair that flows past her shoulders. She fixes her uniform, ties her boots, and throws on her red cloak and majestic greatsword. Right before heading out, Celine smiles and waves goodbye, telling him she is off to become a hero. This is the exact moment she officially enters the Hero Academy. The day Demon King Baron feared most has finally arrived. He bursts into dramatic tears, rushing forward like a speeding arrow to hug her, crying out for his precious daughter. Seeing her dad being so overly dramatic, Celine sighs and tries to soothe him, telling him she is just going to school. But Baron keeps sobbing, forcing her to raise her voice and beg him to stop. Staring at her father's tear-soaked face, Celine gently promises she will come back to visit on her days off. Hearing this, Baron finally sniffs and agrees. Right at that moment, someone calls out to Lady Celine from behind. It is Luke, carrying a heavy set of armor on his shoulders, arriving to escort his young mistress. Wearing a dead serious expression, Luke tells her he needs to speak with her for a brief moment. After a quick chat, Celine turns back to wave a final, bright goodbye to Baron, telling him to stay healthy. She decisively turns around, taking strong, confident strides forward into her new life. Behind her back, both Baron and Luke are crying a complete river, weeping over how fast she grew up. Meanwhile, Celine walks on confidently, eyes fixed on the academy. This is just the start of her epic journey. Back at the Demon Castle, Luke respectfully reports some serious news. He reveals they have just received word that a self-proclaimed hero has sneaked into Katrata. This guy is acting entirely alone, slipping past checkpoints with ease. Word is he's heading straight for the Silent Plains, but judging by his incredibly clumsy movements, it looks like he has absolutely no clue what he's actually getting into. Baron listens in dead silence, his glowing red eyes suddenly flashing with deep, heavy concern. He calls out to Luke in a low, heavy voice. As Luke waits nervously for his next orders, Baron poses a tense question, what if? Then out of nowhere, the Demon King covers his face and lets out a tragic scream. Imagine if my precious daughter is getting bullied at school, he cries out. He is going completely insane just thinking about what might happen to Celine in that unfamiliar place. Luke stands completely frozen, speechless at his master's extreme daughter obsession. Trying to bring him back to reality, Luke clears his throat and continues his report, mentioning that the hero seems to be looking for gear around Krata. Baron is still completely paranoid, muttering about how bad this is. It has only been a few days, so he actually suggests enrolling in the school himself, a crazy idea that sends Luke into a total panic. But when the topic shifts back to the hero, Luke radiates terrifying bloodlust, a chilling blue flame suddenly erupting from his hand. He roars with pure contempt, muttering that the hero might be strong compared to absolute trash, but nothing more. How dare a thief steal the Demon King's gear and still claim to be a hero? Who does he think he is? Luke rages on in absolute fury, screaming that only their own Demon King is ever allowed to hold such gear. While his loyal subordinate's anger refuses to die down, Baron remains chillingly, quietly calm through it all. Clasping his hands together, his eyes flash with real danger as he coldly announces he will settle this debt personally. Meanwhile, in a peaceful, sun-drenched Greenland, the carriage carrying Celine is finally approaching the grand city. She is taking a peaceful nap until a sudden, heavy bump jolts her awake. Hearing the driver ask if she is getting off here, she quickly grabs her massive greatsword and leaps right out. She shouts back that she is getting off, but she leaps with so much force that the carriage literally shatters to pieces. Under the bright sun, she rubs her eyes, totally blown away by the bustling city. And there it is, standing right before her is the legendary Arc Hero Academy, towering high over a massive crowd. Celine takes a deep breath, her eyes sparkling with excitement because she is finally here. She clenches her fists in pure excitement, whispering that she has finally reached the Hero Academy city. This is the exact place where her legendary hero journey is going to begin. But that fierce determination completely vanishes the moment her stomach lets out a massive rumbling protest. Slumping down, she realizes she seriously needs to grab some food first. Right on cue, the mouth-watering scent of warm butter and honey drifts through the air, stopping her cold. She gasps at a nearby honey toast stall, realizing it smells even better than her dad's home cooking. The cheerful baker is busy calling out to his next customer, but stops dead in his tracks. He spots Celine staring blankly, drooling like crazy over the food. Seeing how hungry she is, the kind old man asks what she would like. Celine happily tells him to wait a moment as she reaches to grab her wallet, but her bright smile instantly vanishes the moment she opens her pouch, finding absolutely nothing but empty space. She suddenly remembers she spent her very last coins paying for that carriage ride. Leaving the baker completely baffled, she sadly slinks away, her stomach growling so hard she starts feeling dizzy. Why is a hero's life this tough? She sighs, feeling like she is about to faint. But just as she loses all hope, a white cat suddenly swipes a piece of bread from a passerby. Give it back! Celine screams as she frantically chases the cat, which runs straight over to a green-haired boy sitting on the ground. Instead of eating it himself, the boy gently tears the bread apart to share with the stray cats around him. Witnessing this incredibly sweet scene, Celine is so touched she actually lets out a happy meow. Spotting the strange girl staring at him, the kind-hearted boy offers her a piece of the bread. Celine does not hesitate for a second. She grabs it and devours it so fast the poor boy has to tell her to slow down. Finally full, she lets out a sigh of relief, thanking him for saving her life with such delicious bread. The boy blushes and turns his head away in embarrassment, prompting Celine to curiously ask what his name is. Staring at her brand new friend, she asks him how old he is. This sudden random question catches him completely off guard, making him sweat like crazy as he stammers out a confused response. Seeing how shy he is, Celine smiles playfully, guessing they might actually be the same age. The boy looks down at the ground, quietly mumbling that he is also 16 years old, clearly feeling incredibly embarrassed. Finding his awkward reaction absolutely adorable, Celine cheers in excitement, revealing that she is 16 too. Since they are the exact same age, she immediately asks him if he wants to be friends. Celine flashes a smile as bright as the sun, leaving him completely frozen with joy. He happily agrees, pointing out that she did just share her bread with him after all. But before they can talk any further, Celine notices something a bit strange peeking out of his pocket. Just as she is about to ask, a loud, highly authoritative voice suddenly interrupts them, calling out for Simber. A wealthy noblewoman arrives with a large group of attendants, causing the boy to jump up in sheer panic and stammer out a greeting to his mother. Simber looks incredibly sad as he bows to say goodbye to Celine. Watching her new friend hurry away, Celine stands there in total confusion. In the background, the harsh noblewoman is loudly scolding her son, asking why on earth he is hanging out with commoners when they have so much to do. She glares down at Celine with pure contempt before coldly telling her son to keep moving. Simber quietly obeys and walks off with the group, leaving Celine all alone next to the park bench. As she watches him walk away, she suddenly notices a familiar letter with a red wax seal in his hand. Could that be a Hero Academy invitation? Confident, bright smile slowly spreads across her face. She excitedly thinks to herself that they will meet again soon since destiny has already decided it. Now that she is full and has a new goal, Celine stretches happily, ready to head straight for the Hero Academy. Celine tightens her shoelaces, hoists her heavy sword onto her shoulder, and boldly declares that it is time to go to the academy. A mysterious girl quietly watches her back as the white-haired youth walks straight inside. Promising rookies are everywhere. They gather here under the watchful eye of an experienced supervisor looking down from a high tower window. First up is Roma Rimbo, daughter of a genius mage and heir to the continent's most famous magic family, with her loyal bodyguard Rogan staying close to protect this pink-haired young lady. Next is Mars, a highly experienced A-rank mercenary. At the exact same time, Chloe A. Babbitt, a saintess candidate holding the supreme goddess's power, also makes her grand entrance. This gathering also features representatives from the strongest races, including beastmen, elves, and dwarves. The veteran supervisor narrows his eyes as he watches from the window, wondering what will happen next. Right now, he is reviewing the file of a very unique candidate, Simber Jean, son of a powerful duke from the Lohen Kingdom. Humming to himself, the old man strokes his beard, questioning the duke's son. True, but compared to his family, this boy seems a bit weak. Suddenly, a sharp noise rings out as an arrogant blonde guy slides in with a smirk, throwing an arm around Simber and startling him. He cheerfully asks what is up, greeting his old friend. Trembling, Simber gasps out the name Lethe, realizing his worst nightmare has arrived. And right on cue, his goons surround the poor guy. Classic bully move, right? Lethe sneers, asking if the rumors about him joining are true. Under all that pressure, Simber just bows his head and stammers a confirmation. Lethe presses on with a sarcastic tone, asking if he wants to play hero. Seeing Simber's silence, Lethe laughs mockingly. Haha, you think you can take over the family after becoming a hero or something? Getting right in Simber's face, he insults him without holding back, saying he does not look like a hero at all. Besides, you are just the son of an outsider woman. Those toxic words from Lethe pierce Simber's heart like sharp daggers. He gloatingly declares that even with the Jane family name, Simber will never be a real member of the clan. Cruelly, Lethe offers a bit of advice as a supposed old friend. To his own mother, he is just a greedy fool. But right as Simber is being totally humiliated, a figure suddenly plummets from the sky. Landing safely, Celine makes an incredibly dramatic entrance. She scratches her head, wondering what she just crashed into, but immediately beams and waves when she spots her new friend. Hey there, we meet again. Simber just stands there completely frozen, stammering in total shock. Meanwhile, the entire Keisk scene is witnessed by the veteran supervisor from his window. Sweating bullets, his hands shake as he holds the files, wondering what kind of crazy student this is. Flipping open her file, he reads the name Celine. Her status is listed as a normal person from Sibo Kingdom with a retired baron background. Still, the supervisor highly doubts her true identity. How could a regular kid knock someone out just by accidentally bumping into them? While Celine stirs up trouble at the academy, in a dark land, Demon King Baron plans to hunt down his thief. Facing a self-proclaimed hero, Baron unleashes a suffocating wave of pure murderous intent. The guy attacks with everything he has, but to a Demon King, that strike does absolutely nothing. He gets instantly wiped out. Baron casually reaches out and grabs the hero by the head, his face showing nothing but absolute disappointment and boredom. He tosses the guy aside, that sits on a rock, and rests his chin on his hand, wondering why heroes are so weak. Meanwhile, the Jane Knight family, descendants of the great ancestor Lethi, holds massive power in the kingdom. As the thick dust clears from the impact, Lethi drops to his knees, completely wrecked. He roars in pure anger, demanding to know who dared to hit him. He glares at the culprit, but Celine just offers a bright smile and waves innocently at Simber. Staring at the petite girl in shock, Lethi wonders how a mere girl could do this. He cannot believe he just got blown away so easily by a kid. While Simber sits on the ground dazed, Celine rushes over, grabs his hand, and excitedly asks for his name, adding that she is also a new student. She says it is great to meet him, leaving Simber completely overwhelmed by her sudden friendliness. Just then, Lethi's face darkens from being ignored and he snaps, asking if they are ignoring him. Hearing a voice, Celine innocently points at herself. She tries to introduce herself as Celine, wondering if he is a new friend, but Lethi instantly cuts her off. He screams in a rage, yelling that nobody asked for her name and demanding to know why she crashed into him. Celine blinks, suddenly realizing what happened. She casually asks if he was the one she bumped into earlier. She tries to look sorry, but her explanation makes him want to cough up blood. I thought you were a bump in the road. Seeing Lethi frozen in shock, Celine chuckles and apologizes half-heartedly. Being compared to a harmless bump on the road makes Lethi shake with rage, her humiliating words looping in his head. Gritting his teeth, his eyes burn with anger at being disrespected like this. He coldly calls for his lackey Marco. Instantly, Marco steps forward, cracking his knuckles with a smug grin. Lethi asks his crew how they should handle this. He sneers that the brat will regret picking a fight, expecting his muscle to back him up. But look at this, his blue-haired goon just fell in love with Celine at first sight. Talk about a useless teammate. Seeing the tension rise, Simber frantically steps between them to stop the fight, pleading that it was just an accident and she already apologized. But Lethi completely ignores him, glaring coldly at the timid boy before growling. He snaps, asking when Simber was allowed to interfere, and decides he needs to teach him a lesson first. Right as Lethi is about to strike, a hand suddenly lands on his shoulder to stop him. A powerful female voice cuts through the tension. Everyone freezes. The newcomer casually puts her arms around them, teasing them for picking fights on their very first day. It is not a good look at all. To everyone's surprise, a girl with long flowing green hair gently touches her cheek with a charming smile. This is Chloe Abet, a Saintess candidate carrying a truly noble aura. Chloe gives a friendly smile and introduces herself, prompting Lethi to instantly recognize her high status, leaving him completely stunned inside. It is Chloe from the Elizabeth House, a prominent member of the Holy Order. He wonders why such a big shot is even attending this hero academy. As Chloe walks away, Lethi quickly tells his lackeys to hurry up since the ceremony is starting. Before leaving, he smirks and throws a final threat at Simber, telling him they are not done yet. Simber can only watch in fear, completely speechless. Meanwhile, Celine still looks completely clueless, tilting her head in wonder at what is going to happen next. Up on the main balcony, a scarred middle-aged man with sharp eyes appears. He loudly welcomes everyone who has gathered here from all across the continent. I am Musat, and I will be in charge of your upcoming level test. Hearing this, Celine is left completely confused. A level test? Right then, a bespectacled guy suddenly appears next to her, pushing up his glasses with an air of complete confidence. Ah, it looks like you know nothing about the level test, he says. Introduce yourself, who are you? He introduces himself as Jigon and begins explaining the whole process to a baffled Celine. According to Jigon, this exam is designed to sort students into 7 distinct levels based on their actual abilities. The ranking system is clear, starting from common tiers like bronze, silver, and gold, then moving all the way up to advanced ranks like platinum and diamond. At the absolute peak of this hierarchy sit the divine rank and the legendary tier, realms reserved only for those possessing truly monstrous power. Pushing up his glasses again, Gigon explains that a higher rank means more positions to choose from, but remember, he emphasizes, the final decision still rests entirely with the instructors. Ultimately, your combat skills, judgment, and teamwork are what matter most. Seeing Celine try to speak, Gigon throws cold water on her, warning that if she fails, she is heading straight back home. Celine just lets out a soft, confused gasp. Gigon assumes she is asking about the roles and prepares a detailed lecture, despite her protests. Thankfully, their chatter gets cut short when Musat clears his throat with immense authority. The crowd starts whispering anxiously about this sudden assessment. Even Celine is caught off guard, as she genuinely believed this was just going to be a simple, friendly, welcoming ceremony. Standing tall on the balcony, Musat loudly declares that whether they arrived via recommendation letters or elite selection, he only believes in what he can see with his own eyes. With a sharp glare, he roars that if they want to officially join this academy, they must prove their heroic potential. In the blink of an eye, he leaps down, landing with incredible force right before them. His heavy stamp cracks the solid ground beneath him. Shards of stone fly everywhere, forcing the terrified students to stumble backward in panic. Musat coldly orders them to leave all non-essential items behind, keep only their combat gear, and follow him. He drops a harsh warning: anyone who is too weak can pack up and go home. The tense rookies look at each other, some so terrified they can do nothing but gulp nervously. Leading the crowd toward glowing magic circles, Musat announces the official start of the exam and commands everyone to step through the teleportation gate. The crowd silently walks through a dark tunnel leading straight to the forest edge. Musat declares the first trial is a basic test of courage, requiring them to march deep into these dangerous woods. Crossing his arms with a stern expression, he delivers a final line that sends shivers down their spines. "We have no use for cowards," he says. "You will be divided into groups of 4. Musat barks out the order: find your teammates within 10 minutes or face immediate disqualification. As the crowd scrambles, Chloe approaches a trembling Simber and asks if he is still looking for partners. Seeing his hesitation, she teasingly lifts his chin, challenging him. "What, you do not want to?" Simber flusteredly explains they do not even know each other yet, but Celine suddenly cuts in with a hyperactive introduction. "I am Celine." Chloe smiles, telling them to just call her Chloe, while the shy boy can only mumble that his name is Simber. Seeing their nervous new teammate, Celine happily teases that he looks totally adorable, leaving Simber completely speechless and blushing in surprise. Though his head is spinning, Simber tries to stay focused and analyze their strategy. "Shouldn't we figure out everyone's skills first?" He suggests that knowing each other's strengths will make choosing and clearing a dungeon much easier. Looking at their gear, Latsk, Simber figures Celine, with her massive greatsword and insane strength, is their perfect vanguard. Meanwhile, Chloe, as a saint, will handle the support duties. To make their team balanced, Simber realizes they still need one more member. But before the words can even leave his mouth, Celine drags a completely random girl into their group. To a stunned Simber, Celine cheerfully introduces her as Xian. Talk about a completely chaotic way to recruit. Simber is absolutely shocked by this lightning-fast matchmaking, screaming in pure helplessness as everything is decided in a split second. Standing in front of the active portals, Celine thinks deeply. Now we just have to pick a dungeon. Simber grows incredibly anxious, realizing she is way more unpredictable than she looks. Suddenly, she points before anyone can react. She excitedly drags him straight into a glowing red portal. Watch this, because things are about to get wild. Poor Simber can only cry inside, desperately wondering if picking at random like this is actually fine. From a distance, Musat narrows his eyes in interest. Did they choose the fortress dungeon? He knows that with some sharp observation, clearing space is not actually that hard. However, the catch is there are 0 hints. The group of 4 silently approaches an ancient fortress looming under the twilight sky. Here, the system displays their sole objective: defeat the master of the fortress. Watching from the shadows, Musat is eager to see how these kids plan to escape this trial. The moment they arrive, Celine is pumped, declaring they are almost there. Meanwhile, Simber turns completely pale at her reckless speed, nervously asking if they have any actual plan. Celine innocently blinks, asking what a plan is. She then delivers a strategy that could not be simpler: charge straight in, locate the master, and beat them to a pulp. Hearing this aggressive strategy, Simber screams internally, knowing this is not a real battle plan. But right then, he notices a crucial detail: a steady stream of water flowing directly into the fortress. His eyes light up as he finds a path far safer than rushing the front gates. He gasps, realizing he has got it. Simber quickly maps out a stealthy route through the waterway to surprise and defeat the boss. He runs ahead, shouting back to the girls that he has the perfect plan to save them all. While Simber is busy sketching his stealth approach, Chloe and Jian realize Celine is completely gone. Chloe looks around in confusion, wondering where she went. Before Jian can even process this, she sees the white-haired girl charging ahead like an arrow. Totally ignoring any stealthy waterways, Celine leaps high into the air with her massive greatsword, diving right off a towering cliff. Trust me, she does not do subtle. With a thunderous roar, Celine delivers an earth-shaking slash right into the middle of the guarding monsters. The orcs barely have time to stare in shock before they are violently blasted away, utterly unable to fight back. Witnessing this brutal display, Xian is absolutely frozen in awe. She can only marvel at her new friend's unbelievable power. In a mere split second, Celine has cleared their very first obstacle. She turns back with a bright smile, waving off her victory as she tells them she is done and they should move. Chloe gasps at how fast she was, but their joy is cut short as dark figures emerge from the woods, surrounding them. Celine stops and looks around. Staring at the massive army of monsters closing in on them, she simply sighs that there are way too many of them. Even though she knows Celine is strong, Xian still worries about the enemy's overwhelming numbers. Right then, Chloe casually steps forward, places a comforting hand on Xian's shoulder, and smiles with absolute confidence. I will handle these pests, she says. The saint signals Xian to cast support buffs so she can personally sweep the crowd. Chloe cracks her knuckles, smiling. It has been a while since she got to stretch her limbs. Xian panics, calling out to Lady Chloe, but the saint just tells her to call her Chloe instead. Without wasting another second, she dashes straight into the fray, urging her teammates to watch. The guard orcs stare in disbelief as a lone human dares to charge them. Does this girl really think she can take on 100 of them? They roar, ordering a preemptive strike to defend their gates. But Celine is already waiting in the center of the chaos, completely unbothered. Facing a massive beast, she bellows out her special move, the spinning blade, as a direct challenge. Swinging her greatsword, she spins into a terrifying whirlwind of steel, obliterating everything in her path. The orcs realize too late that this is not even a magic technique, it is just raw, terrifying muscle power destroying everything. While Celine is busy fighting, a warning shout suddenly rings out. Right behind her, a sneaky orc is creeping up from the shadows. He raises his spiked mace, laughing in triumph and declaring her dead meat. But right at that critical second, Chloe appears like a ghost, coldly retorting that he should talk after he actually catches her. With a series of lightning-fast slashes, the Saintess takes down the monster before it can even touch Celine. Seeing this spectacular rescue, the white-haired girl is left completely stunned by her speed. Chloe winks playfully at her teammate, telling her to leave this to her. Celine just smiles, nods, and dives straight back into the fun. Looking at the battlefield littered with monster corpses, she gets fired up, swinging her sword in a continuous spin attack. Watching her friend name skills so randomly on the spot, Chloe can only sigh in frustration, reminding her that she already told her it is not an ultimate move. While her teammates are still in shock, Celine is already standing face to face with the dungeon's final guardian. A towering demon with long hair and bizarre horns appears, roaring in absolute fury that anyone would dare to attack his stronghold. Celine looks straight at him and casually asks if he is the master of this fortress, not even giving him time to reply. She tightly grips her great sword and charges forward like a bullet. The boss sneers, praising her impressive speed, still completely confident in his own raw power. But Celine suddenly leaps high into the air and unleashes a devastating downward slash with absolute, earth-shattering force. Following a deafening explosion, the fortress master is instantly crushed to the ground, whimpering in disbelief at this terrifying level of power. Celine just tilts her head in confusion, wondering if it's already over and why it was so easy. You can bet the nearby orcs are crying in sheer terror because that wasn't even a real sword technique. Even Musat, the supervisor, is left speechless. This incredibly difficult dungeon was beaten in the most direct way possible, just breaking down the gates and smashing the boss to pieces. While Celine cheers excitedly because she had fun, her friend Simber is sweating bullets, having never seen such an insanely brutal strategy before. Musat stares intensely at the young girl, his mind flooded with questions about who she really is. Back at the demon castle, Baron sits in deep thought, looking dead serious. He coldly asks if the captive is awake yet, and his nearby subordinate bows respectfully, confirming that the prisoner has finally opened his eyes. Baron's eyes turn razor-sharp. He mutters that he needs to ensure this fake hero is fully awake so he can squeeze every bit of information out of him. Meanwhile, over in the Plains dungeon, Ladie's squad is facing off against a massive, ferocious beast, King Lycanthrope. Terrified by the monster's overwhelming pressure, one teammate nervously asks if this is actually the final boss. Ladie instantly steps up as the leader, ordering the team to form a square to surround and assault the target. Seriously, are they playing chess or fighting monsters? Before the beast can even react, Ladie darts forward, executing his Annis Breeze sword style. A single precise strike brings King Lycanthrope down instantly, leaving his entire team completely speechless. With the boss defeated, the notification pops up, marking their lightning-fast clear of the Plains dungeon. The moment Ladie steps outside, he is showered with praise, with people shouting that the young master of the Jin family is on a whole different level compared to a pathetic loser like Simber. The crowd keeps chanting that Ladie is the one and only worthy heir of the family. Watching from a distance, Simber stands frozen, completely stunned by the terrifying display of power Ladie just showed off. Ladie smirks to himself, incredibly proud that his team snagged first place in this initial test. While Simber is flustered, telling Celine to let go of his hand, the others are still cheering for Ladie's amazing start. But out of nowhere, a hand reaches out and violently grabs Ladie's face, leaving everyone absolutely shocked. Ladie grits his teeth in rage, violently grabbing a teammate by the neck. He roars, "How dare you call this good when a loser like Simber ranked higher than us? Talk about a total drama king right here." The choked subordinate can only stammer in pain, gasping that he didn't mean it that way. Ladie coldly threatens him, warning him to watch his mouth and remember who got him this far. He shoves the guy away, leaving him trembling on the floor, begging for forgiveness. Deep down, Ladie is absolutely screaming in rage, unable to accept the humiliation of his actual rank. Radiating a terrifying dark aura, he glares over at Simber and Celine, realizing that pathetic guy actually managed to beat him. Seeing Celine still looking around innocently, Litha snarls at her to get lost right now. Right then, a girl with pink twin tails suddenly appears, causing Celine to just cluelessly give her a confused thumbs up. Litha furiously points at the newcomer and barks, demanding to know what she wants. The wealthy pink-haired girl crosses her arms arrogantly, coldly replying that she has business with Celine, telling him to stop bothering them and just beat it. Litha growls back, claiming his business is far more urgent, so she should be the one to get lost. Talk about digging your own grave. This pours fuel on the fire as she lowers her head, making him mockingly call her a little brat. But the surrounding atmosphere begins to warp so violently that it makes him flinch. Calling him a fool, the pink-haired girl screams in absolute rage as a blazing magical explosion erupts, scorching everything around them in the blink of an eye. The terrifying power radiating from her leaves everyone frozen in fear. Standing in a sea of flames, she threatens Litha, screaming that she will show him the true power hidden inside her. This is getting crazy. Roma charges forward to attack Litha, her face twisted in pure rage, but suddenly a massive burst of energy explodes, putting an immediate stop to the fight. Celine steps in just in time, holding Roma's head with one hand while effortlessly blocking Litha's attack with the other. She casually reminds them to stop fighting. Litha is sweating bullets, completely unable to believe his eyes as this tiny girl effortlessly blocks both high-tier magic and his heavy blade with her bare hands. Right then, a man named Roman suddenly appears and casually lifts Roma off the ground from behind. He bows apologetically, saying his Roma is causing trouble again. Litha snaps in anger, demanding to know what on earth Roman thinks he is doing. Despite Roma constantly kicking his face and screaming to be let down, Roman stays firm, saying he simply cannot do that. Before being dragged away, Roma points at Celine, loudly declaring that next time she will definitely take first place. She grumbles and blames Roman for ruining her big moment as she gets carried off, leaving Chloe standing nearby with a knowing, subtle smile. Litha clicks his tongue in annoyance, glaring at their retreating backs with a frustrated scowl. He then turns to Celine and Simber with a sinister smirk, arrogantly telling them to keep laughing while they still can. Celine just watches them leave, completely clueless about what is going on. But as Litha walks past Simber, he leans in and whispers toxic words that make Simber turn pale. He sneers that Simber got pretty lucky with his team, but in everyone else's eyes, he is still just a brainless idiot. Simber freezes, his face twisted in fear and resentment at being humiliated by his own family member. Simber stands frozen, watching Litha walk away, his heart still aching from those cruel, cutting insults. In the background, Celine is happily munching on snacks and praising how delicious they are, making Chloe laugh and tease her that they won an impressive achievement, not just food. The noisy crowd suddenly falls silent as Supervisor Musset steps onto the field, loudly congratulating everyone on completing their very first mission. The leaderboard pops up with a massive surprise. Celine's team takes first place with a record time of 5 minutes and 26 seconds, pushing Roma and Litha down to a tie for second. Musset warns them in an incredibly stern voice that failing means instant elimination, making the anxious rookies break out in a cold sweat, but he quickly reassures them, noting that luckily, no team failed this time around. The crowd sighs in relief, but Musset immediately throws cold water on their joy, warning them that the next mission's results will be completely different. Celine pumps her fist in excitement, while Litha and Roma glare with absolute determination to never lose again. Musset loudly announces that the second challenge is capture the flag. A sea of hands desperately clawing for a single blood-red flag. It is a warning, a clear warning of the absolute bloodbath about to unfold. Meanwhile, locked away in a pitch-black space, our fake hero lies motionless on the freezing stone floor. His eyes flicker open. He struggles to piece reality back together through the blinding pain. Looking around in sheer panic, he wonders what kind of hellhole this is. Then, Demon King Baron's chilling voice cuts through the darkness. Awake already? Hello there, brother. Baron steps slowly from the shadows with a sword in hand, radiating a suffocating killing intent as he faces the absolute power of the one on the throne. Who are you? He gasps. Inside, the thief frantically wonders if he is facing some high-ranking demon, but Baron shuts him down with a deeply arrogant boast, leaving the poor thief breaking out in cold sweat as the pressure ramps up. He tries to keep his cool, guessing this monster might be one of the legendary 4 heavenly kings of the demon realm. But the reality is far worse. This crushing pressure is beyond his darkest nightmares. The assistant nearby nods along, teasingly bringing up his master's notorious temper and sheer cruelty, which only makes Baron roar out in pure annoyance. Annoyed that this idiot is playing dumb just to buy some time, the Demon King delivers a devastating blow right to his skull to shut him up. Nursing a massive, throbbing bump on his head, the thief finally humbles himself, begging to know why he was dragged here. Dropping his anger, Baron delivers a surprisingly serious and highly mysterious proposal. Yet the second the thief opens his mouth to ask what happens if he says no, Baron's remaining patience completely evaporates. An absolutely brutal beating unfolds, leaving the entire room buried under a thick cloud of dust. Even as he strikes, the Demon King coldly demands that he accept the deal right now. Standing tall before the rookies, Instructor Muss boldly announces that the rules of the second trial are actually incredibly simple. He raises a shimmering magic orb, explaining that every squad gets one. Once activated, this magic orb displays a detailed layout revealing the exact locations of the hidden flags. But finding them is just the start to pass. You have to bring those flags back to the drop zone. Talk about the harshest teacher alive. The red dots on the map represent the flags, and they will update in real time so nobody gets completely lost looking for them. To pass, every single squad must secure at least 4 flags. But as Instructor Muss asks if there are any questions, Simber nervously realizes that the total number of flags is dangerously low for a crowd this size. Instructor Muss narrows his eyes, quietly praising the kid's sharp observation. Meanwhile, Simber quickly calculates that with 120 candidates in play, this is going to be a total bloodbath. And here is the cold hard truth, there are only 80 flags scattered across the entire map. That means only 20 lucky candidates are making it through this round. Talk about crazy stakes. Anyone too slow to grab a flag gets instantly disqualified, stripped of their student status and sent packing. Naturally, this brutal news sends a wave of panic running through the crowd. Cutting one in every 3 people is just brutal, forcing everyone to scramble for teammates so they are not left behind. Scanning the panicked crowd, Iron Muss coldly asks if anyone has more questions. Just as things quiet down and Iron Muss prepares to launch the test, another hand suddenly shoots up from the crowd. He pauses, fixing his sharp, icy gaze on the young man, demanding to know his question. The entire courtyard falls dead silent. Everyone waits. Muss narrows his eyes, staring directly at the guy. Then the silence breaks with a cold question: is killing actually against the rules here? That cold-blooded question instantly shatters the atmosphere, leaving Celine completely stunned. Instructor Muss narrows his eyes at the young man with the long scar running across his face, demanding to know why he is asking. The scarred youth shrugs, saying he just wants to make sure he will not be punished if he accidentally ends a life to steal a flag. To the sheer horror of every rookie present, Muss confirms there are absolutely no penalties for killing. Watching him walk away, Muss silently notes that while he has met countless geniuses, a monster radiating this kind of suffocating, raw killing intent can only be a true hero in disguise. With a cold look, he simply mutters, "I see," then he casually turns his back and walks away without another word. The moment he brushes past Celine, he flashes a deeply sinister grin that sends a shiver down her spine. He is definitely bad news. Seeing her curious look, her teammate Guigon walks over, offering to explain exactly who this guy is. Celine smiles, thanking him for the valuable intel. Jigon reveals that the terrifying warrior is named Mars, a legendary Class A mercenary who currently commands the 4th Division of the famous Canada Mercenary Group. He is not just an incredibly gifted fighter, he is also fully mastered in almost every single weapon on Earth. Thanks to his sheer versatility and danger, people call him the Weapon Master. Jigon also mentions that Mars actually used to serve in the most prestigious Royal Cavalry Regiment in the entire world. In battle, his code is absolute and merciless: no empathy, no compassion. Whether you are an ally or an enemy. Living up to his legendary title, Mars will not even spare a glance for anyone he deems to be total trash. Celine listens closely as Guigon warns her that besides Mars, there are other deadly threats out there, like the magical genius Roma Germ and his fiercely loyal protector Rogan. With so many top-tier elites gathered here, the tension in the air is absolutely electric. The battle officially kicks off, but while other squads rush out to hunt, Celine and her friends find themselves stuck in a tough spot. Simber looks around nervously. The clock is ticking. Still, they have not spotted a single flag. Where are we supposed to go? He asks in absolute panic, but Celine remains incredibly relaxed. Pointing ahead with a bright, cheerful smile, she declares that they are heading straight into the forest. Simber can only stare in disbelief before scrambling to catch up as she dashes off into the trees. Still, Simber worries that the open plains would give them a much better edge in a fight. He anxiously asks how she plans to swing a sword in a dense forest like this, but Celine just tilts her head. Why would that even be an issue, she wonders. Staring at her absurdly high confidence, Simber just sweats buckets, realizing that basic physics probably does not apply to a monster like her anyway. Deep in the woods, Celine suddenly freezes as weird noises echo from up ahead. Pushing through the brush, the squad witnesses total chaos as rival groups clash wildly high up in the massive tree branches. Now look at this chaos. This is exactly the kind of wild competition Celine has been dying for. Grinning with pure excitement, her eyes suddenly lock onto a bright red flag, and she screams out in joy. Over there, some serious loot just popped up. Spotting another flag, the rookies go absolutely wild. A red-haired kid charges forward, yelling that it belongs to him, but a blonde rival roars back in fury. "No way," he screams, "I saw it first." Watching the greedy crowd bicker, Celine just smirks with total confidence before launching herself forward like a raging whirlwind, leaving them with one final boast. Whoever is fastest gets the prize. Celine's insane speed leaves Simber and Chloe completely stunned. "Wait for us," they cry out. Meanwhile, deep inside a dark, eerie cave, a horrific scream suddenly echoes through the shadows. A battered candidate lies collapsed on the cold dirt, his face bleeding heavily and all strength drained from his body. "Please," he gasps out, "just let me live." His desperate plea is answered with a brutal bone-crushing stomp directly to his face. A sickening crack echoes through the dark cave as the attacker casually steps over him, leaving a gruesome scene behind. The poor victim is Jaden, a guy who arrogantly called himself the undefeated gladiator. He trembles, asking why he is doing this when he already handed over every single flag, but his attacker just looks at the stolen flags in silence. "Flags," he mutters. Then, to Jaden's absolute horror, he slowly unsheathes his blade. A desperate, muffled whimper echoes through the cave right before a single lightning-fast slash mercilessly ends the defeated fighter's life. In an instant, Jaden slumps lifelessly onto the stone floor, while his killer turns around with cold, empty eyes at his Mars. Round 2 of this brutal flag hunt has officially begun. Meanwhile, deep in the thick forest, a small hand carefully reaches into a dark hollow. Simber's eyes light up with pure focus. He has just found a hidden flag tucked away inside. Celine wonders how her friend knows this place so well, prompting Simber to scratch his head in embarrassment and admit that a secret friend gave him the map. Celine is completely shocked by the news of this mysterious friend, forcing Simber to frantically wave his hands and explain that it is really not what she thinks. Right then, Simber reaches out to reveal a magic orb glowing with a vibrant green light, making Chloe gasp in absolute wonder if that is a real spirit. She excitedly asks if it is the legendary creature from the fairy tales. While Celine gets so hyped up, she pumps her fist and screams that her Simber is the absolute best. However, Simber completely freezes at the weird nickname, but Celine just flashes a bright smile and explains it is just a cute shorthand for his name. Seeing him standing there totally dazed, she adds that since they are a team, having special nicknames will make everyone feel much closer and happier. Simber mutters the word nickname with a very complicated look on his face, while Chloe tells Celine that this spirit is incredibly rare, leaving Celine totally blown away by his special talent. Celine asks if it is a unique ability, but before they can finish, a cold raindrop hits her head under a dark gray sky filled with rumbling thunder. Realizing a huge storm is coming, Celine calls out to Simber to check on their team progress, wanting to make sure they are on track. They have already collected 3 flags, which Simber quickly confirms. But while their team is doing great, the other test areas are turning into a brutal, violent free-for-all. Leite brandishes a sword at the opponents, warning them not to touch the flag, while Roma furiously screams back at the gold-haired fighter. While the others are busy beating each other up, Chloe casually holds a flag and explains to her team that they grabbed it during the chaos. Turns out our saintess used some high-level psychological manipulation. Chloe just folds her hands with a saintly glow, ready to work her magic. She calmly tells the poor guys to hand over the flag for a holy blessing, leaving Celine and Simber completely stunned as the 2 brainwashed opponents kneel to offer it to Goddess Irene. Simber stares at the red flag, completely terrified by Chloe's insane missionary powers, realizing they only need 1 more flag to secure their victory. Celine cheers excitedly, urging everyone to find it quickly and finish this test, before the whole group shouts in agreement and heads deeper into the dark forest. Time flies by as their footsteps echo through the damp, dark woods, and Simber looks around to report that they have already been walking for over 30 minutes. He mutters, searching the bushes, until his eyes light up at a flash of red behind the trees, making him gasp in pure joy. Looking at his glowing magic orb, Simber happily announces he has located the final flag. The group sprints toward a massive cave to escape the pouring rain, with Celine leading the charge to grab their target, while Simber realizes this deep cavern is also the perfect shelter. Suddenly, he remembers something important and warns the group to turn on their flashlights. No, their magic lamps. Chloe immediately backs them up with holy light to brighten the dark cave, while casting a warm spell to protect them from the freezing cold. Celine is amazed that she feels so warm despite the icy air, waving Simber over to join them, while he recalls that Chloe is a highly skilled priest with awesome support spells. To be safe, he carefully marks the cave wall to avoid getting lost, explaining to a curious Celine that he is mapping out their route. Celine is deeply impressed by his careful nature, eagerly offering to help with the marking since she is a talented artist. Instead of a simple arrow, she proudly carves a highly detailed self-portrait of herself on the ancient stone wall as an unmistakable sign, leaving Simber completely speechless at her ridiculous and out-of-place artistic display. Heading deeper inside, Celine is totally breathless, gasping at the magical beauty of the cavern glowing under the light. Chloe kindly explains that the glowing structures hanging from the ceiling are stalactites, while the ones on the ground are stalagmites, which combine to form massive pillars holding up the cave. Seeing his friends acting like they are on a cute picnic, Simber can only sigh at how completely carefree they are. Celine is laughing and pointing at the cave markings, but she suddenly freezes when she spots something deeply unsettling ahead, choking up her words. And just like that, our fun little adventure is officially over. A cold student corpse lies in the pitch black with mysterious dark streaks pooling on the floor, leaving everyone completely frozen. Celine gasps in pure horror, while in a dark corner of the cave, mysterious figures watch them and prepare to report to their leader. Outside, things are getting ugly as hordes of vicious beasts suddenly spawn, brutally attacking the applicants as they charge toward the academy. bald henchman asks the scarred leader what their next move is, and the boss grimly notes that the academy is desperately struggling to maintain order against the monsters. He coldly plans to keep them distracted, allowing the beast to wipe out all the hero candidates in the meantime. Just then, a panicked scout runs in to report that some hero candidates have entered their cave, prompting the leader to pull out a special magic space mirror to observe their exact location. Celine and her friends appear clearly in the glowing orb, and the leader glares dangerously, declaring there is no time to waste. He orders his men to wipe them out quickly, while back at the academy an old manager is deeply worried about their lack of staff. Despite upgrading all the necessary buildings, he worries about the heavy shortage of guards, until a sudden, aggressive knock at the door makes him rush to open it. A tall, imposing man with silver hair and a terrifying aura stands right outside, while in another area, massive, violent explosions begin to tear the place apart. Stunned students watch the chaos, wondering when this endless battle will finally stop, while some shout to repeat their previous attack pattern. Through the thick smoke, a casual voice complains about running out of candy, warning everyone that things are about to get much harder. Back in the cave, our heroes examine the cold body and realize it is a fellow candidate, killed by a lethal arrow strike instead of a wild beast. Suddenly, an arrow flies right at them, but Celine swiftly blocks it with her sword as the scarred leader and his thugs step out. Celine demands to know why they are doing this, but a headband-wearing thug just mocks her, telling her that dead people should stay quiet. A red-haired thug named Chiz laughs hysterically, mocking their foolish hero dreams and babbling about their sacred Pegasus organization until the leader suddenly grabs his head. The scarred man coldly orders everyone to shut up. Staring at that distinct mark on the leader's face, Simber trembles, instantly realizing they are facing a truly terrifying boss. Celine mutters the name Pegasus that the red-haired guy just let slip. She narrows her eyes, gripping her massive greatsword tighter than ever as she demands to know who they really are. Only a heavy, suffocating silence from the scarred leader answers her question. Xian quickly warns the group that Pegasus is actually a twisted cult worshipping demons, spreading absolute chaos through their horrific and bloody ritual sacrifices. She declares them unforgivable monsters who treat taking innocent lives as nothing more than a sacred ritual, pure evil. The leader just smirks, casually accepting his villain status. Drawing his twin short swords, he coldly announces that since their little secret is out, it is time for everyone to die. He mockingly tells his victims not to hold a grudge before he finishes them off. But instead of showing fear, Celine flashes a defiant smirk and warns the leader not to underestimate what they can do. Just then, whoa, look at that speed. A dark shadow blurs past, shocking Celine as she calls out to Xian, who is apparently hiding her true power all this time. She instantly ambushes the enemy leader from behind, her eyes burning with pure rage as she promises to send him straight to hell. Showing her true form as an elf with sharp claws, Xian unleashes her supreme assassination skills. She fiercely swings her twin daggers, creating razor-sharp slashes to counter the brutal Pegasus cult. Clashing metal echoes loudly through the cave as Xian goes head-to-head with the leader, locking his blades in place. Xian charges forward with blinding speed. Denied, the cult leader still blocks her deadly strike just in time. He sneers, mocking her speed as beginner level. Before a shocked Xian can react, he coldly declares that the fight is over, warning her that a single slip-up is enough to send her to the grave. Suddenly, a cowardly sneak attack leaves Xian seriously wounded. The red-haired Chiz laughs hysterically at his direct hit, mockingly boasting that he never just stands around while his allies do all the fighting. As Xian writhes in pain, Simber screams out in absolute terror. High above her, a massive, bald-headed brute appears with a savage grin, swinging a giant spiked mace and roaring that she cannot escape this final blow. He screams that she is about to be crushed. The heavy spiked mace comes crashing down on a helpless Xian, but at the absolute last second, a brilliant blue light erupts, completely blocking the brute's devastating strike. Celine swoops in, swinging her massive greatsword. Too strong, she hurls the giant back, leaving him howling in pain. The giant cries out about his hand while Xian stares at her new ally in shock. Celine stands proudly in front of them, boldly declaring that she will never let anyone hurt her comrades. The cult leader gnashes his teeth in total fury at this annoying intruder. While Simber quickly rushes over to treat Xian's bleeding injuries, the bald-headed giant begins swinging his heavy chains again, preparing for his next brutal attack. Heavy chains wrap around Xian's legs, dragging her down. Trapped! Seeing his comrade in serious danger, Simber screams in utter desperation. He yells at them to let her go and immediately draws his bow. Tiny spirits gather around his arrowhead, glowing with a bright blue light as he releases a shot that cuts through the wind like lightning. The cult Lakey can only stare in sheer disbelief as the powerful elemental energy slams into him before he can even react. Chloe rushes over to help Xian, who has an arrow buried deep in her shoulder. She frantically asks if she can stand, but Xian staggers up, coldly brushing off the concern as she mutters that their enemies are dead meat. Staring at Xian's terrifying expression, Chloe wonders if she belongs to the legendary primeval forest. Seeing Xian trembling with pure hatred for the cult, she realizes there is a deep, painful history here. Right at that tense moment, a menacing voice suddenly sneers from behind, warning them that losing focus in battle is a fatal mistake. An arrow strikes Celine, making Simber freeze in absolute horror as blood begins to fall. Celine's eyes widen in shock as she stumbles, prompting Chloe to quickly catch her while Simber yells out in panic. Playing her role as a gentle saint, Chloe quickly reassures her companion, saying the wound is not too deep and that she will heal it immediately. Watching this, the red-haired Chiz bursts into a manic, highly sadistic laugh. He laughs at a bunch of trash trying to protect each other. He sneers, mocking their hero complex and wondering how long they can possibly survive. But Celine's patience has officially reached its limit. Get ready, because she is about to absolutely lose it as a blinding blue aura erupts from her body. Standing up with terrifying pressure, her eyes burn with pure rage as she screams at her enemies. She warns them not to make her mad. Her explosive power makes the entire cave shake violently, while the tiny spirits frantically flutter around, begging to lend her their strength once more. Pure bloodlust envelops Celine as she radiates a blazing green aura. Out of her way, she roars that they have ruined her playground. While the brainwashed cult lackeys stare in absolute shock at her terrifying transformation, the red-haired Chiz keeps that twisted smirk on his face. He casually responds that they were only playing around, showing her how weaklings should feel honored to serve their dark god. Before he can even finish his sentence, Celine blitzes forward like lightning. Chloe and Xian can only watch in absolute awe at her mind-blowing power. With a razor-sharp glare, she channels every ounce of her energy into her greatsword, unleashing a devastating strike right at him. Chiz screams in terror under the suffocating pressure. What kind of insane power is this? He is completely frozen. No escape. The blade closes in. Before the panicked cultists can even think of dodging her strike, a massive pillar of energy erupts, completely shattering the ground and swallowing them in a blazing green light. The cult leader frantically shields his face in total shock from the devastating shockwave. Chloe and Simber stand completely frozen, unable to believe their eyes. She actually wiped out the entire cult squad in one go, leaving Chiss collapsed on the ground, totally unconscious. Simber can only stutter in disbelief that she won with a single strike. As the dust slowly clears, Celine stands tall and victorious amidst the fallen enemies. The cult leader gnashes his teeth in anger, finally realizing he had heavily underestimated his opponent this entire time. Pulling out a strange purple stone that radiates an eerie, ominous energy, he casually declares that he has no choice but to use this power. Instantly, dark energy explodes from him as disgusting fleshy tentacles start sprouting all over his body. Xian retreats in fear as she feels the overwhelming pressure. He is moving with cheat-like speed as he completely discards his humanity, his eyes glowing gold as he lets out a savage roar. Has he really turned into a demon? Unbelievable. Seeing the horrific cruelty of this cult, they all know they cannot let this terrifying monster run free for even another second. The demon smirks arrogantly, brandishing his fiery red sword as he challenges her to bring everything she has got now that he is leveled up. Not wanting to keep him waiting, Celine channels all her mana into her blade and charges like a streak of blue lightning. She fiercely shouts that he does not need to remind her, and she is more than happy to oblige. She lands a thunderous head-on blow on the enemy. A massive explosion of energy erupts, shaking the entire cavern. But instead of securing an easy victory, Celine's face suddenly pales in utter shock. Simber pales, sensing something is wrong, and worriedly wonders if Celine can handle this, as the demon's glowing yellow eyes stare back through the blinding light, meeting her blade head-on. Seeing the enemy constantly using demonic energy to deflect every single attack, the blue-haired woman decides they can no longer just stand around. Clenching her fists, she rallies her comrades to help support Celine. This sudden intervention catches the cult leader off guard, making him wonder if these kids can actually use magic. Yet he stands there completely unfazed as they charge right at him. The green-haired warrior, Zinfei, channels every ounce of her strength into a glowing green punch, driving it straight into the demon. The strike doesn't even make him flinch, leaving her completely stunned. Was her mana attack totally useless? Seizing the opening, the demon grins savagely and tells her this is how you actually throw a punch. He unleashes a blast of crimson energy that sends her flying, leaving her crying out in pain as she crashes down. Before he can gloat, Chloe, the white-haired warrior with the red scarf, rushes in with a blazing, powerful slash. But wait, look at this. The demon casually catches her blade with his bare hands and sneers. Is this all you have? He effortlessly overpowers her, making her scream before looking down in disgust. What is the point of using magic anyway? The demon-formed cult leader looks down on the fallen warriors with nothing but pure contempt. He mocks them as nothing but wounded pests who can't do a single thing. Slowly, he walks over to a trembling Zinfei, whose legs are completely paralyzed and unable to move. Facing certain death, she closes her eyes in despair, wondering if her journey ends right here. In this final, desperate moment, Zinfei cries out, praying for anyone to save them. Suddenly, a hand grips the hilt of a sword as deep blue mana erupts with overwhelming force. An earth-shattering slash strikes down, catching the terrified demon completely off guard. Through the thick cloud of dust, a cold, powerful voice rings out. I told you so, didn't I? Celine emerges with intense aura, her entire body wrapped in crackling, brilliant lightning. She roars with absolute fury, declaring she will never forgive anyone who dares to lay a hand on her friends. This sudden awakening catches even the demon off guard. He gives a faint chuckle, admitting he is pretty unlucky to be facing her right now. Even though his plans are completely ruined, the cult leader is thrilled to have a fresh opponent. Grinning like a lunatic, he dares Celine to give him a real fight. Meanwhile, her teammates can only watch from a safe distance, shivering and quietly complaining about this ridiculous, unfair gap in power. Oh, by the way, my name is Gave. After graduating from the prestigious Hero Academy, I officially became a hero, but that savior spotlight faded pretty fast. Looking at the piles of glowing gold and jewels, I only had one thought: well, that is a pretty nice pile of cash. Realizing that trying to survive solely on a hero's reputation is almost impossible, I decided to pack it in and became a treasure hunter instead. I was doing quite well too until Demon King Baron Benter suddenly showed up with a contract. Under his crushing, terrifying aura, I could only tremble and beg, could I at least read it over first? But the Demon King just roared in absolute fury, shut up and sign. Forced to seal the contract in blood, I officially became his representative, bound by some incredibly bizarre, headache-inducing rules. Rule number 1, I must protect his daughter, Celine, who is enrolled in the academy, no matter what happens. Rule number 2, if I sense even a bit of hesitation about her becoming a hero, I have to make her quit on her own. The Demon King promised me, if you can pull this off, just name your price and whatever you want is yours. I dropped straight to my knees and blurted out my greatest wish, begging to become the richest man on the continent. But the Demon King just looked at me coldly and said I only agreed to listen, not to grant it. Armed with nothing but that completely empty promise, I still had to get to work. Throwing on a stealthy black outfit, I dashed like crazy through the forest trees, rushing to carry out my secret mission before it was too late. That was when I remembered another terrifying clause. Back in that dark room, Baron glared at me with glowing red eyes, warning me that monsters had already begun to mobilize. He growled, if I find even a single, tiny scratch on my daughter, you already know what is going to happen to you, right? Sweating bullets, I sprinted wildly through the dark, telling myself there was no time for distraction. Suddenly, an intense wave of energy erupted right ahead of me. I scrambled over jagged rocks, my face pale with pure panic. If I am too late, I am completely dead meat. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocked the cave, sending fire and smoke everywhere. I finally made it inside, covered in soot and staring in disbelief. All I could do was mutter a bitter curse. Inside the cave, the scene was absolutely brutal. The girls were lying motionless across the ground, covered in severe wounds. Seeing her teammates in critical condition, she realizes they are heavily injured and losing way too much blood. Trembling in despair, the green-haired girl whispers, there is absolutely nothing we can do now. Out of nowhere, a wave of dark blue mana sweeps across at lightning speed, triggering an explosion that shakes the entire cave, making her scream out in absolute agony. The green-haired girl stares in shock at the ruins, her eyes wide with terror at the unbelievable destruction. Deep, jagged cracks carved into the stone walls prove just how devastating that blast really was. She shivers at the sheer destructive force. Looking up from the dirt, she is stunned to see a brilliant wave of blue-green energy directly pounding the demon, locking them in an intense, dramatic struggle right in the ruined cave. Watching this colossal clash of titans, she can't help but wonder, could their team ever hope to stand on equal footing with such a terrifying monster? But check out her face as she suddenly realizes the shocking truth of this battle. Inside that blinding energy, Celine is completely dominating the demon with terrifying force, making the monstrous cult leader scream in pure pain. He bitterly admits that in terms of raw power, Celine is at the absolute peak. Meanwhile, among the rubble, Chloe finally starts to regain consciousness after being knocked out. Seeing her friend open her eyes, Zinfei is absolutely thrilled. Chloe, however, remains pretty dazed, not even sure if she had just passed out. Spotting the hideous form of the demon in the distance, Chloe asks in sheer terror if that is a monster from the dark forces. Zinfei quickly reassures her, saying they don't need to worry about that right now. Zinfei explains that just a few moments ago she genuinely believed they were all going to die right here. But then, Celine suddenly became a completely different person, charging ahead to dominate the enemy with ferocious, devastating slashes. She is completely confident that if this momentum keeps up, victory is ours for sure. But in stark contrast to that optimism, Chloe's expression suddenly turns incredibly grave. She warns her in a low voice that things are actually extremely dangerous. Zinfei is completely confused. Chloe points out a deeply troubling truth. Celine doesn't even know how to control magic yet. Even though this crisis accidentally awakened her massive hidden potential, she is still a complete beginner. She has absolutely no way of knowing how to manage that overwhelming torrent of explosive mana swirling around her. Chloe explains that this is exactly why Celine is burning through her magical reserves at a suicidal rate, and that energy will soon run completely dry. Zinfei anxiously asks if Celine will end up at a major disadvantage again, but Chloe shakes her head, stating that is not the main reason she is in danger. She explains that the human body has a limited reserve of physical stamina. Once this threshold is pushed past its absolute limit, a person will instantly collapse and break down. On top of that, Chloe explains that the human mind holds mental power, which is the core fuel for casting spells. With a grim expression, she warns that if this magical source is completely drained, the consequences for Celine will be terrifying. Watching Celine fight so blindly, Zinfei cries out in sheer panic. Chloe adds that if she keeps pushing herself like this, Celine is going to completely lose her mind. Right then, the demon strikes, making Celine cry out. Zinfei screams her name, desperately urging her friend to finish this fight immediately before things go completely past the point of no return. Split second later, a massive wave of crimson energy blasts straight from the demon into Celine. The direct hit lands hard, leaving her only able to scream out in agony. The cult leader sneers arrogantly, mocking her for being foolish enough to look away in the middle of a life-or-death battle. He raises his glowing red sword, declaring that this is the exact moment her arrogance finally ends. Even backed into a corner, Celine glares back with pure defiance, spitting out a raspy question, "What did you just say?" Her eyes widen in horror, her breath hitching as she feels her inner magic completely drain away. Towering through the red mist, the six-armed cult leader sneers like a demon, thoroughly enjoying the sight of his opponent breaking down. Collapsing under total exhaustion, Celine forces her massive greatsword into the ground just to stay upright. Her hands shake violently as absolute panic sets in, leaving her wondering why her body suddenly feels this incredibly weak. The demonic leader slowly closes the distance, his heavy footsteps echoing throughout the dark cavern. He smugly admits she was indeed a formidable foe, but mocks her because in the end she can only kneel before his might. Raising his weapon high, he prepares to deal the final devastating blow to the helpless girl. But then absolute madness. Out of nowhere, a strong hand grips a sword hilt as a blinding slash tears through the air. The incoming blade stops the demon's strike, shocking him completely. A brilliant burst of blue mana erupts, forming a massive beam of light that shatters the cave ceiling and blows everything back. Clutching a deep bloody gash on his chest, the cult leader screams in agonizing pain. Gritting his teeth, he glares at the mysterious figure standing protectively in front of Celine, demanding answers in total panic. "Who the hell are you?" he demands. The man in black remains dead silent. Smirking, he asks me instantly, swirling vortexes of deep blue mana wrap around him. Moving with absolute precision, he glides forward like a ghost, unleashing a flurry of rapid slashes that leave the demon helpless. In a flash, the enemy is defeated, left gasping on the floor. While Chloe stares in disbelief, the man sheathes his sword and turns with a casual smile, "Nice to meet you all." He announces he is Coach Gave, joining the academy starting today. But dropping his cool act instantly, he rushes over to shake the unconscious Celine, terrified that if she dies, the Demon King will absolutely end him. Back at the academy infirmary, a heavy silence fills the room. Looking at Celine lying motionless, the elderly physician sighs with deep worry. He tells them he cannot guarantee when she will wake up. He explains that if it were just standard exhaustion from using high-level magic, she would recover within a couple of days. But Celine's case is far worse. The doctor lowers his voice, explaining that she pushed past her limits and completely drained her mana pool. With teary eyes, Sinfei trembles as she voices her absolute worst fear so she might never wake up again. "Is that what you mean?" The doctor remains painfully silent before dropping yet another brutal truth. Never again. Even if she does wake up, she will never be able to use magic. Watching her last bit of mana fade away is like rubbing salt into her friend's wounds. Sinfei clutches her head in agony, crying that it is all her fault for letting Celine exhaust herself like that. Seeing her friend break down, Chloe quickly steps in to comfort her, assuring her it is not her fault. Yet, Sinfei still cannot stop worrying about Celine losing her magic. Chloe firmly insists that won't happen, right? But the physician can only bow his head in defeat, leaving her fate to destiny, noting her survival is now entirely in the hands of God. To ease the heavy tension, Chloe hugs Sinfei tight and remains optimistic, insisting Celine will wake up perfectly fine soon. Sinfei nods softly, praying she is right. To cheer things up, Chloe eagerly suggests they welcome Celine with a bright smile when she wakes up, showing her exactly how to do it. And here is where the intense drama takes a hilarious turn. While her friends are still busy planning their soft welcome, Celine suddenly bolts upright and screams out for food. Fresh out of a coma, she does not care about her critical condition at all. Her only focus is her roaring stomach as she aggressively demands to go eat. She bolts, leaving Sinfei and Chloe speechless. Celine leaps from the bed and runs out, frantically searching for anything to eat. Once she gets directions to the cafeteria, she bolts like an arrow, dramatically shouting that she is finally coming for the food. Watching this absolute chaos unfold, the doctor stands frozen, stammering in disbelief about whether he didn't just declare she was in critical condition. Meanwhile, Celine begins her fierce cafeteria raid. After devouring a massive tower of plates, she sighs in pure bliss, saying she finally feels alive again. Sinfei just stares at the empty pile with deep concern. Chloe nods, saying it makes sense since Celine has been starving since yesterday. She quickly heaps praise on her friend for her absolutely incredible performance in that intense battle. Celine remarks on how Coach Glove saved them right after she passed out, forcing Sinfei to immediately correct her. "It is Coach Gave, not Glove," she says. But while munching on candied fruit, Celine freezes, sensing a strange, heavy tension in the air and asking what is wrong. All around the cafeteria, other students are drowning in pure despair and grief. Some slam tables, cursing themselves for letting their teammates die. Others sob uncontrollably, wanting nothing more than to just pack up and go home. Shocked by the depressing sight, Celine anxiously asks what on earth happened to make everyone look so devastated. Sinfai reluctantly reveals the tragic truth yesterday. While Celine's group was busy fighting off the dark forces, a massive tragedy struck the rest of the academy. Vicious beasts suddenly ambushed students all over the exam grounds. Celine gasps in shock, asking how monsters could have appeared out of nowhere. The culprit was spent mana stones found scattered all over the site. The academy concluded that the dark forces used these stones as tools to summon the beasts, aiming to slaughter all the students. Pure evil. Learning about this vicious plot, Celine boils with rage, unable to comprehend how anyone could be so utterly cruel. Luckily, Huss was captured alive in the ruins and will soon face brutal interrogation at the sanctuary. Blue-haired official notes that once the investigation wraps up, they will finally uncover their true motives. Having stuffed herself to regain her energy, Celine turns to look at her friends with unwavering determination in her eyes. Drop everything. A loud announcement suddenly cuts through the air, ordering all students to gather at the training grounds as soon as they finish lunch. The group obeys, rushing to the assembly point. At the Academy Plaza, students form a tense circle, casting glances up toward the supervisor standing authoritatively on the high balcony. The air turns suffocatingly heavy as the supervisor announces the horrific toll of the incident. 12 students are dead, and 25 are severely injured. His scarred, grim face shows no warmth as he acknowledges this terrible tragedy, expressing his deep regret for the lives lost. He coldly reminds them that while they all want to be heroes, the brutal truth is they will face countless deadly monsters, and many more will bleed. "If this terrifying reality frightens you," he says, "stand up and leave right now." Those brutal words completely shatter the already fragile resolve of the cadets, and one by one they begin standing up in absolute terror. "I just want to go home," they cry, desperately hoping to avoid facing those terrifying beasts ever again. Some even invent the most ridiculous excuses like leaving their heaters on just to escape this harsh, brutal reality. Watching the crowd stream out of the hall, the overseer stands high above, scanning the remaining cadets with sharp, cold eyes. Finally, his deep voice echoes through the silence. "We have only 72 left." He loudly declares them all official cadets of the Hero Academy. After 8 grueling weeks of intense training, they will finally earn the title of true warriors. But first, a rank evaluation exam will determine their placement based on real combat skills, sending a wave of sheer excitement through the remaining crowd. Believing they are destined to be legendary heroes, they think this training is nothing compared to the monsters they have survived. To the test, each cadet, the overseer introduces the instruction team and announces the start of one-on-one sparring duels. Instructors will grade them out of 10 points, and the intense clashes begin immediately. Aisna's Ophelia opens the exam with a stunning display, locking in an impressive score of 8. Sirs follows closely behind, scoring 7 points with precise spear play. Then comes Sinfai, who pushes through her limits to dodge deadly magic attacks, securing her own score of 5. Although Sinfai is still visibly shaking with anxiety, Celine quickly rushes over to tell her that 5 is actually a pretty solid score. Sinfai smiles softly, admitting she only succeeded because of the tiny spirits always by her side. Chloe steps up to congratulate her as well, playfully admitting she is deeply envious of such an incredible talent for spirit communication. Right after that, it is Chloe Abeth's turn to battle, unleashing incredibly powerful kicks and expert combat skills to claim an almost perfect score of 9 points. Watching her incredible top-tier performance, Celine and Sinfai can only cheer at the top of their lungs in absolute awe. Chloe proudly notes that 9 points is the highest score so far, though she sighs with regret, muttering that if her body were in peak condition, she would have secured a perfect 10, since her old injuries are still aching quite a bit. Seeing San still looking sad and full of doubt, Chloe gently pats his head to comfort him. "It is not your fault, San, so do not worry about it anymore." Suddenly, boom! A massive explosion rips through the center of the training grounds, making everyone jump. Seriously, you have to watch how this next cadet enters the stage. It is Ronia, a noble lady from the prestigious Refens family of the Kelos Kingdom, famous for their supreme magic. She walks out with towering confidence, her hands blazing with raging crimson flames. She shouts her incantation aloud, "Hellfire." A massive torrent of heat erupts, incinerating everything in its path. Watching this terrifying display of raw power, the instructor facing her merely smirks with knowing eyes. Facing the oncoming sea of flames, a solid wall of ice suddenly shoots up, completely absorbing the earth-shattering blast. Ronia is left utterly stunned as her strongest attack is neutralized without even a hint of struggle. Standing tall behind the freezing ice, the instructor radiates bone-chilling cold as he calmly declares that is enough. The final result immediately sends the entire arena into wild cheers. Ronia, 10 points. It is the very first perfect score of the exam, leaving her smirking to herself as she whispers just as expected. Chloe watches in awe, never having seen such an incredibly potent spell. She calls Ronia both cute and terrifyingly strong, while Celine excitedly declares her to be her ultimate rival. The next duel starts just as intensely, with cold steel flashing through the air. Born into a legendary knightly household, the blonde guy's swordplay is incredibly sharp, letting him easily trade a few heavy blows with the instructor. Watching his graceful movements on the field, Celine gasps in wonder, wow, it looks like he is dancing rather than fighting. So that is what real, high-level swordsmanship looks like. Right at that moment, Sinfai walks over and points toward the instructor facing Leth, whispering that it is him. Seeing Celine looking completely lost, she explains that he was the only warrior brave enough to face Hus to save their lives yesterday. Celine nods eagerly, I got it, but she still completely messes up his name, forcing Sinfei to quickly correct her. You mean instructor Grab, right? It is not Grab, it is Gave. Her eyes lock onto the quiet man, marveling at the only warrior strong enough to hold the 4th spot in the rankings. Back on the field, Leth suddenly channels his power, unleashing a devastating storm of circular slashes to trap his opponent. Having thoroughly analyzed his skills, Gave decisively parries the blade and announces, I have seen enough. 10 points. A smug grin spreads across the blonde noble's face as the crowd whispers about the absolute perfection of elite bloodlines. Meanwhile, Gave coldly scans the student roster and calls out the very next name. Celine flinches in surprise as the instructor's sharp gaze locks onto her. Gave looks her dead in the eye and commands, please step forward. She walks onto the field amidst the roaring cheers of her friends. Sinfai and Chloe offer anxious warnings, good luck. Please do not push yourself. Celine simply smiles back with absolute confidence. I will be fine. The other cadets whisper excitedly, wait, you do not remember her? She is the one who took first place in the entrance exam. Oh right, now that you mention it. They wonder just how powerful she really is to secure the top rank, and even Leth watches with crossed arms, deeply analyzing this heavyweight opponent. Watching arrogantly from above, Ronia mutters interesting, but her score will never beat mine. Approaching instructor Gave, Celine suddenly bows deeply to show her gratitude. Excuse me, but thank you so much for saving my life yesterday. Gave breaks out in a cold sweat, screaming internally. Don't thank me. He panics. If I hadn't, the Demon King would have literally executed me. Ignorant of his terror, Celine looks him straight in the eye, boldly declaring, even so, I will surpass you and become the strongest hero ever. Gave turns pale, begging her to stop. Please, I am begging you. If you keep saying things like that, my head is going to roll. Ignoring his visible panic, Celine clenches her fists with burning determination. A hero who can even slay the Demon King. Her words nearly make Gave faint from sheer terror, and I can't help but laugh as his soul screams no. She can't. He is literally your father. Gave quickly brushes her words aside. To refocus, none of that has anything to do with this exam. Celine snaps out of it. Oh right, she grips her hilt, channeling all her mana into her arms and shouting. In that case, here I come. She shoots toward Gave like an absolute arrow. Celine swings her massive greatsword, aiming a devastating overhead strike to kick off the duel. Gave carefully watches her every move, analyzing her strategy as she leaps high into the air for a heavy vertical slash. He notes that while her massive greatsword has great reach and crushing power, her subconscious habit of creating distance is actually a fatal flaw. By his calculations, swinging her blade so carelessly like that will easily let an experienced opponent intercept her, leaving her completely defenseless. Exactly as he predicted, the moment Celine's colossal blade slams hard into the dirt, Gave easily blurs behind her with an entirely calm expression. In high-stakes clashes like this, Gave reminds himself that it is always best to keep your eyes locked on your opponent instead of getting distracted by the surroundings. Celine spins, launching a wide horizontal slash, but Gave effortlessly evades with incredibly smooth footwork. Immediately, she channels her strength into a relentless follow-up strike, sending bright sparks flying everywhere as their weapons collide violently in the arena. Gave silently praises her, highly impressed by her incredibly sharp reflexes. He decides this is the perfect moment to step aside, avoiding any direct impact before launching a lightning-fast counterattack. Celine tilts her body, narrowly dodging his sharp blade by a mere hair. Her eyes remain incredibly focused as she searches for any opening to strike back. Screeching metal echoes constantly across the field as they exchange blows at a dizzying speed. Suddenly, an absolutely terrifying pressure erupts from Celine, forcing Gave to gasp in sheer disbelief. He is left utterly stunned by the monster strength of this tiny girl. He is absolutely horrified to realize his left arm is completely paralyzed and useless after that brutal collision. Seeing Celine dominate the arena so easily, the crowd of students gasps in total disbelief. Wait, is the instructor actually retreating? Even Gave grits his teeth in pure shock at this young girl's terrifying power. He silently admits she is fighting on par with him, realizing the top-ranked spot in this academy is truly on a whole different level. In this tight spot, Gave still tries his best to maintain his composure. Taking a step back, he calmly declares he will do her a favor and fight using only one hand. This sudden declaration sends murmurs through the crowd. Up on the balcony, Ronia watches with a smug smile, muttering to herself that she knew it all along. But Sinfight is absolutely panicking, terrified that Celine will get a terrible score if this keeps up. Chloe quickly tries to calm her down, reminding her that the match is far from over. Instantly, a blazing aura of magical energy erupts around Celine. Glaring with fierce determination, she warns him that she won't be holding back anymore. Hearing this, Gave can only scream in terror internally. "Oh no, please don't!" Celine charges forward like a rocket, her slash forcing Gave to admit her skills have completely shattered his expectations. But as an expert hunter, he swiftly shifts his footwork. With a sword strike as thin as a thread, Gave coldly whispers that she is already dead. Celine freezes in shock as a thin line of warm blood trickles down. Her eyes widen at his godlike speed. Refusing to let him dictate the battle, she lets out a fierce war cry, spinning around to swing her massive blade right back at him. But Gave effortlessly dodges, landing another light warning blow. "That is twice now," he says. The impact sends Celine flying back, while Sinfight watches in horror as the pace of the battle shifts instantly. She anxiously wonders when his movements became so incredibly fast. Despite her bleeding wounds, Celine pours every drop of her remaining strength into a determined roar, charging straight at her opponent once more. Gave silently notes she is repeating the exact same heavy attack from earlier. Celine screams as she strikes, but her colossal blade only smashes into the arena floor, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Seizing the opening before she can recover, Gave quickly slips right behind her, but he is suddenly caught off guard by an unexpected move from the young girl. He brushes it off as a cheap trick, but an earth-shattering explosion instantly rips through the training ground, completely blinding everyone on the field. Sinfight and Chloe watch in absolute dread, desperately trying to see through the thick smoke. As the dust finally settles, the students' gasp. Gave was one step faster, completely locking Celine down from behind. Gave coldly whispers that it ends here. With his blade resting gently against Celine's neck to seal his victory, the entire arena goes dead silent, holding its collective breath for the instructor's final verdict. The students immediately erupt into wild cheers. Everyone is amazed by such an incredible fight, certain that Celine is about to walk away with a near-perfect score. But wait, look at the scoreboard. Everyone is left utterly speechless as a single measly point flashes on the screen. While the crowd stands frozen in disbelief, Gave is actually trembling, deeply regretting not ending the fight sooner as his arm throbs with agonizing pain. He glares coldly at Celine, loudly declaring she gets 1 point. This ridiculous score leaves the entire arena stunned before a wave of angry whispers breaks out. A student nearby can't help but gasp, asking if the instructor seriously just gave her a single point. The outrage spreads like wildfire across the stands, with students doubting their own ears. Chloe and Sinfight are frozen in sheer disbelief, which immediately boils over into pure, unadulterated rage. Chloe completely snaps. No way does Celine deserve a single point, and she will never accept this. Even though the exam is meant to thoroughly test raw stats and potential, Chloe feels Gave's standards are insanely unfair and absurd. She storms forward, refusing to let this slide, determined to file an official complaint right away. Right then, Ronia also completely loses her temper. Screaming for him to hold on, her face red with absolute fury, she storms onto the field to demand answers. She demands to know what part of that masterpiece of a fight deserved only 1 point. Her intensity shocks even Chloe, while the support guy holds his head in despair over the incoming trouble. Gave remains stubborn, claiming he is the proctor and his decision is final. Ronia points directly in his face, mocking him as completely incompetent and unqualified to grade anyone with that kind of logic. Her eyes blaze with fury as she screams, asking how that annoying gold-haired snob got a perfect score while Celine receives the absolute lowest grade possible. She demands to know if he took a bribe. Ignoring her outburst, Gave coldly orders her back to her seat, when suddenly, a deep, powerful voice shatters the tension. Instructor Gave. The sudden arrival of the chief supervisor makes Gave break out in a cold sweat, completely freezing under the immense pressure radiating from the man's razor-sharp gaze. He asks Gave if he is absolutely certain her performance only deserved a single point, leaving the instructor sweating in terror. Despite the immense pressure, Gave still tries to act calm, and insists he is certain about the grade. Folding his arms, the supervisor sternly tells him the crowd suspects foul play, and demands a proper logical explanation to calm everyone down. Internally, Gave is screaming in absolute panic. He reminds himself that Celine is the Demon King's daughter, and he has to stop her if he wants to survive. Taking a deep breath, Gave explains that while nobody can deny she possesses a flawless physical build and highly flexible potential, he argues her first major weakness is relying too much on raw physical power, making her strikes lack technique and control. This means she still hasn't mastered the absolute basic skills of a warrior. Next, Gave points out her second flaw, which is that she has only just awakened her powers and cannot fully control that massive energy yet. According to his logic, failing to control her energy means she is still unable to use it with any real efficiency. The supervisor quietly considers these sharp points, but Ronia still isn't buying it, shouting against this ridiculously unfair standard. Unfazed, Gave fires back with his ultimate defense, stating the only one with the right to judge here is the proctor. He coldly brushes her complaints aside, telling her she can whine all she wants because his decision is absolutely final. This arrogant attitude drives her crazy with rage, but there is nothing she can do. The chief supervisor nods, admitting only the proctor has the authority to set custom criteria. Seeing Gabe look smug, the supervisor suggests that instead of whining, Ronia should try being a proctor herself. Frustrated, Ronia turns to Celine, screaming at her to stop standing there like a statue and demand justice. Celine just blinks in complete, innocent confusion. Walking right past the furious Ronia, she steps straight toward Instructor Gabe under the heavy, silent gaze of the crowd. But instead of crying, she actually bows with a massive smile. "Thank you," she says. "You gave me a low grade to show me how much further I have to go." Right. Her pure, incredibly sincere words leave Gabe frozen in disbelief, barely able to stammer a response. Celine clenches her fists with determination, declaring she will work her hardest to improve just as he advised. As Gabe sweats bullets because things are spinning completely out of control, the chief supervisor suddenly walks up behind him and places a heavy, reassuring hand on his shoulder. He beams with proud appreciation, admitting he never expected Gabe's scoring to have such a profound meaning. It turns out the instructor truly values her potential after all. Gabe can only scream in sheer despair that things are not like this at all. Meanwhile, as the training ground drowns in cheers and clapping, Ronia is the only one who keeps her sanity and gets absolutely furious. She yells out in absolute frustration. "Wait, how can everyone accept this so easily? Celine is going to get demoted with a garbage score like that." Celine casually rests her greatsword on her shoulder and asks with a completely calm face, "It is not like I cannot become a hero with a low rank, right?" Her brainless reply completely stuns Ronia. Ronia can only stammer a denial. Seeing this, Celine smiles brightly and says then it is fine. This drives Ronia crazy. She clutches her head and screams, "Fine? How is that fine? You people are so annoying." She spins around and runs off, yelling that she will stay far away from Celine, even though Celine blankly reminds her they were already enemies anyway. Watching this cute banter, Sinfai and Chloe can only laugh in amusement. Gabe stands frozen in the middle of the field, looking completely devastated and confused. He watches Celine stroll away happily, unable to believe his eyes, wondering how she can stay so insanely optimistic after getting such a terrible score. As night falls, black crows circle a purple sky over a dark ancient castle. Inside a dim room lit by red candles, a powerful figure sits in silence. Now look at that majestic vibe. The man gently holds a magical orb glowing with a powerful purple light. Demon King Baron Benter speaks into the sphere in a deep voice. "I am listening. How are things going?" Gabe respectfully reports that Celine has gained everyone's respect, and during the test, he intentionally gave her the lowest score to tank her rank. Immediately, Baron explodes in fury. "What? My daughter got the lowest score. Is there something wrong with your brain?" Gabe awkwardly stammers, reminding him of the original plan. "Wait, did you not order me to stop her from becoming a hero?" Realizing his own hypocrisy, the Demon King looks away sheepishly. "Right." Clear throat, trying to salvage his dignity. Baron orders him to keep reporting. Gabe then details the terrifying incident that happened yesterday at the gloomy castle. Dark purple energy flares up in his hand as the Demon King summons his loyal guard. Luke kneels before his master, replying loudly, "Yes, my lord." Seated majestically on his throne, Baron unleashes an oppressive aura and orders Luke to immediately investigate this dark cult. His eyes glow red with intense rage as he roars, "How dare they touch my precious daughter?" Meanwhile, on the other side, Gabe stares at the magical orb with pure exhaustion. He curses his boss's ridiculous mood swings, thinking he truly is a demon and desperately wants to smash the device right now. As the dormitory list is posted, an instructor makes a loud announcement. "Alright everyone, the opening ceremony for the 8-week training begins tomorrow. Check your rooms and get some rest." The students sigh in relief, finally getting a real bed after spending a painful night sleeping on the hard floor. Celine claps her hands excitedly. "It would be amazing if we could room together." Sinfai asks with a glimmer of hope, "Wait, you mean me too?" Celine smiles warmly. "Exactly, the more people, the merrier." Sinfai tries to clear something up, but Celine brushes it off. However, looking closely at the board, Chloe points out the brutal truth: they only have double rooms. Celine pouts in disappointment. "Ah, what a shame." She taps her chin and scans the sheet to find her name, but her eyes catch Chloe Asbet Sandom, room 206. Celine squeals in jealousy as she sees Chloe holding hands with Sinfai, thanking her stars that they got room together. Even so, Celine remains her usual optimistic self. She tells herself that if she rooms with Sil, it will be perfect, and they can be neighbors. While Sinfai frantically tries to speak up, Celine freezes at the next name on the board. Celine and Ronia in room 207. She complains that they are not rooming together. While Sinfai desperately tries to explain, Celine spots her roommate's name and shouts for Ronia. If it is Ronia, then hey. She stares at the back of the elegant Lady Ronia, who is walking ahead, completely focused on searching. Celine suddenly hears someone call her. Turning around, she accidentally bumps into a girl, knocking her to the ground. Ronia snaps angrily, "Do you want to die?" Recognizing her, Celine instantly beams. "Ah, I knew it. You are Ronia, right?" This overly friendly behavior only annoys Ronia more. She points aggressively, shouting, "What do you mean you knew it? I told you to stay out of my sight." Ignoring her, Celine cheerfully replies, "Did you say that? But I like you." Ronia brutally shuts her down. "Is that so?" "Well, I do not." Celine continues to pester her new roommate. "Come on, let us get along from now on, roommate." Ronia completely dismisses her. Why on earth would I do that when we are literally enemies? As they bicker, a tall young man wearing a bandana quietly walks past. Ronia grumbles in irritation. If you nag me again, but the man ignores her and walks straight to Sinfai. You are Sinfai, right? When he blankly nods, the man casually introduces himself. I am Roman, your roommate. Nice to meet you. Seeing shake hands with Sinfai, both Celine and Ronia freeze in shock. Unable to hold back, Ronia kicks his hand with extreme force, screaming, "Are you insane?" Roman is baffled, while Celine stands there with her jaw dropped. How can Sil live with a guy? There must be a mistake. I will tell the teacher right now. Sinfai frantically tries to de-escalate the situation, saying there is a misunderstanding. Celine firmly declares she cannot accept her friend rooming with the guy, loudly stating she will not stay silent and passive like Saint Irene. Ronia leaps onto Roman's head, pulling his hair and screaming she is right, I will not let you off. Sinfai sighs in defeat, admitting he knew this exact mess would happen. I am actually a boy, not a girl. This bombshell revelation from their gorgeous friend freezes the group for several seconds, before they all let out a collective ear-splitting scream of pure disbelief. What? They still cannot believe their ears and crowd around him to interrogate him. Sil. You are a boy? Well, looks can be deceiving. They scream about his very feminine name, Irene, while a nearby nerd quietly takes notes, completely shocked by this earth-shattering truth. Leaving the chaos behind, Celine leaps into her new room and faceplants onto the bed. I missed you. Bed, this is paradise. Seeing her lazy roommate, Ronia snaps, telling her to at least unpack or take a shower. Ignoring the nagging, Celine mutters she will do it later and falls asleep. Ronia screams at her to wake up and kicks her, making Celine cry out. Ouch. Celine whines, Ronnie, you are so cruel. Ronia is stunned by the intimate nickname, but Celine quickly explains it is easier to say now that they are official roommates. Ignoring Lady Ronia's fierce objections, Celine happily unpacks her things, singing about her dream of becoming a great hero at this academy. Ronia sighs in exhaustion, wondering how she will survive living with this chaos. Meanwhile, Sinfai carries his heavy bags into his new room. Opening the door, he has to shield his eyes from a blinding light radiating inside. Sinfai gasps in shock at a glorious angelic being with massive wings sitting in meditation, filling the room with terrifying pressure. That blinding light? Just Roman's bald head reflecting the sun. Sinfai blinks, oh, it is you. Roman, now without his bandana, cheerfully smiles. Yes, it is me. Seeing Sinfai struggling with a massive backpack, he notes that he brought way too much luggage. Shinfai shyly explains that his mom absolutely insisted he pack every single one of these things. Roman smiles warmly, saying she must really worry about her son. Shinfai pauses for a moment, looking pretty thoughtful before quietly replying that yeah, he guesses so. Noticing his roommate's slightly sad expression, Roman offers a sincere compliment, saying he has an incredibly wonderful mother. Suddenly, the room falls completely silent. Roman realizes he might have overstepped, so he quickly apologizes and offers Shinfai a piece of candy to make peace. He chuckles, sorry, I probably said too much. Shinfai smiles softly and accepts the sweet, murmuring that it is totally fine. The two officially start getting to know each other as roommates, but suddenly, Roman leans in close to Shinfai's ear, asking him to tell Celine to take good care of Lady Ronia. He warns him that while Ronia seems nice, she can sometimes become extremely annoying and terrifying, leaving Shinfai completely dazed. What? Late that night, in a quiet academy garden, a silver-haired figure with glowing red eyes is fiercely swinging her sword in intense training. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the quiet, breaking her focus. Ah, so this is where you are. The silver-haired girl freezes, turning her head toward the tree where Chloe is standing and waiting. She quietly calls out Chloe's name. Chloe approaches with a gentle smile, asking if they can talk for a bit since the weather is pretty nice. Seeing San stay completely silent, Chloe worriedly warns her not to push herself too hard while her body is still recovering. San remains deeply quiet, then softly utters a haunting name, the crazed killer. Chloe nods, confirming that is indeed her nickname. This is where it gets dark. San repeats the name in shock. A terrifying memory flashes of a red-haired woman madly slaughtering in a sea of blood. Chloe explains that she laughs like a lunatic during massacres, which is how she got that name. Yet for some reason, she did not laugh when she attacked the forest back then. Chloe's gaze sharpens, looking straight at her friend, the sole survivor of that horrific event. San, was that you? San stays silent for a long moment before decisively standing up and drawing her dual daggers. Her eyes burn with pure hatred as she declares that the killer should have died by her hands. That is the only way she can atone as the sole survivor. Watching San's lonely figure walk away into the dark night, Chloe can only sigh heavily. Looking up at the starry sky, she feels the weight of it all. Chloe silently prays Saint Irene. This might be a bit blasphemous, but I feel like the challenges you send out of your infinite love are sometimes way harder than they need to be. Meanwhile, back at the dorms, Ronia is absolutely fuming, unable to stand her roommate. Clutching a room reassignment form, she screams that she cannot spend another single second sharing a room with an idiot. Celine is not about to back down either, silently thinking to herself that the longer she stays with this girl, the dumber she will probably end up becoming. At the gloomy headquarters of the dark cult, a secret meeting is underway in a highly tense atmosphere. As soon as the news of Huss's death is revealed, Battery cannot help but mock him, snickering that he is just like Parabon. Furious that his subordinate is being insulted, the old man Parabon slams his hand on the table and roars that Huss accomplished his mission. He warns Battery to stop insulting his follower, but the masked man immediately cuts off the argument. Enough, this is not a damn market. An undead-looking guy wearing a red scarf lets out a bizarre, creepy laugh and asks if all the lackeys who took part in the plan ended up dead. Luan calmly adjusts his mask, stating that besides the deceased Huss, the rest have all been captured. The zombie guy excitedly says it is time for him to step up and sweep away the remains, but Luan coldly declines. He tells them not to worry because those captured fools are already as good as dead. Luan calmly explains that they probably could not handle the harsh prison conditions and decided to end their own lives. Staring at the images of the prison corpses with dark red marks on their necks, the undead guy laughs out loud, deeply admiring Luan's swift cleanup. He clicks his tongue in regret, admitting he really wanted to personally take care of them himself. Right then, a pink-haired young man lifting weights suddenly raises his hand to interrupt, casually asking why the meeting room has to be so gloomy. Just watch what this crazy guy does next. After a quiet moment around the table, the young man grabs a sharp object, claiming he will turn the lights on so everyone can see. Sudden bright light floods the dark meeting room as the pink-haired guy activates his device, cheering proudly that it is finally bright. Luan, one of the 5 core members of the dark cult wearing a half-mask over his purple hair, clears his throat to begin the meeting. He points out that even though Huss is dead, thanks to his heroic sacrifice, the holy barrier surrounding the academy has been significantly weakened. Even though the military recovered all the energy stones, Luan believes it will take them quite a long time to restore the depleted mana. Letting rare monsters roam free also brings a massive advantage, keeping those fools at the academy from realizing this is only the beginning of an incredibly grand plan. He emphasizes that this is a golden opportunity to leave a lasting impression on the kingdom's citizens, ordering everyone to prepare themselves quite thoroughly. Turning his sharp gaze toward Reaper, he reminds him that he plays the most crucial role in this plan, so he really needs to prepare diligently. Surrounded by a dark purple aura and wearing a twisted smile, Reaper roars with excitement, promising that he will tear every single one of them to shreds. Battery sighs in sheer disappointment, calling him a brainless idiot and reminding him that his real job is not slaughter, but buying time to create an opening for them to infiltrate the academy. Parabon, with bandages wrapped tightly around his face, coldly adds that Reaper does not need to be the center of attention. What they actually need is time to perform the ritual at the designated spot. Luan seems quite pleased with how energetic his members are. When Battery mentions her long-awaited desire to finally meet the Demon King, Parabon immediately warns her not to get ahead of herself, since the resurrection process is only beginning and nothing is set in stone. A sinister smile appears on Luan's face as he admits he is finally getting the excitement he has always wanted. He decisively calls an end to the meeting. Clutching the cross on his chest, Luan makes a reverent declaration on behalf of the Dark Cult. All of us according to your will in the name of the Demon King. But amid the solemn and gloomy air of the gathering, another core member named Leah suddenly speaks up. Casual as ever, this girl with vibrant pinkish gold hair lifts weights while joining the discussion, drawing everyone's attention. She blankly asks, "What exactly are we talking about again?" Putting those dark plots aside, the scene shifts to the bright sun shining over the glorious Hero Academy. The 14th anniversary celebration officially begins in a majestic grand hall where hundreds of elite students stand lined up neatly, ready to start their brand new journey. The elderly principal, with his signature long white beard, stands before the microphone and speaks clearly. First of all, congratulations on being accepted into the Hero Academy. He sums up the Academy's philosophy in one incredibly simple sentence: just work hard and become a truly great hero. His brief yet powerful words move the crowd of students almost to tears. Burning with passion, everyone cheers loudly, shouting that it was an amazing speech, and they are totally fired up. But their excitement is instantly crushed when a strict instructor appears, delivering a harsh warning. The celebration is over, and for the next 8 weeks, they will endure a brutally difficult hero training program. Celine clenches her fists, her eyes burning with fierce determination. This is the real beginning. Instantly, the harsh training kicks off with grueling long distance, runs under the scorching hot sun. The instructor's loud shouts echo across the training ground, demanding them to run faster and push harder. This is just the start of training. Do not tell me you are already tired. While other students stumble and collapse from sheer exhaustion and dizziness, Celine showcases her quite overwhelming strength by dragging a massive boulder. Letting out a powerful shout, she pours every single ounce of her energy into charging forward. As the first training session ends, Celine stands proud and smug amidst a pile of destroyed training dummies. By the 14th day of training, while others focus on controlling their vibrant magic, she is fast asleep, snoring loudly right in class, driving her teacher mad enough to snap a piece of chalk. Yet Celine never stops pushing herself to feel the energy flowing within her. After endless struggle, Celine's shaking hands finally grip the hilt as a brilliant blue light erupts. She gasps in pure shock, realizing she actually did it, while Chloe and her friends cheer in absolute excitement. You actually did it. By day 35, Celine completely masters her power, earning high praise from her instructors. Congratulations, Celine, your control over your mana is pretty incredible now. On day 49, she charges forward with a massive slash, taking down a beast with a single fierce cry. By training day 53, Gave brings Celine's official profile to present to the supervisor. Scoring a perfect 72 out of 72, Celine's evaluation calls her confident and strong, though she naps in class and eats too much. Gave stares at the report with a pretty worried look, muttering that this is a bit concerning. Meanwhile, Celine keeps pushing herself, dragging giant boulders since regular running is way too easy. While she takes a breather, Gave suddenly walks up and calls her name, making her turn around in confusion. Yes, sir? Looking incredibly stressed, Gave hesitates before making a totally bizarre request. Can you ask your father not to attend the graduation ceremony? Celine demands to know why, but Gave just sweats nervously and brushes it off. No, it's nothing, don't worry about it. Back at the Demon Lord's castle, a pair of hands carefully ties a necktie and adjusts a sharp suit. The door flies open as Luke steps in, asking respectfully if he is ready. Demon King Baron Bentiger has completely transformed himself, wearing a sleek, stylish suit just like a high-class human gentleman. He smiles at his reflection. Soon, the graduation ceremony kicks off with a lively crowd of students packing the academy courtyard. Standing on a high balcony, the lead instructor loudly announces that he will be hosting the ceremony on behalf of their esteemed principal. He introduces himself once more as the chief supervisor. Celine then steps onto the podium, beaming with pride as she addresses the gathered guests. First, a huge thank you to all the parents and guests who came today. Down in the crowd, Celine's dad is already sobbing tears of pride, crying over how incredibly fast his little girl has grown up. He wonders if there is any way to slow down time. Meanwhile, another student eagerly yells out about wanting boneless chicken feet and a cold bottle of soju right this second. Celine waves back happily, promising the group they will all go look at hamsters after this. The mood turns elegant as gleaming warrior badges are brought out, and the teacher announces they will now present the official warrior crests. Parents are invited to personally pin these hard-earned badges on their children. Proud mothers and fathers quickly step forward to greet their kids. Yet not everyone gets to share this warm family moment. Standing before Luke is not his father, but their family butler, and maidens. The butler bows deeply, apologizing that the master was too busy to attend his graduation. Luke turns away coldly, a flicker of complete indifference in his eyes. He sighs that it is fine, since he never expected the old man to show up anyway, walking off the moment the warrior badge is pinned. Just look at this next part. Ronia is getting absolutely smothered by her overprotective mom, who clings tight and asks if the training was way too harsh. Did you have enough candy to eat? Blushing red with embarrassment. Ronia struggles to break free, telling her mom to let go because she is not a kid anymore. Nearby, Roman is receiving some encouraging words from his own father. His father admits that looking after young Lady Ronia is definitely no easy task, but urges him to keep doing his absolute best. Roman bows respectfully, agreeing to do so. Though the past weeks were pretty tough, Roman is cut short when Ronia notices him chatting away. She snaps loudly, asking if he has a death wish, her sudden shout echoing down the hall and startling everyone. Midst the festive atmosphere, Gian stands completely alone in a quiet corner of the yard. His sad eyes look down at the silver badge in his hand, with no family showing up to share his special day. Just when he feels most isolated, Chloe pops up with a bright, comforting smile. She casually mentions that none of her family came either, then happily suggests they pin their badges on each other instead. Touched by Chloe's sweet offer, he readily agrees. Watching the happy graduates from a distance, two heavily cloaked figures observe that even the former saintess said, "This is no big deal," so they decide to head back. In another corner, the mood suddenly turns freezing cold. A disappointed mother glares down at the silver badge in her son's hand. "You only managed a silver badge?" She scolds, telling him it is nowhere near the standards of their prestigious family. She coldly orders he'll work 10 times harder next time, and he quietly replies, "Yes, mother." In total contrast to that gloomy scene, Demon King Baron is absolutely bursting with joy. He wraps Celine in a massive hug, proudly exclaiming to the world, whose incredibly talented daughter is this? This badge was literally made for you. Celine giggles happily, boasting that she already knew she was awesome. But while he heaps on the praise, Baron secretly hates the bronze badge, thinking it is way too cheap for his precious daughter. Right then, the supervisor projects his voice from the balcony, announcing that they are now true warriors. He instructs them to shout out their ultimate future goals for everyone to hear. Amid the roaring cheers of her classmates, Celine clenches her fist with fierce determination and yells out her grand life goal: she will destroy the Demon King, no matter what it takes. Talk about a total disaster hearing his own daughter vow to kill him. Demon King Baron is standing there, literally spitting up blood in pure shock. The supervisor quickly wraps up the proceedings, marking the end of a highly emotional graduation. Up next, a truly magnificent feast is laid out in the main hall, fully prepared to welcome all the students and their proud families. The moment she spots the table overflowing with delicious gourmet food, Celine's eyes light up. She squeals in delight, marveling at the endless feast and wondering which tasty dish she should try first. While she is busy filling her plate, nearby noblewomen start whispering about Lady Bran and her brilliant son, who just managed to secure a highly coveted Platinum Warrior badge. They gush over how the boy clearly inherited his talent from his father, Count Bran, who was a legendary hero in his youth. Hearing the word hero, Baron freezes on the spot, cold sweat instantly pouring down his face. It hits him like a truck. Celine genuinely believes her own dad was once a grand heroic warrior too. Baron stands paralyzed in the middle of the crowded hall, his mind racing as he realizes he is stuck in a terribly awkward spot. Things get even worse when the noblewomen start questioning the identity of this mysterious hero, SN. They declare they have never once seen that name on any official list, openly laughing and calling him an absolute fraud. Baron turns completely pale, realizing that if his true identity gets exposed here, it is game over for good. Right at that tense moment, Celine quietly sneaks up behind him and calls out to her dad. Seeing his daughter's tearful, vacant stare, Baron stammers to explain, but she chokes back tears and asks if he really lied to her all this time. With a highly resolute face, she tells him she absolutely hates liars, turning her back to say goodbye forever. Leaving Baron completely desperate, he screams out, lunging to grab Celine's shoulders while everyone in the hall stares in utter shock. Trembling with a dead serious expression, he whispers to his daughter, begging her not to tell a single soul that he was a hero. It has to be a total secret. As she asks why, Baron desperately makes up a quick excuse to cover his tracks, claiming the reasons are classified and highly confidential. He growls slightly, emphasizing the point to make sure she remembers. But seriously, promise you won't tell anyone about me. Seeing his intense determination, Celine can only stammer in agreement. Baron feels a pang of guilt, wishing he didn't have to lie but knowing it is the only way to protect her. Just like that, all her worries vanish as Celine dives back into the massive pile of food. Watching his daughter eat like a champion, Baron instantly reverts into a completely obsessed, doting dad. How can my Celine look so adorable even while stuffing her face? With a mouthful of food, she eagerly offers him a plate, telling her dad to try this amazing dish. Baron grins and happily agrees. Really? Let me have a bite. Right at that sweet moment, Simber's mother approaches with a look of pure disgust. Hiding behind her fan, she coldly sneers, wondering how those low-class people could behave so terribly. She turns to Simber, asking in a completely humiliating tone if that uneducated brat is the classmate he took the test with. Simber panics, trying to explain that Lady Celine is his friend, but she immediately shuts him down. She arrogantly reminds him that he belongs to the Noblejan bloodline and must act like it. He should only associate with people of their rank. Watching from afar with a piece of meat in hand, Baron wonders what on earth is wrong with that crazy woman. Her eyes lock onto the bronze badge on Celine's chest before delivering a harsh insult. Madame Jeanne continues her cruel mocking, staring intensely at her own son's silver badge. No wonder he only got silver. Simber goes pale, sweating as he frantically tries to explain that that is not the reason. Seeing his daughter insulted, Demon King Baron practically explodes with rage, his face darkening. He grits his teeth, fears that a mere nobody dares to look down on his daughter. Ignoring her son's misery, the Madame hides behind her fan and coldly scolds him, calling him a disappointment just for trying to talk back to her. Simber can only hang his head in quiet resignation. Baron's anger peaks, clenching his fists as killing intent erupts, silently deciding she needs to be punished immediately. Just as he's about to teach her a lesson, a calm voice suddenly cuts through the heavy atmosphere, asking if that isn't the famous Madame of Count Jane. An elegant blonde young man steps forward, drawing everyone's attention with a subtle, polite smile as he greets her, saying it has been a while. This sudden entrance makes Madame Jane freeze, her expression completely changing. Meanwhile, Baron stares blankly at the intruder, highly confused and wondering who this new kid is. Meanwhile, Celine is totally oblivious to the drama. She happily munches on a chicken leg, offering some to her father because it tastes so good. Watching her eat messily while ignoring the massive tension, Baron can only sigh in disbelief. It's almost tragic. Lizzie approaches them with a fake smile to greet them. Now watch this passive-aggressive masterclass as the madam awkwardly replies behind her fan, greeting young Master Lizzie, but Lizzie immediately starts throwing shade. He admits he didn't expect to see her here, assuming she would be by Count Jane's side. Hearing this, Simber starts shaking with pure anxiety. Lithie's sharp smile grows as he formally addresses the madam, expressing absolute shock that she let her only son travel this far before landing a heavy verbal blow. He thought Count Jean never wanted to let him go. As Simber panics, Madame Jean forces a smile, claiming they are proud and fully support his dream. Lithie's eyes flash with skepticism, asking if Simber truly wanted this himself. He twists the knife further, mocking how happy she must be while casually insulting Simber's abilities, claiming the exam was way too hard for him. He adds that Simber's chance at becoming a hero is pure luck, smugly noting that luck is a skill too, while Celine happily stuffs her cheeks with food. Litha looks at her, remarking that is why he has such an amazing classmate. Madame Jane glares at Celine with sheer annoyance behind her fan. Sensing the tension is high enough, Litha politely bids farewell, apologizing for keeping her at such a festive party while smiling as if they will meet again. She coldly thanks him for his concern before swiftly ending the conversation. She turns her back on him, giving a sharp, icy command. She tells Simber they are leaving. With a heavy heart, Simber can only bow submissively and follow her out. He quietly slinks away after a quick goodbye. As Celine sadly watches her friend leave, Baron observes the whole scene with sharp, serious eyes. Litha stands there arrogantly, thinking about how pathetic humans really are. In contrast to that disdain, Baron actually finds Litha's arrogance pretty amusing. He silently admits he kind of likes the kid. Since he is Celine's classmate, he could be quite useful if recruited, just like Gave. While he calculates this, Celine suddenly breaks the silence. She boldly tells Litha he is wrong. Confused, he asks what. Celine steps up, pointing at his face, and yells that Simber worked incredibly hard. She warns him not to dismiss other people's hard work. In response to the bronze badge wearer, Litha just sneers, stepping closer with a challenging, sharp glare. He mocks her, telling a low-rank bronze nobody like her not to act so smug or try to lecture him. Witnessing his precious daughter insulted, Baron's face goes pitch black as terrifying energy erupts. He grits his teeth, wanting to smash his face in. Nearby, Gave starts sweating bullets. Baron mentally roars in absolute fury, questioning how a mere low-life human dares to humiliate his daughter. Sensing the extreme danger, Gave quickly looks away, striking to stay far away from this. Baron glares at Litha with intense bloodlust, silently marking this arrogant blonde kid. He furiously plots to pull out every strand of his hair. The Demon King's rage is so massive, he almost loses control and blows up the entire building. Right then, the Academy's speakers go off, thanking everyone and inviting parents to stay in the pre-arranged guest rooms. Hearing about free rooms, excited parents start signing up at the entrance. Baron watches silently, gritting his teeth in frustration as he watches them. He wishes the rooms were inside so he could spend the night with his daughter, deciding to use a portal to slip away quietly. Wait, things are about to get wild. Baron freezes as a sinister purple energy suddenly erupts, engulfing the entire academy. He instantly senses it is low-tier demon power. He wonders who is behind this and what they are actually plotting. A smirk appears on his face as he decides to stay and watch. Meanwhile, creepy laughter echoes through the quiet night. Monsters begin emerging from the shadows, sending the academy guards into a total panic. Facing the approaching darkness and manic laughter, a terrified guard points his weapon, demanding to know who goes there and warning of an attack. Out of the dark, a gray-skinned figure with a twisted grin appears, calmly telling the guard to go ahead and call for backup. Instantly, a blast of dark purple energy strikes, making the guard collapse in shock. From the shadows, the towering figure of Reaper emerges with a massive scythe on his shoulder. More guards rush in, aiming their weapons and shouting at him to halt for committing murder in the middle of the city. Ignoring their warning, Reaper casually swings his weapon, unleashing a devastating magical wave that effortlessly wipes out the guards, leaving them scattered on the floor in absolute shock. Looking at the ruined scene, Reaper sighs and mutters that it is pretty boring since he could have made a real corpse out of it. But right after, he proudly declares the infiltration a total success. From beneath the dirt, creepy little red-eyed monsters crawl out, laughing weirdly as they praise him. Just as expected, Reaper, they hiss. Your plan is absolutely flawless. The strike team reports they are ready to ambush the partying hostages and are waiting for orders. Reaper smirks, ordering them to lock everyone in a secret room while double-checking the progress of their escape route. His lackey eagerly confirms that they have already dug escape tunnels in every single direction. Underground, those monsters are digging frantically, aiming to finish the job the moment they grab the holy artifact. Reaper nods with satisfaction, muttering that he gets it. After all, the only reason he even brought this guy along was to exploit his pretty decent digging skills, right? The subordinate feels incredibly honored by his master's praise. While Reaper erupts into a wild, maniacal laugh, he tells them they better do a good job, casually walking past his bowing underlings. The monsters chant in unison 1-2-1, all for the Demon King, as they rush to carry out their dark mission. The next morning, the classroom at the academy is buzzing with excitement. Celine is absolutely thrilled, clenching her fists with a proud smile. It is finally here their very first class as official military cadets. Seeing everyone else look so calm, she eagerly asks if they are not excited at all. But another cadet just sighs, muttering that this class will probably be the same as their last 8 weeks of training. Celine immediately argues back, claiming they have completely changed since then. Hearing this, Ronia rests her chin on her hand and sarcastically brings up the time Celine got scolded for sleeping during the theory lecture. Flustered by the truth, Celine blushes and yells out, "Come on, Ronnie, she could not help it because that class was just way too long and boring." She even makes excuses about only being able to focus for 1 single hour at making Ronia snap. "Stop making excuses," she roars, warning Celine to never call her Ronnie ever again. While the two friends keep bickering, others notice something strange. It is already past class time, but their instructor has not shown up yet. Checking the clock, they guess their teacher is planning something special for their first day, or the morning staff meeting ran pretty long. Right then, the classroom door suddenly swings open, drawing everyone's attention. Instructor Musat steps into the room under the gaze of his students, but instead of his usual warm welcome, he walks up to the podium with an incredibly dark and serious expression. The chilling silence of Instructor Musat leaves the class completely bewildered. The room grows heavy. Celine and her friends exchange anxious glances, wondering why their teacher looks so incredibly tense today. Seeing him act so unusually quiet, Celine innocently whispers, wondering if their instructor got scolded by his wife before coming to class. In a low, heavy voice, he announces that there is some serious news. The students instantly start muttering, wondering why trouble always seems to find them. And here is where it gets crazy. Instructor Musat looks straight at his students and reveals that most of last night's graduation attendees have been kidnapped by a secret terrorist group. Inside a strange hall, parents and VIP guests are shown lying unconscious across the floor. Celine goes pale, completely paralyzed with fear for her father and her friends' families. Back at the hidden facility, the heavy clinking of chains echoes as the hostages slowly regain consciousness. One man desperately struggles, only to realize his wrists are bound by thick, unyielding iron cuffs. Amid the growing panic, a gentleman wearing a tall hat rushes over to check on the fat Countess Beau. Waking up in a total daze, she frantically asks where they are. The gentleman can only shake his head helplessly. He explains that he was just getting ready for bed, and the very next moment he woke up trapped here. Out of nowhere, a furious bald man snaps, yelling that he is getting out of here right now. He starts running like a madman, refusing to accept being kidnapped like this. But before he can take another step, a chilling voice demands that he stop. A brown-haired man leaning calmly against the wall warns the runner that he had better keep his mouth shut and back down. While Countess Beau turns pale with fear, Baron sits quietly, analyzing their surroundings. Looking at the massive magic circle surrounding the hall, he realizes the mastermind must be extremely skilled, with demonic energy to pull off a mass teleportation spell like this. Baron is incredibly annoyed by this whole situation. Right then, Countess Beau spots him and asks if he is the father of that kid who follows her son around. Baron gives her a pretty cold glare, shooting back sarcastically that her own kid is actually the parasite. The harsh response leaves Countess Beau completely stunned. Furious, she shrieks that he is a rude, classless man who only knows how to run his mouth. How dare a mere commoner speak to her like that, she screams. But a sudden agonizing shriek cuts through the tense air. Baron glances back while Countess Beau freezes in absolute horror. From the shadows, a figure drags a lifeless body, and then Reaper steps forward, holding a massive death scythe and flanked by creepy monsters. One man tries to run, but he is instantly struck down without mercy, collapsing to the floor with a painful scream. A small monster then scurries over to report respectfully. Lord Reaper, they have dealt with the runner, the minion squeaks. Witnessing the brutal scene, the hostages tremble in sheer terror while Reaper smirks in satisfaction. Good job, Reaper says. The yellow-eyed monsters greedily beg, asking him to please give them some blood. Reaper just flashes a cruel smile, calmly watching his minions handle the gruesome scene. He warmly praises his darling minions, telling them they certainly know how to clean up a mess. Standing among the panicked crowd, Baron remains remarkably, chillingly calm. Glaring at the newcomer, Baron silently notes that this guy is definitely the leader. But as Reaper gloats, the little red familiar of Battery on his shoulder suddenly speaks up with sarcasm. She calls him a show-off, snapping that she is the one actually keeping watch. Without the aid of her clairvoyant clan, his slow ghouls would have never set foot inside this place. The red familiar glares, telling Reaper to remember that he owes her a massive debt. Reaper looks confused, scratching his head and wondering if Parabon did not teleport them here instead. Annoyed by his terrible memory, Battery angrily screams that everything would have completely failed if she had not timed the teleportation perfectly. Reaper finds her loud complaining pretty annoying. Reaper calmly squeezes the little familiar, telling her to shut up so they can both enjoy the view of the helpless hostages kneeling before them. He coldly dismisses her talk of debt, claiming he is actually the one who can collect from her any time. Mentioning a certain incident in the Highland Forest from 10 years ago, he suggests they call it even, making Battery absolutely furious. She screams, demanding to know how long he is going to keep bringing up the past. Reaper just laughs like a maniac, shouting that he will keep doing it until his dream comes true. You have to wonder what his game is here. Baron narrows his eyes with curiosity hearing that word, while Reaper warns his minions to guard the trembling hostages closely. Battery's familiar glares at him with a warning look, telling Reaper that he had better not mess this up himself. She reminds him that this is their very last chance, and failing now means game over. Feeling bored, Reaper suddenly orders his minions to unlock all the hostages immediately. The little monsters quickly obey, unlocking the chains of the startled hostages. Everyone is left completely baffled, staring in disbelief as the heavy iron cuffs drop to the floor one by one. Reaper leans close to a terrified man, whispering his true sick intention. He wants them to try and escape. In a burst of madness, he admits nothing brings him more joy than watching desperate faces twist in fear, begging for their miserable lives. He lets out a bizarre laugh, screaming at everyone to get up and run for their lives. Reaper proudly announces a deadly game of hide-and-seek where death is the ultimate penalty for anyone caught. Hearing this twisted, sick proposal, Baron just smirked with a dark glint in his eyes, casually remarking that this little game actually sounds like quite a lot of fun. While the rest of the hostages panic and flee for survival, Baron stands his ground with an incredibly indifferent look. Confused, Reaper turns back to ask what he is doing and why he is not running. Confronted with the Reaper's deadly game of tag, the Demon King only responds with a deeply bored and completely calm gaze. Watching Baron stand unfazed among monsters, Ladybow trembles behind him, amazed by this terrifying commoner. Baron mockingly notes that at least his ears are not as useless as the rest of the garbage. "You heard me, so get lost," he sneers. Watching this unfold from the dark, Bathy's little mascot is utterly shocked. Now watch this. The red mascot is terrified, wondering who this idiot actually is. A chilling demonic energy leaks from Baron, shaking the room. Reaper has absolutely no idea what is coming for him. Pressing his weapon against Baron's neck, Reaper boasts that the guy is pretty slow, claiming he is the hunter and Baron is the prey. Baron just smirks, his sharp eyes flashing with a fierce comeback. "No, I am the predator." Baron coldly warns that Reaper should be the one running. Furious at this pride, Reaper swings his scythe, screaming at him to flee while he can. Suddenly, Bat's mascot screams a warning to the Reaper. The little creature is terrified, sensing a suffocating, overwhelming wave of demonic energy radiating from the man, realization hitting that his power is off the charts. Baron glances toward the shadows, casually declaring he will clean out these uninvited guests before the real hunt begins. With a quiet word from Baron, a dark pressure explodes, carrying a commanding order to sleep. Instantly, every single hostage collapses into a deep slumber. Even Bat's little mascot cannot resist the power, stumbles and collapses on the floor. With failing vision, it desperately tries to fight off the sleep. Meanwhile, Reaper stands in the quiet hall, looking around in complete confusion. What on earth is happening, and why is everyone asleep? Reaper wonders. Meanwhile, Baron calmly clenches his fist, muttering that it is time to see what he is planning. A dense, dark blue energy erupts around Baron, unleashing pressure so intense the room feels ready to burst. Seeing his hostages pass out en masse, Reaper screams in a fury, asking what he just did to them. He needs them alive and unharmed, so he swings his scythe, commanding his underlings to kill the man. The monsters roar in obedience and charge maniacally at Baron, weapons raised. Baron coldly watches the enemy close in from all directions. In one flash, he shatters the ground, crushing his opponents beneath his feet with overwhelming, raw force. Seeing their weapons glow with a fierce red heat, Baron wonders if these bastards can actually manipulate demonic energy. He scoffs with deep disdain, thinking that using such basic power is nothing impressive at all. He knows demonic energy is incredibly destructive, so their desire to use it is expected. Still, he casually remarks that power obtained too easily always comes with a terrible price. The surrounding monsters mock him, wondering what he is muttering about. They guess he might just be praying for a quick, painless death. Baron raises his hand, cloaked in a blazing purple demonic aura, growling a warning. "Listen up, trash. Lesser demonic energy will always bow to a far superior force." With a roar, the monsters lunge from every angle. They scream that regret is useless now, and if he had just stayed quiet, he would have lived. Calling him a fool, they charge, but Baron remains perfectly still. He coldly barks that they are way too noisy. The monsters widen their eyes in sheer panic, unable to comprehend why their weapons are frozen solid, locked in place by an invisible force. Seeing their helplessness, Baron flashes a wicked grin, remarking that this is more like it. Reaper frantically orders his men to kill him, but Baron just mockingly scoffs. "It is completely useless, you idiot. Your orders will not work anymore." Trembling in absolute shock, the Reaper demands to know what Baron did to his minions. Baron looks down on him with utter contempt. "How can you use demonic power and still be this clueless?" he asks, adding that he is both ugly and stupid. His eyes glow as he threatens the idiot. Reaper swings his scythe, screaming at him to shut up. He lunges forward in a rage, claiming he can easily handle this old man alone. Baron's dark gaze turns incredibly threatening. "Then bring it on. You are getting annoying," Baron challenges. Right then, an unimaginable turn of events leaves Reaper completely frozen in disbelief. His loyal minions suddenly turn on him. The monster Halo trembles as he points his sword at his master, making Reaper roar in anger. The minion can only beg for forgiveness under an invisible control. He begs his master for forgiveness, crying that his body is moving on its own as the monsters violently turn on their boss. Reaper panics, screaming at them to stop, but they can only weep. Their bodies refuse to listen, and desperate pleas to stop echo through the chamber during the brutal assault. "Look at that face." Baron smirks as the guy gets torn apart by his own soldiers. Reaper stares in absolute horror, completely losing his mind. Realizing he is done for, Reaper collapses under his clawing minions, groaning in agonizing pain. Witnessing this miserable sight, Baron casually remarks that he does not mind this amusing show at all. His eyes glow as he looks at his terrified, bloodied opponent. Baron coldly notes that he is actually pretty good at this. The monsters keep striking, completely subduing the helpless Reaper. Brutal slashes rain down in a frenzy of betrayal and failure, sealing a tragic end under sharp blades. For Baron, wiping out his enemies is the single most satisfying feeling in the world. Watching the ridiculous spectacle unfold, Baron mockingly laughs. He asks if they agree, suggesting they all join in on the fun together. A dense purple aura explodes around Baron as he coldly orders the clown to keep dancing. But quickly losing interest in the spectacle, Baron suddenly changes his mind, commanding them to just kill him right now. Under the Demon King's absolute pressure, the beasts tear each other apart in a bloody frenzy. Agonized screams fill the hall while Baron stands with crossed arms, looking down at the wreckage with pure disgust. How pathetic, Baron sneers. Driven to total madness, Reaper suddenly swings his scythe in a brutal arc of blood, instantly wiping out all the minions around him. Laughing like a psycho as blood splatters across his body, Reaper stares intently at his stained hands, inhaling deeply with intense excitement. Yes, this is exactly it. This feeling and this scent, he claims, declaring that taking a life is the absolute best thing in the world. Meanwhile, a crawling minion named Alera desperately tries to explain himself. He begs his master to believe him, explaining he threw his weapon away because it was controlled. Glancing down, Reaper roars that he is sick of his voice and tells Alera to die. Without hesitation, he executes his most loyal servant. Still unsatisfied, the Reaper turns his bloodlust onto the remaining survivors. He screams at Bianca, calling her ugly and declaring he never wants to see her face again. Next, he swings his scythe toward Gloria, shouting that he hates her name. Reaper's eyes glow a wicked, demonic red as he roars at the survivors. You too, and even you. I don't need any of you. Reaper stands tall in the center of the hall, surrounded by the corpses of the very army he just personally wiped out. Baron looks at the madman and smirks, noting how insane he is. Reaper roars back in pure fury, who asks him, "Shut your mouth! Can't you see I'm having a blast here?" Standing amidst the brutal carnage, he cackles with pure satisfaction. Finally, he got his wish of wiping out his incredibly annoying underlings once and for all. With wide, bloodshot eyes, he clutches his face in sheer ecstasy. Trust me, this guy is completely off his rocker, screaming for more bodies because living people just annoy him too much. Reaper madly rants that seeing his men alive just makes him sick. He shrieks in a twisted, unstable voice, "I absolutely hate seeing anyone left alive in this entire land." He glares at Baron, demanding if he agrees that they are all better off dead. All around them, the hall lies in total ruin, littered with helpless bodies unable to fight back. Watching this completely absurd display, Baron claps with heavy sarcasm. Truly a wonderfully brainless show. He calmly remarks that for a piece of trash like Reaper, that performance was actually somewhat passable. His blood-dripping scythe radiates a suffocating, lethal aura. Suddenly, Reaper lunges forward, pressing the cold blade right against Baron's neck. "Now, human, you are the only one left." Staring down the death god, Baron shows zero fear. Instead, a sinister smirk plays on his lips as he coldly replies, "You are also the last one left standing." Meanwhile, in another room, Bathory screams in absolute panic as her magic orb suddenly goes pitch black. She cries out in despair because this incredibly expensive treasure of hers just broke down mid-fight. A sharp, deafening screech of metal rings out. Standing in the middle of the carnage, he coldly declares that only one of them will make it out alive. His face twists with sick excitement as he madly cackles. "But you know what? I love it. Since you are stronger, you actually resist my control." Facing this total insanity, Baron just smirks with pure arrogance. He mockingly wonders how many cheap tricks a piece of trash like Reaper has. Baron thoughtfully notes, "You do not look like a typical mage. Are you just some low-tier necromancer?" Triggered by those words, Reaper suddenly twitches and shrieks in absolute fury, "Who are you calling a mage?" Amidst the flurry of deadly strikes, Baron calmly wipes a speck of dust off his face. Meanwhile, Reaper's eyes bulge as he relives a dark, traumatic memory. He collapses to the floor, clutching his head and sobbing, "Mom, please, I do not want to study. I hate studying so much." Baron coldly cuts him off. "Cut the nonsense. There are far more interesting things to do." But the death god remains trapped in his hallucination, weeping and begging, "Mom, please do not hit me. It hurts." Glaring with intense killing intent, Reaper screams, "Get out." Watching him lose his mind, Baron thinks fighting a lunatic is actually pretty fun, and asks if he has any other neat tricks to show. Reaper cackles like a maniac, swearing to wipe that smug grin off Baron's face. Spreading his arms, his glowing red eyes flare with raw dark energy as he screams with absolute authority, "Arise. You foolish, ignorant souls. I shall grant you my ultimate blessing right now." From deep beneath the earth, hideous, skeletal hands claw their way up, answering the call of the Master of Darkness. The snarling undead obey, fusing and piling on top of each other into a grotesque, towering mass of flesh. Watching this bizarre horror, Baron casually asks, "What is this supposed to be? Are you trying to commit suicide?" Agonizing groans echo through the rubble as his underlings bitterly regret not knocking out their own teeth before being sacrificed for this horrifying wicked spell. The newly undead roar in shock as they revive with overwhelming amplified power. They are amazed to find their minds perfectly clear, hailing this as a divine blessing from Reaper. Baron smirks, highly intrigued. Oh ho, he notes that not even in the Demon King's castle has anyone mastered such high-level necromancy. He raises his voice to praise him. "I must admit, your skills are quite fascinating. This soul-guiding ability is pretty impressive." Reaper madly orders his monsters to attack, and they surge forward like a tidal wave. But Baron simply waves his hand, unleashing a devastating beam of purple magic. In the blink of an eye, Baron teleports right in front of Reaper and grabs him by the neck. The petrified death god gasps, "Huh?" Baron coldly snarls, "I am tired of playing with these low-class toys." Channeling suffocating magic pressure into his palm, he firmly commands, "Hand over your memories, then get lost." A dark purple energy forcefully tears a memory orb right out of Reaper's mind. Instantly, a brutal vision of the Highland Forest massacre unfolds, filled with raging fire and desperate screams. In this tragic memory, Bathory stands dead silent as the massive inferno consumes the entire mountain forest. Standing nearby, Reaper cackles with twisted delight. Absolutely touching. I am so glad I took the time to drop by. Seeing Bathory's gloomy, silent face, he mockingly teases her without end. Haha, what's wrong? Haven't found it yet? How disappointing. Finding him incredibly annoying, Bathory snaps and barks, "Shut your mouth." Reaper just acts fake scared, mocking her even more. Staring into the raging flames, Bathory's eyes burn with fierce determination as she vows, "I will find it no matter what." Reaper casually agrees, claiming it's necessary for their organization's grand dream. In the hazy spiritual realm, a mysterious entity whispers that they can clearly feel the presence of Ben's child, the last surviving heir of the ancient clan. Meanwhile, back in reality, Baron relentlessly forces these memories out. Reaper screams in pure, excruciating agony as his mind is violated. Having gathered all the vital information, Baron coldly lets go of him and, "I see." A sinister smile creeps onto the Demon King's face as he completely unravels their enemy's plot. "So you are hunting the ancient clan's descendant, are you?" Meanwhile, back at the academy, Ronia is sobbing, terrified for her parents' safety. Seeing her friend so utterly devastated, Celine tries to comfort her, saying the teachers promised everything would be fine. Ronia snaps, wiping her tears in frustration. "What do you mean? They were kidnapped by terrorists." Unable to comprehend Celine's calm attitude, she fiercely demands, "Did you forget? My parents are not the only ones who got taken. Your own father was kidnapped too. How can you not be worried?" Completely opposite to her panic, Celine just scratches her head and laughs with total confidence. Honestly, her reaction here is priceless, cheerfully claiming her dad will be fine because he is an old hero. But then she suddenly remembers her father's strict warning to keep his past a complete secret. Terrified of his angry face, she shivers and repeats her vow. "Dad, I promise I won't tell anyone." To cover up her slip of the tongue, Celine stammers and awkwardly changes the subject to needing the bathroom. Ronia is left completely speechless. Shaking it off, she grabs her staff. "Whatever, I am leaving." Seeing her walk away, Celine quickly chases after, begging to go along, but she gets instantly shut down. Ronia points out she already has Roman's support and warns Celine not to become a useless burden. Ignoring the rejection, Celine clings tightly to her friend, whining and begging her to change her mind. But as they argue, they both freeze upon seeing their other friends already waiting for them nearby. "Whoa, you scared us." Standing there silently like a bunch of ghosts. It turns out Chloe, Sinfight, and Roman already figured out exactly what they were planning. Chloe smirks in triumph. "See? Told you so." Sinfight chimed in, claiming they knew those two would never sit still. Celine and Ronia are completely taken aback to see the entire squad gathered and ready to go. With a serious look, Chloe tells Ronia she knew there was no changing her mind, so they decided to join this dangerous rescue mission together. Moved by their incredible support, tears well up in Ronia's eyes. She firmly declares all right. Together, the group raises their weapons high, fully prepared to storm the terrorists' hideout and save their families. Celine smiles brightly, leading the charge with an excited shout. "Let us go, everyone." Back at the academy, Knight Commander Yen Bediger slams his hand onto the table in absolute fury, demanding to know what those bastards are actually plotting. Subordinate reports that the terrorists still haven't made a single demand, and sneers in total disgust. Taking innocent hostages for absolutely no reason is just sickening. Are they taking them just for some sick amusement? Even Headmaster Musat loses his cool, slamming the table and shouting that their motives don't even matter anymore. Coach Grave nods in agreement, but inside he's trembling with fear because he knows Demon King Baron is trapped in there too. Musat decisively declares that their most urgent task is to confirm the safety of the parents and rescue them, since standing around here talking is just a massive waste of time. Hero Representative Van Leonhardt speaks up, suggesting that he should personally break in to rescue the hostages himself. Musat immediately rejects the idea, fearing a solo move will provoke the terrorists into slaughtering everyone instantly. Grave breaks into a cold sweat, knowing the Demon King will definitely obliterate everyone if angered. But Van remains extremely cold. He believes they must act before the enemy gets a chance to kill them. Headmaster Musat looks at Van and remarks that he's still just as stubborn as he was back when he was a student at the academy. Van just chuckles, saying the compliment makes him a bit embarrassed, but then his eyes suddenly turn terrifyingly sharp and cold. He firmly declares he will absolutely never compromise or negotiate with terrorists. He coldly states that hesitating just because they might lose a few hostages is not their style, then turns to ask what Headmaster Musat thinks of this ruthless perspective. This guy is seriously cold-blooded, sacrifice a few to save the rest. Would you go along with a ruthless plan like that? Leonhardt coldly insists that during a major crisis, they cannot hesitate over the safety of a few hostages. That heartless line leaves Headmaster Musut completely shocked, repeating it in pure fury, a few hostages? He firmly asserts that he is the one in charge here, ordering Van to obey him. They will draw up multiple backup plans immediately before the enemy moves. Even if I follow orders due to rank, I will never negotiate with terrorists. But their tense debate is suddenly cut short as a female staff member rushes in, out of breath. She whispers something in Headmaster Musat's ear, causing his face to go completely pale as he yells out in shock, "A few students actually left on their own without permission?" Coach Grave breaks into a cold sweat, hearing that the students, desperately worried for their parents, went to rescue them themselves. Meanwhile, Van Leonhardt sighs in annoyance, muttering that these kids have too much free time to do something so incredibly foolish. He rushes forward, grabbing the staff member's shoulders and demanding to know which students did this. This sudden outburst highly irritates Van, who silently curses the guy for interrupting him, wondering who he even is. Flustered, she reveals that 6 students have vanished. That is a pretty big group of troublemakers. Man, I really hope the names she is about to read aren't the ones we are all thinking of. But that hope is completely shattered as she lists them off: Ronia, Simber, Roman, Chloe, San, and Celine, too. Hearing Celine's name, Coach Grave looks toward the distant academy, barely able to gasp in sheer horror. We are doomed. Baron coldly reaches out, letting dark purple magic wrap around Reaper's head to force an information extraction. He sneers, "Did you really think erasing a few memories would stop me from reading them?" Reaper screams in agonizing despair as his mind is brutally invaded. Baron declares he will easily recognize Benu's child. They are searching for the very moment he lays eyes on them. Even completely overpowered, Reaper frantically threatens to hunt down and end his opponent's life. The Demon King's expression hardens as he coldly fires back, "You are talking to a dead man. How incredibly boring. Time to die." A massive bolt of purple lightning crashes down, leaving the Reaper barely enough time to shriek in pure agony before being completely vaporized. "Now go join your trash friends in hell." Reaper's lifeless body collapses onto the ruined floor. Baron casually brushes off his hands, plotting his next move as he looks around the hall filled with piles of dead monsters. He figures cleaning up this mess is the outsider's job and doesn't want to waste another second worrying about it. Although he could easily leave using teleportation, Baron is worried about drawing the military's attention, which feels like a total hassle. As he walks and processes his thoughts, he accidentally steps on a minion's corpse, suddenly recalling the monsters mentioning a secret escape tunnel they had pre-dug. Instantly, a massive earth-shattering explosion erupts right in the middle of the lush green forest, sending flocks of terrified birds scattering in panic amid the roaring flames. Stepping out of the secret tunnel, Baron casually lifts the small monster that helped him dig his way out. He smirks in praise. "Even a tiny worm has its uses. You did a pretty good job digging." Looking at the creature trembling in worry for its master, Baron coldly announces that he already ended that bastard Reaper. He mocks its loyalty. "How pathetic, crying over your master and his leftover ashes. Whatever, you can meet him in the afterlife." Right after Baron ruthlessly tosses the defeated creature aside, might as well let it serve its master in the next world. Standing deep in the forest, Baron looks toward the academy towering on the horizon, telling himself to hurry back since Celine must be worried sick about her dad. He begins daydreaming about his daughter, crying tears of joy, throwing herself into his arms and never letting go. The Demon King's face suddenly lights up with absolute fatherly bliss. Excited, he launches into the sky like an arrow, letting out a roar that echoes across the heavens. "Daddy is coming home. Keep dreaming, old man." She's probably making a face right now, not shedding a single tear. Meanwhile, under the dense forest canopy, Celine's group is stealthily embarking on their rescue mission. Shinfight leads the group through the thick brush with intense focus. Celine is completely thrilled, singing out loud in excitement about this grand adventure. Seeing her friend's recklessness, Ronia worriedly questions whether sneaking off to follow the teachers is taking things way too far. Celine instantly brushes her off, unable to stop marveling at everything around them. "Look, Syl is so cool." Suddenly, Shinfight freezes, looking ahead and firmly declaring that they have found their target right here. Celine's group has successfully reached the target zone. With everything so quiet, Celine wonders if they should just stand around doing nothing. Chloe immediately warns her that if they rush in, the hostages will be put in serious danger. So they need to scout the area and plan carefully. Meanwhile, Ronia is still piggybacking on Roman's back, feeling relieved that the group managed to get this far without being spotted. Roman awkwardly asks if she should get down now. Celine points toward the tents ahead, but they quickly realize they cannot go that way, wondering if there is some other route they can use to infiltrate. These brats really do not know what fear is. Shinfight quickly speaks up, apologizing to the group as he notices that the spirits around them have suddenly become incredibly strange. Celine curiously asks what's so strange about them. Looking up at the tree branches, the spirits are trembling in absolute terror from an invisible pressure that just swept through. Shinfight figures this must be a form of powerful magic cloaking the entire area. Celine repeats it in surprise, but despite the tense situation, she suddenly lets out an awkward laugh. She confesses that talking about all this heavy stuff is making her hungry, suggesting they grab a bite to eat. Ronia snaps in absolute fury, yelling, "Are you seriously thinking about food right now? Even a stray dog wouldn't be this relaxed." On the contrary, Roman actually agrees, saying a good meal before going into battle is a smart move, which only infuriates Ronia even more. Celine's stomach starts growling loudly and she whines because she cannot handle this agonizing hunger, but Chloe firmly tells her to face reality. Come on, you need food to get things done. Starving to death is no joke. Suddenly, Celine stops in her tracks and starts sniffing around. She keeps sniffing so much that Ronia wonders if she is actually a dog. Celine thoughtfully remarks that this smell is incredibly familiar, just like the scent of her own home. Ronia turns to ask the others what Celine is babbling about, but even Shinfight can only shake his head in despair. Unable to hold back any longer, Ronia snaps with a threatening glare. If Celine kept blabbering about food for one more second, her friend was ready to beat her up on the spot. Then, Celine suddenly pointed at a tiny opening in the bushes, curiously asking if that was actually some kind of doggy door. The whole group gathered to inspect the entrance of a hidden tunnel that had just been revealed behind the thick bushes. Suddenly, Celine remembered something and asked if Ronia had ever mentioned this place before. Staring down at the strange hole they found in the middle of the woods, Ronia couldn't help but wonder why on earth it was even here. Celine admitted she didn't know either, though she did notice a remarkably familiar scent drifting out. Prompted by Ronia's curiosity, Celine began sniffing around the area like a hound. Then comes a totally unexpected turn when she casually drops a bombshell. She claims it smells exactly like a toilet. A classic flashback shows a little Celine pounding on the door, yelling at her dad for taking way too long in the bathroom. Back then, Demon King Baron could only sweat bullets while nervously making excuses. Snapping back to the present, Celine confidently declared that whenever her dad finished doing his business, it always ended up smelling exactly like this. Ronia was left totally speechless by that bizarre comparison, while Sinfight just stuttered in pure confusion, having absolutely no idea how to respond. But right at that moment, San's expression turned grim as she felt a freezing, murderous aura rapidly closing in on them. While Sinfight was still rambling about not being a translator, San moved like lightning. She lunged forward, slamming Celine and the rest of the group down into the dirt and fallen leaves just as a massive impact shook the ground. An irritated Ronia immediately snapped, demanding to know what the heck San was doing. San quickly covered her mouth, gesturing for everyone to stay absolutely silent as she caught sight of a mysterious figure looming in the shadows. Sinfight was trembling with fear as he lay flat on the ground, quietly telling Celine that the local spirit seemed slightly less terrified now. He let out a soft sigh of relief, sensing that the overwhelming mana suffocating the forest was finally starting to fade. No matter how she looked at it, Ronia was absolutely certain that something truly horrifying had just taken place, but sadly, it already seemed far too late to change anything. Suddenly, Celine got up and quietly began walking forward. Sinfight panicked, shouting for her to stop because of the danger, but she kept going anyway. And now look at this, a shocking, gruesome scene opens up right before them. Lying motionless beneath the dead leaves was the carcass of a grotesque creature. Ronia gasped, covering her mouth in shock as she realized that the terrifying mana they felt earlier was radiating directly from this very beast. This thing wasn't human, it was a ghoul. Sinfight asked about it with a shaky, terrified voice, but Celine, always thinking about food, hilariously misheard ghoul as honey, instantly killing the tense vibe. In reality, ghouls are terrifying monsters that necromancers create from lifeless corpses. Although they look somewhat human, they have completely lost their minds and any shred of humanity. The only thing driving them is a relentless, ravenous hunger. Staring down at the hideous creature, Celine felt a strange sense of familiarity, as if it reminded her of someone she knew. Familiar? Are you kidding me? Personally, I would have run away instantly. Celine wondered aloud if this creature was an enemy, casually poking the corpse with her sword and noting it seemed to have been dead for a while. Seeing his friend act so incredibly reckless, Sinfight quickly warned Celine to be careful. Since ghouls are basically undead, it is always extremely difficult to tell if they are truly gone for good. However, San confidently declared that this ghoul was definitely dead. She pointed out that even for an undead monster, survival was absolutely impossible after taking such an absurd amount of devastating damage. Looking at the completely mangled corpse, San noted that whoever did this wanted to make absolutely sure these ghouls could never regenerate. Even though the scene was a total mess, Chloe decided to perform a purification ritual. Placing her hand gently on her holy cross, she proudly declared that putting undead souls to rest was her exact specialty as a priestess. With a powerful shout, Chloe channeled her holy mana into her hands, promising to guide this soul to Iran as fast as possible. Just like the Demon King said, taking out the trash was never his job anyway. A burst of blinding light erupted as Chloe slammed her purification magic into the earth, sending dust flying everywhere. Once she finished, she quietly knelt down, offering a gentle prayer for the poor soul to find peace in heaven. Watching this dramatic display, a clueless Celine asked if using holy magic was even necessary. Chloe immediately fired back that without holy energy, getting into heaven was strictly impossible, it is just the law. Celine completely missed the point and came to her own wild conclusion, so all I have to do is smash their heads open. I can totally do that, Ronia sighed, calling her an idiot and begging her to stop thinking about food for once. Chloe spotted a few more bodies nearby and asked the group to wait while she purified them too. Meanwhile, standing before a dark, ominous cave entrance, Celine curiously asked where these strange holes actually led. Roman explained that these were definitely escape tunnels dug by the ghouls leading down to their secret chamber. When Celine blankly asked if they just enjoyed digging, Ronia couldn't help but scream and call her a massive dummy. Oh my god, why don't you go ask the ones who dug it then? While Chloe was busy purifying the rest of the souls, Celine pouted, feeling pretty hurt because Ronia always seemed to lose her temper only with her. Roman thoughtfully revealed that the kidnappers had used teleportation magic to infiltrate the secret chamber. He figured the Hero Association wouldn't just sit back, and the enemy must have already anticipated their response. He suspected they prepared an escape route just in case, asking Celine for her thoughts while San leaned down to inspect one of the corpses. San quietly murmured not necessarily before suddenly spotting something strange on a black cloak. Looks like we've got a clue. Peeling back the fabric, she saw a bright red rose emblem, confirming these guys belonged to the Dark Church. Celine started sniffing around again, proudly declaring that after another good whiff, this was definitely her house's signature toilet smell. Roman pondered quietly, realizing that if his theory held true, this tunnel would lead directly to the secret room. Even if they had no idea why the ghouls were dead, it was still a great sign, making Ronia's face light up. She clenched her fists in sheer excitement, knowing this was a golden opportunity to sneak into the secret chamber completely unnoticed. Still, Roman remained extremely cautious. He looked at San, warning that if the Hero Association was clueless about this tunnel, they couldn't count on any backup if things went south. Roman suggested they should report this find to the guild first, and Ronia agreed that having extra help would be best. But the moment she pictured her parents trapped right under their noses, Ronia grit her teeth with fierce determination. She firmly declared she wouldn't waste this chance and made up her mind. I am going in, Ronia said, looking at San to see if she wanted to tag along. San gave a silent nod, her eyes cold but completely resolute as she agreed that if the Dark Church was involved, she would gladly risk her life. I don't know if high risk brings high reward here, but going rogue like this is incredibly dangerous. Ronia just offered a bright smile. She proudly declared that she wouldn't blame anyone if they were too scared of being ambushed and wanted to turn back. Inspired by her bravery, Celine refused to be left out. She slung her massive greatsword over her shoulder and vowed to stop hiding in the back. Chloe stepped forward too, noting that the secret chamber would definitely be crawling with ghouls, and her duty as a priestess was to release them from their endless suffering as quickly as possible. She reasoned that if they backed out to report, the enemy might notice the tunnel, ruining their only chance to rescue the hostages. Sinfight, despite his deep anxiety, finally steeled his resolve too. He believed the gods would watch over them. Standing before the dark cavern that pulsed with an ominous crimson aura, Roman asked hesitantly if she was absolutely sure about going inside. Celine cheered excitedly, shouting that she wanted to go in too. Even though she admitted she had no clue what San and Ronia were discussing, she knew the enemy was waiting inside. Ronia just told her to get out of the way. Meanwhile, Roman let out a heavy sigh, accepting they had no other choice. He told Ronia to stay close behind him for protection, but she stubbornly insisted she could handle herself. Celine proudly shouted that they would rescue everyone and crush whatever evil plot those scoundrels had. Honestly, she is surprisingly brave, even if she is a bit of a daydreamer. Meanwhile, Gabe dashes through the woods like a lightning bolt, swearing up a storm at these troublesome kids. Celine's reckless stunt is driving him absolutely crazy. Why on earth can she not just sit still for a single second? He knows that even the slightest push makes Celine totally unpredictable. Now he can already picture the terrifying Demon King Baron, finding out that his precious daughter has thrown herself right into danger. He imagines the Demon King with glowing red eyes, roaring about a breached protection contract and threatening to make him pay a horrific price. He absolutely has to find Celine right now before he gets eaten alive by that monster. He remembers Baron sobbing while hugging Celine tight, telling her she can always come back home if she ever wants to quit being a hero and that he will wait with her favorite food. You know she just laughed it off, right? But Gabe knows for a fact that the Demon King will break every bone in his body if he loses track of her. Fortunately, he secretly placed a tracking spell on her badge. He shudders to think what would happen otherwise, and now he is racing against time to drag her back to the academy. Honestly, dealing with a troublesome kid like this is going to shave years off his life. Gabe stops dead in his tracks in the deep forest. He spots a highly suspicious cave entrance. Stunned, he wonders why such a blatant hiding spot is just sitting out here in the open. Looking closely, this is no human structure. It reeks of death. Seeing the scattered corpses of flesh-eating ghouls, he instantly realizes these monsters were used as manual labor to dig a secret escape tunnel. But what truly terrifies him is his tracking charm pointing directly inside. His face goes completely pale, praying to the heavens that Celine and her friends did not do something incredibly stupid. He realizes this tunnel likely leads straight into the villa. He silently curses Musat and the scouting team for completely failing to spot this sooner. The thought of Baron finding out his daughter is in danger makes him shudder. He can already see the Demon King's furious face as he threatens to banish an absolute failure who cannot even babysit a single kid. In absolute panic, Gave yells out a curse and resolves to stop Celine at all costs. Talk about bad karma. He must have owed her a fortune in a past life to deserve this torment. Dashing into the dark tunnel, he desperately begs the gods to keep her from going any deeper. Meanwhile, inside that damp, pitch-black cave, Celine's group is stealthily making their way forward. Roman is still carrying Ronia on his back, grumbling and asking when she will finally get off. They carefully scan the gloomy surroundings for any signs of the enemy. Walking further, Celine looks at the ancient stone walls and declares they have reached their destination. This place looks just like an underground archive. To make sure they are safe, she turns to Sinfai and asks if he can get the spirits to check what is behind that door. Sinfai agrees immediately and tells everyone to give him a second. He kneels, focusing his mind to begin the spiritual communication ritual. Glowing green magic circles appear as tiny spirits materialize. Sinfai gently entreats them, asking if they can do him a quick favor and let him share their vision so he can see what is waiting ahead. Instantly, the spirits scatter through the dark underground corridors, flying right past Roman, Celine, and San to head straight forward. Their visual feedback begins streaming directly into Sinfai's mind. The tiny spirits fly through the gloomy stone halls, floating up a flight of stairs toward a massive wooden door. As the door opens, a terrifying sight greets them inside a grand hall. Tons of hostages are slumped across the floor, completely unconscious. Suddenly, Sinfai's eyes widen in sheer horror and he cries out in absolute agony. His heart drops at the sight of his blue-haired mother lying there motionless. Ronia crosses her arms, noting that their location is finally confirmed. They are right underneath the villa. Celine smugly points out that she called it from the very start. Clenching her fists in excitement, she eagerly asks how many enemies are waiting up there. But Sinfai remains completely frozen in tense anxiety. He asks everyone to wait while he takes a closer look. After observing through the eyes of the spirits, Sinfai is stunned to report that he cannot see a single soul. Can you believe her reaction here? Celine gasps in utter disbelief. Nobody? Not even a single guard? She actually wonders if the enemy just packed up and moved. Sinfai maintains that he sees absolutely zero sign of the enemy nearby. Roman anxiously asks about the other areas of the mansion, but Sinfai reports the upper floors are completely deserted too. Though he has not checked every single corner yet, there is likely no threat at all. Celine sighs in relief, silently thanking the goddess Iren for keeping them safe. But almost immediately she looks quite disappointed because she really wanted to test her swordsmanship after training so hard with Coach Grab. Ronia instantly corrects her, reminding her it is actually Master Gave, not Grab. Roman remains deep in thought, finding it extremely bizarre that hostages are held here without a single guard in sight. Cannot help but wonder if this is actually a trap. Ronia proudly declares she is not afraid of traps, prompting Roman to sarcastically reply that is only because she has never been caught in one and he always ends up cleaning up her messes. When Celine talks about unity, Roman reminds her to tell that to the person actually doing the heavy lifting. Checking thoroughly, Sinfai reports that based on what he sees, the place has no traps on any doors. He assures them that everything is safe and confidently steps out of the secret passage. With no enemies left, they can walk with their chests held high. Celine happily leads the way. So all we have to do now is see what is up there. She waves her sword, urging her companions to hurry forward and explore the villa. They step right into the main hall. The group is stunned by the sight of hostages scattered across the floor. Sinfai cries out in shock and rushes over to hug his unconscious mother in absolute desperation. Celine looks around, completely baffled as to why there are zero enemies in sight. While San notes that the hostages are the only ones here, Celine realizes they are still alive and seemingly just fast asleep. She panics upon spotting her own dad sleeping soundly in the middle of the hall, wondering where on earth the enemies went. Ronia suddenly pipes up, sarcastically asking if they all left to use the restroom. Since Celine has been complaining that this place smells exactly like her bathroom back home, she takes Ronia's joke as a sign of genius and immediately runs off, sword in hand, to search. Even though Ronia screams at her not to actually go, Celine is too busy chasing down that familiar scent to care. She runs around shouting, determined to find the source of the odor. But where is the bathroom anyway? Ronia snaps back in frustration, telling her to actually use her brain for once. Just then, San spots something highly unusual and calls everyone over to look. She kneels to examine the dark, scattered stains on the floor. Roman curiously asks what she found, and San points directly at the marks, explaining that this is definitely the aftermath of a fierce battle. Roman wonders in surprise if they fought among themselves. Ronia instantly guesses that the enemies ended up wiping each other out before their real fight could even begin. But San quickly shuts that theory down. She believes that while those awful scumbags from the Dark Lands are complete trash, they are definitely not foolish enough to commit mass suicide. Exactly, who captures hostages just to commit suicide? Nobody is that crazy. Chloe turns to San, asking if she has any other theories about what really went down here. San nods, her expression growing dead serious. She admits she has a theory but is not completely sure yet. In a quiet voice, she reveals that someone else was here. Hearing this, Celine jumps up in a wild mix of excitement and fear. A real enemy? She quickly scans the area and shouts, demanding to know where this formidable opponent is hiding. Chloe snaps at her, clarifying that they are not talking about an active threat. San explains that every single enemy in this place was actually wiped out by one sole individual. Looking closely at the tracks left behind, she deduces they were not killed by a standard sword, but rather by some strangely shaped blade. Could it be a giant scythe? Roman is honestly blown away by San's pretty sharp reasoning here. San modestly explains she picked up these skills back in her hometown, where everyone had to stay alert against constant beast attacks. Meanwhile, Celine is somehow still as hyper as ever, eagerly pressing to find out exactly where this formidable enemy is. Why is she always so full of energy? San just silently points her finger straight ahead right there. The moment she spots the target, Celine's fighting spirit instantly catches fire. Wait, check this out. She draws her sword and boldly declares she will take him down with a single strike. But the second she gets close, she just stands there, utterly speechless. Lying completely still before her is the corpse of Reaper, with a faint soul slowly drifting out. Celine asks blankly, is it really this guy? San nods to confirm, sensing a heavy wave of demonic energy still lingering around him. Chloe agrees, noting that while tracking is not her specialty, she can still tell this beast once held terrifying power. She wonders what kind of monster could be strong enough to completely obliterate someone with such immense demonic energy. Celine shrieks in absolute disbelief. Wait, what? Does that mean he is actually dead already? Ronia snaps in annoyance, you dummy. Can you not see the obvious for yourself? He is completely dead. If he were not, we would be the ones dead right now. It is not like he is just taking a nap. Seriously, she's so dense. Haha. Stepping closer to Reaper's lifeless body, Celine repeatedly pokes him with her finger and asks, hey, are you really dead? Wake up. She wonders if he might rise again, just like those undead ghouls they had to fight. Ronia immediately crushes that theory, warning Celine to stop talking nonsense before she jinxes them. Meanwhile, Roman is lost in thought. This whole thing is incredibly bizarre, making him wonder who could possibly have the raw power to slay this leader. Out of nowhere, a pack of monsters climbs out from the basement, cheering excitedly our lord has returned, Lord of Death. The minions eagerly report that, just as ordered, they have finished digging a massive tunnel labyrinth beneath the villa. With this secret escape route, they are confident they will easily evade those pesky bastards from the Hero Association. These monsters let out a sigh of relief, proudly thinking their hard work finally paid off. Too bad their boss is not around to use it. Ha ha ha. But their celebration instantly turns into pure terror when they spot Celine casually resting her foot right on Reaper's head. The beasts completely freeze, their eyes practically popping out in sheer disbelief. Seeing their revered master being utterly desecrated, they scream in absolute fury, how dare you step on the sacred body of our Lord of Death. Brandishing their weapons wildly, the monsters roar that no matter how she snuck in here, they will absolutely never forgive her or her friends. San coldly draws her blade, instantly sensing the corrupt aura of the Dark Lands completely enveloping these beasts. Right in the middle of the tension, Celine suddenly gasps and yells, I knew it. She leaps high into the air and delivers a devastating blow straight to the monster's head, slamming him down hard. Completely thrilled, Celine boasts that her brilliant deduction was spot on. She turns to her friends with a bright smile and loudly declares, guys, look, they literally just came back from the bathroom. Is she serious? Oh my gosh, why does she keep saying they went to the restroom? They literally climbed out of the ground. She stands proudly amidst the heap of fallen monsters. Celine rests her massive sword on the ground, looking thoroughly disappointed as she pouts. Wait, was that really all? Watching her bizarre antics, Ronia grumpily asks what on earth she is babbling about with all this bathroom talk. Sardonically calling her a total lunatic, Ronia rolls her eyes. Chloe, keeping her cool, reasons that Celine is likely just overly sensitive to the demonic energy radiating from their foes. She whispers a quick prayer for their souls to rest in peace, while warning that other enemies might still be lurking nearby. Chloe urges everyone to quickly evacuate the hostages before this whole situation gets any worse. A nearby soldier watches them in quiet contemplation, recalling the rumors about rare individuals who possess an extraordinary sensitivity to specific types of magic. Staring at the massive hall packed with unconscious hostages, he wonders how on earth they can evacuate all these people in such a short amount of time. Suddenly, Instructor Gave bursts in, covered in sweat and gasping for breath after a frantic search. The moment he sees his students safe, he pants out, did you kids actually do all of this? Celine beams and happily shouts, look, it is Instructor Grapp, prompting Chloe to quickly correct her that his name is actually Gave. She explains that most of the enemies were already dead before they arrived. Gave stands completely frozen, cold sweat running down his face as he deduces the Demon King Baron must have stepped in first. He presses them to confirm, so there was really no sign of the enemy when you got here. Roman firmly confirms that is correct, except for a few ghouls that showed up later, which they easily handled. Gave lets out a sigh of relief, muttering how incredibly lucky it was that the Demon King and Celine's group missed each other. But right then, Gabe's expression turns incredibly serious as he realizes this entire situation is actually far from ideal. In his head, Gabe pictures an absolute nightmare scenario where Celine is surrounded by jaw-dropped reporters, all losing their minds over a young girl's legendary achievement, with praises echoing everywhere about the mysterious hero who saved the hostages. The Daily News would completely explode with sensational front-page headlines about a Hero Academy student single-handedly wiping out a massive villain threat and conquering the Dark Lands. In every local tavern, citizens would endlessly cheer for the promising new generation of warriors, firmly convinced the kingdom's future is brighter than ever. Man, his imagination is running absolutely wild right now. Gabe shudders as he pictures the Demon King Baron, flying into a blind rage, red eyes burning with bloodlust, ready to tear him to pieces if anything happened to Celine. He mutters to himself in sheer panic, things will definitely end up like that. I absolutely cannot let it happen. No matter what, I have to get this little troublemaker out of here. Frantically brainstorming, he calls out Celine. Instantly, Celine happily runs over from a distance, waving her hand and shouting, "Instructor Grap." Gabe snaps in fury and roars, "My name is not Grap, it is Gabe!" But then he catches himself, realizing this is absolutely not the time for pointless bickering. Celine suddenly snaps to attention and excitedly beams, "Now that I think about it, there is something I want to show you, instructor." And prepare yourself for this. To Gabe's absolute horror, she casually drags over the mangled corpse of the enemy leader and asks what she should do with his dead body. Gabe's eyes just bulge out in pure terror. He immediately barks, "We need to head back to the academy right now." But right then, a blinding explosion of light erupts, violently shaking the entire area. Seriously, who else is coming to crash this party? Rapid footsteps stomp through the rubble as the Hero Association forces finally storm the scene. A commander raises his sword and shouts, "Hero Association, put your hands up now." He yells to secure the hostages and avoid any casualties, but his words instantly die in his throat when he gets a good look at the room. The entire elite unit freezes in shock, realizing the crisis is already completely resolved, and the people standing amidst the wreckage are just a bunch of young students looking back at them blankly. Under the intense glare of the authorities, Celine's group can only blink with absolute innocence. Meanwhile, Instructor Gabe forces a tight, crying inside smile, screaming silently to himself in utter despair. Damn it. Why does the entire world feel like it is against me? Sometime later at the academy, Celine stands in her neat uniform, teary-eyed as she emotionally calls out, "Father, I missed you." At the same time, Demon King Baron strolls forward in a sleek suit, fully hyped up. He thinks to himself how shocked Celine will be to see him, but then he suddenly stops dead in his tracks, totally bewildered. He always thought of his daughter as a delicate little flower, but she is actually anything but that. Strolling calmly through a crowd of screaming, panicked people running for their lives, Baron just wonders what all the noise is about. An old man frantically runs past him, desperately shouting for him to get out of there right now if he wants to stay alive. When Baron demands to know what they are running from, the terrified elder reveals that bloodthirsty demons are running wild inside the academy. Baron just stands there, completely frozen in shock. Demons? Even as the old man keeps begging him to flee, the Demon King remains completely still, lost in thought in the middle of the empty street. He quietly wonders how on earth those low-tier demons dared to show their faces at the academy in broad daylight. But then, a terrifying wicked smile creeps onto the Demon King's face. Sensing the massive scale of the magic, his voice turns freezing cold with pure bloodlust. These bastards really have some nerve. Stamping his foot down, Baron takes off, marching straight toward the academy gardens with absolute purpose. Sneaking into the school to touch his precious daughter, they are as good as dead. Looking up at the towering academy building, Baron seethes with rage that someone actually dared to cause chaos right where Celine is studying. Then he stops dead in his tracks because, get this, something completely bizarre is unfolding right under his feet. A massive magic circle glowing with an eerie purple light starts expanding, sealing off the entire academy grounds. Baron instantly recognizes this as a highly dangerous wide-range summoning spell. Meanwhile, the mastermind behind the chaos is watching everything unfold through a crystal ball, laughing triumphantly because their evil plan is going perfectly according to schedule. Gritting his teeth in absolute fury, the Demon King lets out a low, menacing growl. Those absolute bastards. A terrifying wave of white demonic energy erupts violently around Baron as he vows to make them pay with their lives if they dare scratch even a single hair on Celine. Right on cue, a colossal shadow arm rips through the solid ground, crushing everything in its path with a deafening, monstrous roar. Baron's eyes glow with lethal intent as he glares at the massive threat rising right in front of him. This giant black hand has completely shattered the earth, sending debris flying everywhere in a chaotic mess. Leah and Parabin stand frozen in sheer terror at the monstrous sight. She panics and asks Parabin what that thing is. Watching from a safe distance, Baron Bentiger immediately realizes that this blackened ground reveals the true culprit behind the entire scheme. He silently mocks the pathetic excuse for a summoning ritual, wondering how they could be so incredibly sloppy. A dark, menacing smile appears on Baron's face as he prepares to deliver some swift and brutal punishment. They had a peaceful place to stay, but now they will never see their homeland again. Baron laughs in utter contempt. He realizes that after all that dramatic build-up, the only thing they managed to summon was a single arm of the ancient demon king, Gantara. To him, it is absolutely hilarious that they only brought back one useless arm of an old geezer who is already buried in the back room anyway. Looking at his own hands crackling with dark energy, Baron mutters that he originally planned to let them slide because this was so boring, but things have changed. A thick aura of dark purple magic erupts, wrapping around his body in a terrifying display. Faced with that overwhelming, crushing pressure, Leah and Paraben can do nothing but tremble in absolute dread. Baron's eyes flash a crimson red filled with murderous intent as he coldly warns them that if they ever pull a stunt like this again, he won't be gentle. Standing tall against Gantara's colossal arm, Baron unleashes a devastating, one-sided strike. The massive entity immediately begins to disintegrate under the weight of his absolute terrifying power. Baron coldly states that he will teach them the two biggest mistakes they made, and there won't be a second chance to fix them. He chuckles softly. Meanwhile, Leah and Paraben look up in utter despair, unable to comprehend how their perfect plan was ruined so easily. Paraben furiously screams to find out who dared to interfere with their operation. But when Leah finally catches a glimpse of his true face, she begins to shake, realizing she is looking at the legendary Demon King himself. You actually dared to lay a hand on my daughter. For him, that is more than enough reason to end their lives on the spot. An earth-shattering explosion erupts instantly, swallowing the entire area in a blinding dome of pure destruction. As the heavy smoke slowly clears, it reveals a ruined courtyard buried in shattered debris. The ancient Demon King's massive arm has shriveled into a dry husk, slowly crumbling to dust right beneath Baron's feet. Standing proudly amid the ruins, he coldly declares that he will accept their complete destruction as an apology. But suddenly Baron freezes as he hears the faint sound of people whispering nearby. Oh man, here's where it backfires. He lets out a panicked gasp, suddenly realizing the incredibly awkward situation he just got himself into. Back at the Academy main hall, soldiers and eyewitnesses are buzzing with gossip about how the entire enemy force was completely wiped out by an unknown hero. They look around in confusion, wondering how a bunch of rookie students could be the only ones left standing when every single demon lies dead on the ground. Celine and her friends can only stand there in awkward silence, completely baffled by this bizarre and sudden turn of events. Coach Gave strains his vocal cords, shouting at the students to keep their mouths shut until they get back to school. Inside, he is screaming in pure despair. After all, there is absolutely no way he can let the world know that the terrifying Demon King was the one who cleaned up this entire mess. Gave decides it is much better if everyone believes the kids pulled off this miracle themselves. He flashes a sly grin, thinking that since nobody actually witnessed the fight, they might as well just go with the flow. But Celine innocently interrupts him. Coach Gave immediately turns around, snapping at her to get his name right before ordering her to stay quiet, just like he told them to. Celine, however, refuses to back down, insisting that they cannot take credit for something they did not do. We only take credit for what we actually did, teacher. With eyes full of pure justice, Celine looks straight at her teacher and asks if a true hero is supposed to tell lies. Gave is completely speechless at her brutally honest, hero-like attitude, but he desperately tries to explain that they are not lying, just waiting for the right moment to reveal the truth. Even though Celine does not quite get his logic, she still nods her head and agrees to it. Gave chuckles to himself, knowing she is confused because he just made all of that up on the spot. Since Celine is still worried about doing the wrong thing, Coach Gave has to firmly order the entire squad to hold off on discussing it until they return. Suddenly, one of the knights stops in his tracks as he senses a massive wave of dark demonic energy. He realizes with absolute horror that this terrifying power is coming from the direction of the academy itself. Coach Gave turns completely pale with fright, shivering as he desperately prays in terror. The image of a smirking Baron flashes in his mind, making him whine in absolute despair. It has to be the Demon King again. No matter how cool the coach acts in front of his students, he completely shuts down when it comes to that terrifying man. Meanwhile, the grand army of knights marches loudly through the town streets until Celine suddenly pauses. She starts sniffing the air, catching a very familiar scent drifting by. Is this her dad's smell? Right at that moment, a loud shout echoes through the streets, ordering the entire army to halt. Spotting a group of exhausted citizens resting on the side of the road, a knight suggests they should ask them what is actually going on. He approaches an old man and politely asks what happened here. The moment the villagers spot the shining armor, they start cheering in joy, calling out that the legendary knights and heroes have finally arrived to save them. The elder quickly stands up and frantically explains the entire situation with wild, panicked gestures. After listening to the tale, Commander Van Leeuwenhart rubs his chin and mutters that he understands the situation now. While they were busy rescuing the hostages, the demon beasts regrouped and launched a surprise attack on the academy. Another soldier adds that a massive monster was summoned right inside the campus, but luckily the students managed to escape. Judging by the lingering traces of malice, Van Leeuwenhoek deduces that this was no ordinary beast, but a high-ranking demon. If a high-ranking demon is involved, then things must have gotten pretty messy here. A young soldier speaks up, pointing out that the old man described the summoned creature as just a single giant hand, which is a demon form he has never heard of. Sensing the doubt, Van Leeuwenhoek asks if the boy thinks his deduction is wrong. The young soldier turns pale, frantically waving his hands to deny it. The commander stresses that the real mystery lies in the fact that someone was strong enough to eliminate that demon before reinforcement could even arrive. Hearing this, Coach Gave stands behind them, breaking into a cold sweat as he trembles with fear. Van Leeuwenhoek quietly admits that whoever did this must possess an absolutely mind-blowing level of power to erase every trace of that dark energy. He wonders who could have pulled off such a feat, especially since both the Holy Knights and the Hero Association were fully deployed on the hostage rescue mission. In the middle of all the suspicion, it might actually be him. When Evan Leo persistently asked about the mysterious savior's true identity, the instructor began describing a tall, handsome man with pitch-black hair. Instantly, Celine squeals with pure excitement. Wow, that sounds exactly like my dad. Plus, I can even smell his scent around here. That innocent reveal completely triggers Gabe's panic. In his head, he's screaming that damn Demon King. What on earth did you just do? Oh my god, her imagination is running way too wild. Now, cut to the Demon King's castle and you won't believe how panicked Baron Benter is right now. While he hyperventilates, Luke rushes into the room to ask what's wrong. Poor guy, Baron still hasn't recovered his cool. Shaking, he admits to his loyal guard that something too terrifying to even think about almost went down. Hearing that someone dared to terrify his lord, Luke flies into a rage. Channeling dark magic into his hands, he roars, "How dare anyone frighten you, my lord? I'll hunt them down right now and drag them straight to hell." Suddenly, a terrifying pressure erupts from Baron, slamming Luke face first into the floor. The Demon King's eyes glow with lethal menace. He growls, "Out hell? Did you just say drag them to hell? What exactly were you planning to do to my precious Celine?" Shaking like a leaf, Luke quickly bows flat, begging for mercy. "I apologize. Your Majesty. My anger got the best of me. Seriously, touch his daughter and he'll erase you." Baron coldly warns Luke to treat this as a one-time slip-up, but warns him to watch his mouth whenever Celine's name comes up. He quietly reflects on just how close it was. His daughter almost saw him in his true demon form. Luke asks in utter disbelief if something bad happened to the young lady, and if his secret cover has finally been blown. Baron quickly denies it. No, he explains, because the moment he heard his daughter's voice from a mile away, he bolted. Seeing Luke's wide-eyed shock at the word bolted, Baron's face flushes bright red. He awkwardly clears his throat and corrects himself, claiming he made a strategic retreat. Luke mutters if those aren't literally the same thing, but Baron instantly snaps, "Shut your mouth." Baron then reflects on the annoying pests trying to summon the former Demon King Dantara at all costs. Stunned, Luke asks if that's the most cunning and wicked devil in history, and Baron solemnly confirms it. Furious, Luke argues that mere mortals couldn't possibly possess enough power to summon a former Demon King, and vows to hunt down the mastermind behind this. Baron coldly replies that it's obvious. Only a formidable player could pull that monster's arm back from the depths of hell. Staring out the window, Baron's voice drops, but there is an even bigger crisis right now. With blood still smudged on his face from earlier, Luke asks in confusion what could possibly be more important. After a tense silence, Baron snaps out of it and orders him to put things under tight surveillance. Bowing deeply, Luke hesitantly asks if there is anything specific his master wants him to look out for. Placing his hand against the window pane, Baron bitterly admits a brutal truth. "I destroyed Celine's academy." As Luke stammers in pure shock, the dramatic Demon King bursts into tears of absolute regret, crying over how a split-second slip of his power completely leveled his daughter's beloved school. He frantically panics, "I have to go comfort my sweet Celine right now. She must be absolutely devastated." Watching his master completely lose his mind, Luke can only stand there helplessly, wondering what kind of catastrophic event his lord actually caused. An accidental slip? Talk about a massive understatement. A few days later, Baron sits majestically on his throne, demanding to know what he's found. Luke steps forward and drops a newspaper on the desk with a shocking headline about the Academy's complete destruction. He reports that the Holy See has officially blamed the attack on the Dark Faction. Baron lets out a highly sinister laugh. "Well, look at that. The Church finally did something useful for once." He figures it makes perfect sense to let the dark side take the heat. Luke then adds that the Academy has started organizing outdoor practical classes for the students, leaving the curious Demon King rather intrigued. Luke explains that even though practical training was scheduled for later in the semester, the school's total collapse forced them to change plans. So they fast-tracked the schedule. Baron wonders if the kids are just left on their own, but Luke reassures him that their instructors will guide them, including the very teacher supervising Celine. Hearing the spectacular news, Baron grins with absolute delight. He chuckles warmly, "Haha, now that's what I call a win." Honestly, this dad is so obsessed with his daughter, it is actually hilarious. In his mind, he is already picturing sweet Celine happily begging him to cook her something delicious, absolutely thrilled that he gets to see her way more often now. Sitting at his desk, Baron's smirking with sheer satisfaction. Perfect. Just perfect. He begins daydreaming about watching over his sweet little girl at any given moment outside the academy. The Demon King bursts into joyous laughter, thinking this massive convenience is entirely thanks to the school being destroyed. He even jokes to himself that he should have blown it up sooner. Suddenly, Luke interrupts with a dead serious face, saying he has something critical to report. Before his subordinate can even query his actions, Baron snaps back coldly. That's quite offensive. Are you implying I did something wrong? Luke respectfully slides another newspaper onto the desk, begging his lord to forgive his boldness. Baron narrows his eyes regally. Very well, he permits him to speak. Luke starts by showering him with praise, calling him the most powerful monarch in demon history, the one true lord. He then points to the shocking headline. It reveals that a student's father was the savior who crushed the ancient demon at the academy. Luke is screaming internally, how on earth did the Supreme Demon King end up as a heroic champion of justice? The newspaper even prints a fake backstory for this legendary hero. Supposedly, he only ever wanted to be an ordinary father, but a tragic incident forced him to abandon his peaceful life. He chose the path of a warrior to save those in need, leaving everyone around him in awe, wondering if he really is the ultimate hero. For the sake of others, this brave man selflessly threw himself into danger, unleashing his mighty fists against the wicked demons without a single second of hesitation. Despite possessing such godlike power, he only ever yearned for a quiet life as a normal human father. Yet when faced with cruel trials as a warrior, he stood as the bravest of them all, towering tall against the encroaching darkness. Witnesses from the scene showered him with absolute praise. One crying parent of a hostage claimed that in that life-or-death moment, she knew he was a true hero. Nobody could possibly doubt it. He was the sole beacon of hope shining brightly through their darkest, most desperate hour. They believe that if a great man like him isn't a hero, then no one on earth deserves the title. Faced with this absolutely ridiculous praise, Baron stands completely frozen, cold sweat dripping down his pale face. He internally panics, questioning how on earth the media is branding him a legendary hero. The sheer shock of it sends Baron spiraling completely out of control. He roars out in absolute fury, what in the world is this nonsense? The Demon King's rage shakes the entire castle, unable to accept that he is being praised as a hero. Meanwhile, Luan quietly stares down at a magical orb, casting an eerie purple glow across his hands. From the shadows, a mocking voice sneers at his overconfidence, teasing him for only managing to break a few of the church's useless toys. Luan simply chuckles, oh, it's far more than that. I successfully gathered all the data I needed. He confirms the summoning ritual was a huge success. Conjuring the right arm of the ancient demon King Guntara to crush the Holy Knights was merely a side quest. What sinister plot is this old villain cooking up next? The mysterious voice keeps mocking him, claiming he wasted way too much time and resources just to summon a single body part, only to get beaten down by a total nobody. Luan stays perfectly calm. He explains that the spell itself was flawless, and the only issue was the quality of the summoning materials. Even though some random variable handled the beast, he insists it means nothing as long as their grand plan succeeds. Hearing that cold response, the mysterious entity lets out a creepy laugh. Even though you are a human, you think exactly like a demon. How fascinating. Luan just smirks, claiming humans are absolute trash, who can be far more brutal than any demon. Honestly, this twisted answer actually seems to win the entity right over. He realizes that is probably why the Demon King teamed up with a guy like him. The creature agrees, saying he will wait for the next plan, as Luan bows deeply in respect. The moment he turns around, his eyes flash with greed, thinking that even this powerful entity will eventually fall under his control. But as he steps out, Luan instantly bumps into Bathory, who is waiting with a dead serious expression. She demands to know why he is so calm after losing 3 top subordinates, asking how he can act like nothing happened when Raper Parabon and Leah were just wiped out. Luan coldly fires back, saying she did not care about those 3 anyway, just like the person secretly helping her from the shadows. As Bathory stays quiet, he walks past, telling her to stick to the plan and that he won't meddle in her private affairs. When asked what he will do next, Luan simply walks ahead. He declares that he must find those who are known as the true children of Bengon. They are the final pieces needed to complete his grand summoning spell. Meanwhile, back at the academy, Celine rushes over shouting, making San turn around in total shock amidst the busy crowd. Celine is super excited, cheering that they are finally going on a real hero adventure. Looking at her innocent face, Chloe just smiles and points out that this is actually just a practical training session, not a real quest. Despite that boring reality check, Celine keeps skipping around happily cheering that they are definitely heroes going on an epic adventure. Watching her gently, Chloe thinks Celine is just incredibly thrilled to do some good deeds like a real hero. Celine nods her head rapidly in agreement, saying she absolutely loves this, since being outside is basically sweet freedom for her. Chloe cannot help but hug and cuddle her tightly, leaving Celine gasping for air and crying out that she cannot breathe. Amidst all the laughter, San wonders aloud if it is really just going to be the few of them on this trip. A deep voice suddenly rings out, saying of course not. Instructor Gave appears out of nowhere, explaining that the instructors will be tag-teaming along to supervise the evaluation and handle any unexpected emergencies. Gave emphasizes this is just a standard safety protocol, but according to the rules, the students must still handle everything by themselves. The moment she hears the word curriculum, Celine's eyes light up as she loudly asks, "Curry what?" Chloe is completely speechless and corrects her on the spot, explaining it is a training curriculum, not some spicy dish. Seeing how airheaded his student is, Gave hangs his head in despair, silently cursing Demon King Baron for being the absolute root of all his misery. He constantly dreams of the day he can throw off these chains and find true freedom, but the cold reality is much harsher. Walking into the dark forest filled with lurking monster eyes, he can only scream in sheer frustration inside. Why do these weird incidents keep happening to him? It is all because of the Demon King's daughter. The more lovesick she gets, the more his own soul slowly leaves his body. Celine excitedly looks at Gave and cheers, saying they are counting on him again. Even though he tries to keep a straight face, inside, the poor instructor is absolutely screaming from pure exhaustion. He tells himself that it is not this innocent kid's fault. Every single bit of stress and pressure he is carrying comes straight from that damn Demon King. Back in the middle of the schoolyard, Master Muss loudly calls for attention to kick off the practical training immediately. Students are split into different squads, heading to their pre-assigned locations under the direct watchful eyes of their assigned instructors. As the massive map of the continent is rolled out, a promising journey begins. Gave slings his bags over his shoulder and decisively orders everyone to set out. Sinf curiously asks about their exact destination for this trip. Only then does Gave realize he forgot to tell them, turning around to announce that they are heading to the Leighton Kingdom, specifically Alero, a bustling port city ruled by Duke Anus. Hearing that name, Celine, Sinf, and San are all completely taken aback. The arrogant Lethe is shown standing tall among soldiers in bright uniforms, making it incredibly obvious this is his powerful home turf. But as the group walks through the ancient streets, Celine is already whining with hungry eyes, asking when they are finally going to stop for lunch. Gave is completely speechless, reminding her that she literally just finished eating a massive meal. That bottomless stomach of hers is truly something else. Her stomach is basically a bottomless black hole. Meanwhile, lurking in the shadows, Demon King Baron and Luke are still silently keeping a close watch on the students. Hearing his beloved daughter is heading to Alero, Baron laughs triumphantly, thinking this is the ultimate bonding opportunity. He starts daydreaming about Celine running happily along the beach, claiming she wants to quit being a hero just to stay with him forever because hanging out with her dad is way more fun. A blushing Baron excitedly asks Luke if Celine would love to see him show up on the beach, getting an instant, flattering yes from his loyal servant. Back in reality, Chloe calls out to Simph to catch up with the group, and look at Leth. His eyes are completely glued to Celine's team as they disappear down the street. Noticing his strange look, Ronia instantly starts teasing him, asking if he has a crush in that group since he never looks at anyone like that. She even asks if he is planning to confess, making him instantly freeze. Roman quickly whispers to his lady that she is being quite rude, while another classmate notes that she just pissed Leth off. Ronia simply snaps back, telling them to stop whining. Leth coldly turns back with a sneer, saying she has started thinking like trash after hanging out with lowlifes. Ronia is completely stunned by the direct insult aimed at her and her friends. Roman tries to step in, but Leth keeps pressing, reminding her that nobles must always maintain their dignity. He warns Ronia to watch her mouth if she wants to protect her family's reputation as counts. Leth even adds that he hopes they do not cross paths during the mission because she disgusts him. Absolutely furious, Ronia snaps back, demanding to know what he just said. She tries to charge at him, but Roman holds her back, advising her to stay calm since Leth is just baiting her. Just then, Master Muss steps in and calls Letha's full name, handing him a scroll and announcing his first official mission. He explains that it is an emergency appointment letter. Les silently takes the scroll with a serious expression, but as he reads the contents, his eyes suddenly widen in pure shock. Master Muss goes on to state that his destination is none other than Alero, the port city in the Leighton Kingdom. The teacher looks serious as he reveals a massive twist that Port City is actually located right inside the territory, ruled by Letha's very own family. Talk about a convenient home field advantage. Meanwhile, Baron turns to glare at Luke and ask what he is still doing there. As Luke looks on confused, the Demon King snaps at him, demanding to know why he followed him when he just wanted private bonding time with his daughter. Trembling, Luke explains that he is a loyal subordinate who also missed young lady Celine, but Baron bluntly orders him to get lost. Yet as a dejected Luke turns to walk away, Baron lowers his voice, saying Luke is the only person he can actually trust. The sudden words leave him completely frozen in shock. The Demon King tasks him with a secret mission: find the rebels who still oppose his laws, since they will surely strike while he is away. Deeply moved by this absolute trust, Luke starts tearing up with pure joy. Baron assures him that he is the only one capable of handling this task, and he expects results. Luke instantly drops to his knees, promising that he will track every single one of them down. The second they are out of sight, Baron drops his serious act and turns into a total doting dad. He is already dreaming up ways to enjoy the beach with his precious daughter, squealing with pure joy. Wait for me, Celine, your father is coming. Meanwhile, the moment she steps onto Alero port, Celine is practically squealing with excitement about the cool ocean breeze. She then asks Sinfai if he has ever been here before. Her friend smiles, admitting he visited Alero a few times as a kid. Sinfei even suggests they all head up to the observation deck to catch a pretty nice view of the whole city. Seeing his students getting way too hyper, Instructor Gave quickly steps in to bring them back to reality. Hey, do not be so excited. He warns we are here to complete a mission, after all. Sinfai suddenly remembers and asks about the mission the teacher promised to explain once they arrived. With a very serious face, Gave formally announces that their target is to clear out some toxic jellyfish. While Sinfai just stands there looking confused, Celine excitedly recalls what she read in her books about these strange creatures floating around like floating balloons. Alero is a world-famous shipping hub, but a massive swarm of toxic jellyfish has taken over the coast, threatening to paralyze the port. Trust me, you do not want to touch these things unless you love a painful, itchy rash. Gave thoughtfully explains that nobody knows why the jellyfish suddenly invaded, leaving both the helpless locals and vessels trapped in harbor due to all the chaos. While listening to his lecture, Celine suddenly spots some dark shapes drifting in the far distance, pointing and asking if those are the monsters. He confirms that although they have not fully entered the port yet, they are close enough to see clearly. Gave mutters that this situation might be quite a lot worse than he initially thought. Quick as a flash, Gave holds his hand out to block Celine, warning her that she needs to be extremely careful. According to the Hero Association, despite looking pretty harmless, they are actually highly aggressive creatures that attack anyone near the coast, but Celine just blinks. Speaking up with a bit of hesitation. Instructor, I think they are already dead. Gave, still caught up in his lecture about how their violent attacks leave shores littered with bodies, suddenly stops and bugs his eyes out in absolute disbelief. Floating right in front of them are countless jellyfish corpses bobbing helplessly on the water, tossed around by the waves. Celine is completely baffled, wondering how creatures that were supposed to be so incredibly dangerous ended up dead like this. With a smug face, Baron watches from afar, quietly chuckling at their utter innocence as they stand there confused. He proudly tells himself that he would never let his precious daughter do all the dirty work and ruin her delicate hands. Yep. Overprotective dad already took care of business beforehand. Gave breaks into a cold sweat as Baron suddenly pops out of nowhere. The Demon King, what is he doing here? What kind of crazy scheme is he pulling now? Celine just blinks and calls out to her dad while her classmates stare in absolute shock at the legendary man. They whisper among themselves, realizing that if this is her father, he must be the legendary hero who saved their academy. Meanwhile, Baron happily charges forward, waving his arms and shouting, Celine, your daddy is right here. But the moment he tries to land, he faceplants hard right in front of her, making Celine look instantly annoyed. Baron scrambles up, his face covered in dirt as he panics under his daughter's cold glare. Why is she acting like this? Opposite of what he hoped, Celine is absolutely fuming. She clenches her fists and snaps, Father, you did not clean up after yourself. Pointing at the massive floating pile of jellyfish, she declares that if he went out of his way to kill them, he has to clean up his own mess. Celine strictly lectures him, saying a true hero makes life easier for others instead of leaving sloppy, half-baked chores behind. Baron is left completely speechless. He genuinely thought being a hero meant getting showered with praise by humans, not doing manual labor. The mental image of legendary heroes fighting demon kings only to end up cleaning floors like janitors makes him shudder, but just to keep his precious daughter happy, Baron instantly forces a bright smile. Ah, of course. You are totally right. I just finished killing them and was about to clean up. With a loud shout of determination, the two of them instantly dive straight into the water to start scrubbing. Watching this utterly ridiculous scene, Gave sighs from a distance, knowing that if he exposed this guy as the actual Demon King, absolutely nobody would believe him. After a lot of backbreaking effort, the giant jellyfish pile is stacked into a mountain. Celine lets out a satisfied sigh. Wow, that looks so much better now. Baron weakly smiles, agreeing that everything is spotless. Gave looks at the duo, deeply questioning how the literal Demon King ended up with a hero title. While the rest of the kids marvel at how insanely massive and squishy the dead jellyfish are, Celine eagerly leaps right onto one of the giant corpses and squeals. Wow, this is so soft, she laughs. It feels just like jelly. I always play with these when they wash up on the beach. While the kids are busy playing with the corpses, Baron turns to Gave and boldly announces that he is in charge of this team now. I trust you will not have any complaints about this arrangement. Terrified inside, Gave can only stammer out that he has absolutely zero objections to this plan. Still, he asks if a doting father really needs a practical excuse just to be with his own child. Baron bluntly snaps that he does not, but Gave quickly points out a massive looming problem. The hero reputation Baron accidentally earned is starting to create quite a few complications. If anyone finds out he is actually the Demon King, things are going to get incredibly ugly. Baron's eyes flash with a dangerous red glow. He admits they need to be extremely careful to keep his secret safe. He eagerly asks what the next step is so he can get back to hanging out with Celine. He is already dreaming about making precious beach memories, splashing in the blue waves with his daughter. But Gabe immediately ruins the fantasy by announcing that the mission is far from over. Our overprotective dad is shocked because the jellyfish are clearly wiped out. Gabe explains that uncovering the reason behind their sudden appearance is the actual goal, meaning they cannot just pack up and leave. The Demon King is absolutely livid that his overeager actions completely backfired. Gabe silently mocks him, thinking that nobody asked him to go totally overboard in the first place. Honestly, you can tell exactly where Celine gets her dramatic attitude from. But before Baron can rush off to investigate immediately, Gabe quickly grabs him. He irritably tells him to speak up fast because he wants to play with Celine, making Gabe wonder why the man does not just pocket his daughter and carry her everywhere. Gabe gets straight to the point, asking if Baron really does not want Celine to become a hero. If they do too well on this mission, Celine will definitely catch the attention of the Hero Association. That is the exact opposite of what the Demon King wants for his beloved daughter. Hearing this, Baron suddenly freezes in deep thought. Gabe realizes the Demon King genuinely had not planned this far ahead, which is why he is completely stumped. Standing by his side, Gabe seriously advises him that if he does not want his daughter to be a hero, just stand aside and watch. That is the only real way to stop her from climbing the ranks. After a tense silence to control his anger, Baron admits Gabe makes a valid point and promises to keep it in mind. Then he growls, "You bastard. Just because I have not beaten you up lately, do you think we are friends?" Seeing things settle down, Instructor Gabe loudly announces the immediate start of the investigation, and the kids cheer in unison. Meanwhile, Chloe wastes absolutely no time approaching the locals to gather some gossip. Flashing a bright, charming smile, she smoothly asks the locals if they have any useful rumors to share. From their stories, Chloe quickly gathers that the currents in this specific area flow dangerously fast, making the narrow channels highly lethal. That is exactly why the locals usually avoid this place just to stay alive. Based on the clues they gathered, Instructor Gabe starts to analyze the entire situation with deep concentration. Because jellyfish in other neighboring seas are acting totally normal, he believes the root cause is highly likely a sunken shipwreck leaking some strange, toxic substance down on the ocean floor. Gabe gives his final firm order. "Alright, first thing tomorrow morning we will start investigating that sunken ship." The entire team shouts back together with absolute determination. But deep down, Gabe still has his doubts about the truth behind all this. He wonders why the locals have ignored and avoided such an obvious mystery for so long. And are those sudden rumors of a ghost lurking around the wreckage really just baseless tales? Those faint, blurry ripples beneath the surface seem to hide a secret far darker than they ever imagined. The next morning, the group sets sail toward a lush green island, sitting completely isolated in the open sea. A heavy sense of unease washes over them as they realize something is very wrong here. Up on the deck, one terrified crew member begs everyone to turn back before the ghost loses its temper. But ignoring their sheer panic, Celine suddenly squeals with pure excitement. "Look over there!" A massive wooden shipwreck is perched right on top of those sharp, jagged rocks. Well, it looks like they stumbled on their target way faster than they expected. Approaching the wreckage, Celine eagerly wonders if something sketchy is actually going down. Zinfei quickly warns her it is only a theory for now, but Celine is already fired up and ready to roll. She pumps her fist and boldly declares she is going to smash whatever is causing trouble here. Facing his friend's crazy amount of hype, Zinfei can only sigh and remind her that nothing is confirmed yet. Suddenly, Celine freezes at the sound of rapid footsteps crunching on the gravel. Right ahead, a solemn squad of armored knights marches out from behind the massive boulders, completely blocking their path. "Please turn back now." Emerging from behind the rocks, Lady peers with an imposing aura alongside his soldiers, declaring with absolute authority that this island is the territory of Duke Anus. Celine gasps in shock. "Leda, what on earth are you doing here?" But with a freezing gaze and hostile attitude, Leda coldly warns he won't show mercy. If they take one more step, they will pay. Why is this classmate acting so incredibly stiff? Zinfei is stunned to see the flag on the wreck matches the Annis family crest. Before the tension can even boil over, a terrifying wave of pressure suddenly explodes across the area. Out of nowhere, the Demon King headbutts the knight, sending him flying. Seriously, what on earth just happened? Now the Demon King is stomping one foot on Levi, trash-talking him. "If you won't forgive us, then what are you going to do about it? Talk big now." Watching this, Zinfei desperately screams Levi's name in pure panic. Suddenly, an old memory rushes back to him. It was their very first meeting back when they were just kids. After accidentally bumping into each other, Levi actually apologized first and reached out to help Zinfei, who had tumbled onto the ground. He explained that he was heading over to greet the son of Duke Jezun, but because the other boy was walking so fast, he could not dodge in time. Well, kids bumping into each other while playing is totally normal. Little Zinfei looked up at his new acquaintance with shy, hesitant eyes. Standing before him was a confident, noble boy, introducing himself as Le the Jean Anis, second son of the powerful Duke Anus. Standing alongside Letha were Mac, the third son of Count Not Swain. Surrounded by noble kids of his own age, Zinfei shyly took Letha's hand and softly introduced himself as Zinfei Jezun. Letha declared with a bright smile, "Alright, Zinfei, you are joining our club now." Zinfei blinked in confusion, but that very club was his gateway into the prestigious high society circle. Staring up at the massive, grand mansion, Zinfei could not help but blush with sheer excitement and pride. There he began learning the golden rules of high society, from sipping tea with elegance, even when the bitter taste made him want to cry, to dry economics classes that put everyone to sleep. But the most exciting part was Rule 3 becoming the strongest gladiator. Zinfei was always in awe of how incredible Litha was, and Levi would boast with total confidence. Honestly, those were such happy days. But then a servant ran up and whispered into Lithia's ear. Instantly, his gaze locked coldly onto his friend. Levi interrogated him with a freezing glare, asking if Sinfei's mother was actually just a concubine. The question hit Sinfei like a thunderbolt, leaving him stuttering in shock. He reaches out a trembling hand, but Litha violently slaps it away. You can literally feel the disgust in his eyes as he snarls, "Do not touch me with your filthy hands." Zinfei tried to deny it, but Litha cut him off completely. He coldly told him to never act like they knew each other again. Zinfei stood frozen on the training field, watching the backs of his former friends walking away, abandoning him to a cruel reality. Back in the present, Zinfei rushes forward as Litha collapses, screaming his name in panic. Meanwhile, Demon King Baron watches with an awkward look. He curses to himself, shocked that this noble brat is actually this fragile. Well, maybe he just used way too much force. Zinfei desperately cradles Litha, shaking him to wake up. Baron watches in silence, deeply regretting that his plan to escape the hero label backfired because he could not control his ridiculous raw power. Watching the solid wall of soldiers marching in, the Demon King realizes things are getting way messier than he planned. The angry guards draw their swords, shouting at the culprit who dared assault their young master. But the red, bloody aura radiating from Baron makes them freeze in terror, unable to even track his movements. Watching from afar, Coach Gave holds his head in despair, silently cursing the Demon King for being a walking disaster who is about to trigger another massive crisis. Baron quickly decides to fake his own defeat to hide his identity. He gestures to Gave to take Celine and search the ship while he takes care of the guards himself. Gave immediately orders the group to prioritize their mission. "We are going to find clues about the shipwreck." Celine and the crew shout in agreement and quickly move out to begin the search. Those hyped-up knights were ready to jump Baron, but a second later, they all collapse onto the ground, acting like they got utterly destroyed. Baron just stares in complete disbelief at their terrible acting. Well, acting dead was their only option since they stood zero chance of winning. Amidst the chaos, Latha slowly opens his tired eyes. This guy is surprisingly tough, surviving the Demon King. Seeing him wake, Celine cheers. Hey, he is awake. Zinfei rushes over to check if his childhood friend is alright. Even after a near-death experience, Latha still maintains his cold, arrogant pride. He slaps Celine's hand away and coldly retorts that a minor blow like this is nothing. Zinfei quickly shouts to get Coach Gave's attention. As Latha frantically searches the ground for something important, Gave approaches with a small purple pouch, asking if he is looking for this. Latha's eyes widen in sheer shock seeing it in the coach's hand. Gave stares deeply at the young noble, asking if he is Lithianis. Lithi instantly lunges to snatch the bag, but Gave pulls it back, realizing the boy knows exactly what is inside this purple pouch. Litha demands it back, but Gave firmly refuses, stating this dangerous item must be reported to the Hero Association immediately. Litha stands his ground, claiming the association already knows and instructor Iron Muss personally authorized him to handle it. Wait, if that is true, why is Coach Gave completely in the dark about this? Seeing Gave's doubt, Lithi explains that since this involves his family directly, Instructor Moose let him handle it. Hearing this, Gave finally tosses the purple pouch back to him. Inside is Testamin, a highly dangerous stimulant. It grants an instant physical boost for a short time, but the side effects are absolutely devastating, causing the user to age rapidly if they abuse it. This is exactly why finding Testamin requires an immediate report. Gave silently realizes those soldiers have already become addicted to the drug and will literally die if they keep fighting. He warns Lithi to keep a tight leash on those pills if he wants to protect his precious family reputation. Lithi can only respond with tense silence. Baron suddenly pops up behind him, mocking that Gave actually looks like a real instructor now. Furious, Gave internally curses the damn Demon King to stop playing mind games and making trouble. After calming down, Gave asserts his authority as an instructor. Meanwhile, Baron curiously asks if their mission is already over, wondering why they are wrapping up so quickly. Did his daughter come all this way just to sightsee? Gave confirms it is indeed over since another squad is coming, but Celine screams in protest she absolutely refuses to let it end like this. Shocked, Gave asks what she means as Celine points her finger, declaring the Testament bag is definitely a harmful drug. She proudly proclaims that a true hero never stands by and watches evil happen, then turns to ask her father. Baron breaks a sweat, awkwardly agreeing with his daughter, leaving Gave to grit his teeth and snap that a real hero does not just tolerate evil. Gave screams internally, why is Baron giving in so easily when he was the one most against his daughter, getting into this dangerous hero business in the first place? Sinfi pumps her fist in agreement, saying Lithi is being insulted and they must continue the mission to push past their limits. Chloe and San agree too. Their original task was to investigate the weird jellyfish behavior, and they cannot submit a report without finding the real cause. but Gave coldly brushes them off, stating all responsibility lies with instructor Iron Eye, so it is none of their business. Internally, he just wants to escape before this girl drives him completely insane. No way. Celine's sharp shout echoes, shocking the entire squad. Grabbing her sword hilt, she declares that facing this head-on is a responsibility their team must carry together. Celine's unwavering gaze leaves Gave totally speechless. He can only stare in absolute shock at the terrifying seriousness of his young student. Baron chuckles at Gave's hesitation, teasing that since his daughter wants in, there is no reason to hold back. Gave is absolutely fuming, cursing this annoying father-daughter duo. If not for the contract, he would have put them in their place a long time ago. Standing in front of the ship, Gave sighs and warns them that interfering with another squad's mission can cause serious misunderstandings, even if they mean well. He asks one last time if everyone is truly set on doing this, getting an excited, unified shout from Celine and Sinfi. Gave just closes his eyes, completely defeated by their raw determination. Yep, majority rules, he lost this battle big time, guys. Gave sighs, accepting his fate. He tells himself he will handle the mission immediately. Watching Celine beam with joy, Demon King Baron laughs with immense pride. That is it. Let's go. Look how happy my Celine is. So adorable. Seeing his overly excited reaction, Gave cannot help but wonder if the old man secretly wants his daughter to become a true hero after all. In the city of Alero, right outside the Duke's grand estate, 2 guards stand watch near the massive gates, looking extremely anxious and breaking into a cold sweat. Inside a luxurious room, Litha stands with thick bandages wrapped around his head, reporting the whole incident. Master Musat speaks up, asking if the mission was a total failure. Litha quickly objects, promising he will finish this task no matter what it takes. The master reminds him that a cadet's mission holds the exact same weight as any official Hero Association quest. This basically means the association cannot punish criminals if these young cadets manage to track them down first. He grits his teeth. Pure resolve, Litha promises those distributing testamen will pay. Once dismissed, Litha firmly walks out, the door slamming shut behind him. Stepping away from the Duke's office, he coldly reminds himself that the mission is far from over, and as long as the end result is good, everything will be fine. Suddenly, a guard mentions a waiting guest, leaving Lethy highly confused. As he heads down the stairs, he instantly freezes upon seeing a man with striking golden hair waiting for him. Smirking smugly, the man speaks up. Long time no see. Little brother, glad to see you are still healthy. It is a classic noble reunion, with both brothers warily sizing each other up. Lethy's eyes turn razor sharp as he demands to know why he is here, while the other man acts completely hurt and mocks his cold treatment. He casually claims he does not need a reason to visit his beloved little brother. Lethy's eyes burn with pure rage as he growls that he should never have come here. With a slight smirk, he remarks that Lethy still seems upset with him, before proudly declaring that, either way, he is still the sole heir to this territory. Furious, Lethy snaps back, unable to believe a self-proclaimed heir could commit such horrific acts. He still plays dumb. Wait, what did he do? Then a sinister smile. Ah, the drug! Our golden boy casually mentions the drug that has been giving him and his father a massive headache for days. He shamelessly adds that they were relieved to find out Lethy was investigating it. What an absolute jerk, pushing his own dirty work onto his younger brother. He proudly announces that out of trust, he is leaving everything to Lethy. Suddenly, a massive surge of magic erupts. A colossal explosion tears through the area, obliterating everything in a blinding flash. Someone makes an epic landing right after smashing through the outer wall. Demon King Baron cheers enthusiastically. Wow, his daughter is truly incredible. Did you guys see that? She destroyed the entire wall with a single swing. Witnessing this madness, Coach Gave and Sinfi can only break into a cold sweat. They internally wonder if it was really necessary to destroy the whole wall like that. Instantly, a squad of panicked estate guards rushes over, yelling out, "Who are you?" "We are the bringers of justice, here for the truth." Lethy, his head still wrapped in bandages, appears alongside his brother, looking completely stunned. He demands to know what they are doing here, while his brother recognizes their uniforms and makes a comment. They look just like cadets from the Hero Academy. Lee stares at the wreckage and roars, "Is this your fault?" Celine just waves happily. "Hey Lethy, we came here to help you." Though right now, they look way more like trespassers than helpful allies. Gritting his teeth, Lethy snaps that this is his private mission. Confused, Celine tilts her head. Oh really? This is more of an unwritten rule than an official law, but interfering could cause major trouble down the line. They get so angry the veins bulge on his face. He gives an ultimatum, back off now and I will let this slide. But Celine looks him straight in the eye, declaring heroes never tolerate injustice. Honestly, seeking justice is great, but did she really have to trash someone's estate like this? Who is going to get justice for that poor wall? Dumbfounded, Lethy can only ask, wait, what? Celine firmly repeats that injustice is happening right here, and they came to stop it as true heroes. Sinfi chimed in to support her. That is right, Lethe. She stares deeply at Lethe, asking him point blank if he is also fighting to stop the spread of this testamen drug. Lethe stays totally silent, awkwardly avoiding her gaze, while his older brother stands behind him with a sinister smirk. Lethe asserts that this mission belongs to his squad, meaning Celine has no right to interfere. Right at that moment, Bren Annis steps forward with an incredibly fake smile. He casually recognizes her as his little brother's classmate. Stepping uncomfortably close to Celine, he flirtatiously murmurs that she looks extremely cute up close. This bold move instantly enrages Baron standing in the back. Growling, he asks if this punk realized he is standing way too close. He better watch his step around his precious daughter. Celine, completely oblivious, asks who this stranger is. He proudly introduces himself as Bren Anus, but Celine completely mishears it as Blue, turning the atmosphere totally awkward. Someone quickly explains that he is Lethe's older brother and the future heir of the Anus family. Despite the correction, Celine still calls him Bugan, forcing Sinfi to shout that his name is Bren, not some kind of bug. Ignoring the correction, Celine cheerfully greets him. Very nice to meet you, bug. I am Celine. Bren can only sneer with pure contempt, silently dismissing her as a totally rude girl with zero manners. Brain looks absolutely disgusted to see his younger brother hanging around with a little girl like her. Celine immediately snaps back, declaring she is no kid, and insults Brain right back, leaving him completely stunned. In the middle of their fight, San suddenly steps closer and glares at Brain with cold eyes. Seeing her strange sheen, Chloe asks in worry if she noticed something unusual about him. San quietly takes a moment to confirm that she smells the strong scent of testament coming directly from Brainus himself, proving he is indeed the culprit behind everything. She asserts this scent is identical to the soldiers from the shipwreck. This shocking revelation leaves everyone around them completely stunned. With a sharp and determined glare, Lethe steps forward and declares that this is quite enough. Lev coldly orders everyone to back off, insisting that this is his own private mission to handle. Meanwhile, Baron stands right behind Celine, radiating a terrifying and murderous aura. He silently swears to destroy the bastard who dared to lay a hand on his precious daughter. Lethe firmly repeats that this is his assigned mission, and they have no right to interfere. Sinfi is completely shocked by the cold, distant attitude of his old friend, but Celine simply brushes it off. Her words leave Lee totally confused as he asks what she means. She looks him dead in the eye and tells him the mission does not matter anymore. Lethe growls back in anger, asking why she even came here if it is not important. She boldly declares that the only reason they are all here is because they are heroes. This incredibly naive answer completely freezes both Lethe and his arrogant older brother Brain in their tracks. Watch how she points forward. She boldly claims that a true hero never tolerates injustice under any circumstances. Lethe breaks into a cold sweat, unable to believe his ears as he asks if that is really her only reason. Celine confidently nods, but suddenly, Brain bursts into a loud, mocking laugh. He gives Celine a highly sarcastic look, admitting he cannot tell if she is just purely innocent or completely brainless. He mocks her precious sense of justice, calling it a totally outdated concept. Celine stares coldly at him and asks if something is funny. Brain just keeps snickering, brushing her words aside as nothing but nonsense wrapped in a fake show of sincerity. His face turns dark and oppressive as he warns her that being a hero is not that simple. Brain coldly sweeps away all of their idealist arguments without a second thought. He tells them they do not need to understand his plan since he has always hated corny hero antics. Just as Celine tries to step forward, a sharp blade blocks her path. Brain casually warns them that if they want to survive and find the elixir, they should avoid acting so recklessly. He laughs with absolute disdain at the very mention of being heroes. To a powerful man like Brain, the only truth that matters is that Celine and her entire crew are completely trapped in his palm. Right here in the mighty Annis territory, Celine furiously demands to know what he is planning, while San and Chloe look disgusted by his arrogance. Suddenly, Brain turns to Simber with a mocking grin, greeting him like an old acquaintance. Of course, he just cannot keep his mouth shut. He hurls a cruel insult, calling Simber a pathetic, illegitimate child. Simber stands frozen, his heart aching as his painful status is dragged out in public. Brain continues to mock him for meddling in the affairs of another family despite his noble background. He asks if Simber realizes the colossal mistake he is making. Spreading his arms with a smug laugh, he warns the entire group to give up now because apprentice warriors like them stand zero chance against the elite Annis Knights. San grits her teeth in frustration at being so heavily outnumbered, muttering how much she absolutely loathes the face of this bastard. Brain looks down on them with pity, remarking that if they had just kept quiet with their fake hero games, they would not be facing this tragic end. He casually announces that he will let his beloved younger brother clean up this mess. Standing before Celine and Simber, Lethe, with thick bandages wrapped around his head, maintains a brutally cold expression. Seeing their friend so submissive leaves the entire group completely speechless. Simber calls out the name of Lethe in pure anguish, choking back tears as he asks if their entire friendship was just a lie. Simber screams at Leth to tell him this is not true, and bitterly snaps that he does not even care if Leth ever truly wanted to be friends in the first place. Forget friendship, now this hurts. And now, we see a heartbreaking flashback of the beautiful childhood they once shared when they were absolutely inseparable. But the harsh reality crushes everything, leaving Simber sobbing in deep agony. He screams out in absolute despair that the Lee he knew would never do something like this. Watching this dramatic display, Brain Annis just laughs arrogantly. He mocks Simber for babbling such nonsense, brutally insulting him by saying he is nothing more than an abandoned child who has nobody. He coldly orders his younger brother to stand up immediately, boasting to everyone about the absolute obedience of the brother he claims to cherish so much. Leith has eyes burning with pure rage as he growls out, "I told you to shut up, you psycho." Brain freezes for a second, then sneers, asking his brother what he just said. Leth keeps a cold face, and the smile on the lips of Brain instantly vanishes, as Leith says that looking back he finds his brother absolutely disgusting. Leth grits his teeth, staring at Brain with pure disgust, calling his shameless face lower than any commoner or worthless bastard. Enraged by the insult, Brain screams like a madman, threatening to make Leth pay dearly for daring to turn on his own older brother. Yet Leather remains terrifyingly calm through it all, coldly replying that he has regretted his life choices for a long time. The knights immediately draw their swords, surrounding Lee with a loud metal clash. Brain sighs, mocking his brother for making things harder than necessary. Can brothers really turn on each other this quickly? He mocks the foolish choice of his beloved brother, declaring that he has no option left but to eliminate him. Suddenly, a giant fiery beast materializes, roaring fiercely and ready to swallow everything in its path. Brain coldly notes that tragic accidents happen all the time, and the mortality rate for wannabe heroes is shockingly high. With a wicked smirk, he comments that the son of a duke dying in that 30% statistic will not raise any suspicions. Leth grits his teeth in sheer disgust, telling him his true corrupt nature is finally showing. Brain casually grabs the chin of his brother, sneering that this is just punishment for Lethe being jealous of his generous brother. He shamelessly claims he wanted to forgive him, but a swift blade swings down, sparking an instant, bloody tragedy. It is brother fighting brother now. Witnessing this horrifying sight, Selene and Sinfai can only gasp and cover their mouths in absolute shock. Fresh blood drips onto the floor, but Brain casually asks if his brother has learned his lesson, promising to let him live so he can continue playing hero. Suddenly, Leith flashes his sword right at the neck of his brother, coldly telling him not to get it twisted. He is just disgusted with himself for letting others see him with Brain. Brain keeps a smug smile, mocking Leith for spending too much time with commoners. With a fake sorrowful look on his face, he claims he has no other choice and bids farewell to his beloved younger brother. Just as Brain prepares to deliver the final blow, glowing purple magic chains appear from thin air and bind his body tightly, leaving the Grand Archduke gasping in utter shock. Not just Brain, every single knight is bound tight in glowing purple chains. They scream in sheer panic, completely locked down. What happened to all that big talk from earlier? Why so quiet now? Haha. Letha watches this in absolute disbelief, wondering if this is just another dirty trick cooked up by his older brother. While the crowd murmurs about the frozen knights, Selene and Sinfight look on with deep worry. They figure this must be the work of some terrifying dark curse. Meanwhile, from a safe distance, a mysterious green-haired woman quietly observes the whole scene with a knowing look in her eyes. Seeing the honest family knights completely immobilized, the green-haired woman urges them on, suggesting they should seize this perfect opportunity. Selene does not hesitate, immediately nodding along with pure excitement. And check this out. She pumps her fist and declares they need to lock up the bad guys first. Leith tries to fight back, screaming that it is his responsibility, but nobody is listening. Selene is still determined to take action, snapping back that nothing belongs to anyone and she is a hero too. After a brief scuffle, all of Brain's men are tied up in a messy heap on the floor. Staring at the pile of defeated enemies, Letha lets out a heavy, tired sigh. He hesitantly mutters that he never expected to thank them, but in the end, it was their shared mission. Selene beams with a bright smile, saying she does not care about thanks, as long as those crooks get what they deserve. Honestly, everyone was sick of them anyway, so let's call it even. Leith coldly turns away, giving them a sharp reminder not to get the wrong idea just because they finished the mission together, as it does not make them friends. Sinfight can only give a confused, awkward nod, but as Leth walks away, he suddenly stops in his tracks, bowing his head slightly to admit that he actually respects their stubborn, foolish ideals. Hearing that rare compliment, Selene and Sinfight share a warm, satisfied smile. Selene excitedly waves to the rest of the crew, shouting for everyone to move out. Watching the group drag the criminals away, Coach gave sighs from the shadows, asking if someone did not promise to stay out of this. Meanwhile, the disguised Demon King Baron is absolutely losing his mind with rage. Gave snaps, warning him that he will get caught if he keeps interfering so openly, calling him an absolute idiot of a demon king. But Baron just continues to huff in anger. He fumes that the only reason he got mad was because that arrogant brat dared to threaten his precious Selene. Gave immediately shuts him down, asking if he wants his real identity exposed. If that happens, how will he even look his beloved daughter in the eye? Gave adds in a low voice that a guy like Lethe would never take orders from a regular human. Baron stands frozen in silent frustration while Gave glares at him with an icy, serious look. The air turns incredibly heavy as Gave suddenly drops a massive question, asking what the Demon King actually did to his daughter. Baron's eyes narrow as a tense, eerie silence settles between them in the late afternoon. Deep in a dark cellar, Brain is tied to a chair, facing a brutal interrogation from his younger brother Lethe. Brain only responds with a smug, arrogant smirk on his face. Brain sneers that any words he speaks are strictly for the family, unlike his traitorous brother Lethe. Standing in the shadows behind them, Teacher Musat watches the exchange in absolute silence. Brain keeps spitting venom, mocking Lethe for becoming a completely loyal dog to the Hero Association after his training at the academy. He laughs at Lethe for foolishly turning against his own blood, warning that the family elders will never forgive this. But Lethe coldly turns his back, making it clear he has zero intention of letting him go. Lethe firmly declares that for everyone's sake, trash like Brain deserves to rot behind bars. With a swift movement, he dumps a pile of glowing red Testamen pills from his pocket onto the table. Lethe growls with absolute fury, demanding to know exactly where his brother got this stash and how he got his hands on it. But Brain remains stubborn, lying that he has never even laid eyes on the drug. His mouth is shut tight, but then he spins a web of lies, claiming the stash found on the family ship was just a setup to frame him. He points his finger at the second-in-line heir, claiming jealousy drove them to do this. Lethe's eyes flare with absolute fury at such a shameless, disgusting lie. Brain keeps his smug look, completely blind to the tragic irony. Despite pleading his innocence, his own body is already showing the devastating physical signs of severe drug abuse. Lethe presses hard, asking how he explains those symptoms, but Brain just grins through the dirt on his face, spinning a clever excuse. He remarks that he can easily claim someone forced those pills down his throat, since so many enemies envy the growing power of the Annis family. Brain sneers that taking them willingly is impossible, mocking his brother as a great hero. From the shadows, Teacher Musat watches silently, his expression incredibly grim. Honestly, this shameless guy makes my blood boil. Musat steps up, declaring that no matter how much Brain denies it, his disgusting nature is already fully exposed. No matter how many times they interrogate him, a stubborn fool like Brain will never talk. Musat mocks his silence as blind loyalty, calling him an absolute idiot. He points out that the fool has no idea how truly pathetic his situation is. With that, Musat turns to leave, giving Lethe a cold command to show him the truth. Brain asks what he means, but Lethe crushes his hopes, telling him there is nowhere left to hide. Brain just laughs, still believing the family elders will ruin Lethe for this. Unfazed, Lethe kneels down to pick up the bright red Testamen pills scattered across the cold floor. He points out that this drug is incredibly rare in the Haos Kingdom, made from crushing deep red flowers that only grow in tropical rainforests. Seeing his brother sneer at the biology lesson, Lethe explains that because the flower only grows in specific regions, the supply lines is incredibly easy to track. Not many merchant ships visit those remote locations, and the list of people with access is very small. Lethe declares that exposing the truth is just a matter of time once they find a witness. Brain mocks him with a arrogant, smug laugh, asking what Lethe is trying to prove, finding the idea of a confession absolutely hilarious. He warns Lethe not to play cheap mind games with him, but Lethe calmly slides over a newspaper with a shocking headline. The Duke's eldest son was arrested for smuggling, acting completely alone. Lethe says quietly that the family elders Brain trusted so much are actually the most ruthless ones of all. They will always throw one scapegoat under the bus. Staring at the paper, Brain shakes in pure disbelief, stammering how this could happen. Lethe coldly explains that the family sold him out like a lizard cutting its own tail to survive. Faced with the brutal truth, Brain screams in denial, claiming it must be a lie because he gave his absolute loyalty to the clan. He desperately asks how they could abandon him like this. Lethe looks down at him, coldly stating that loyalty is rarely rewarded. Panic-stricken, Brain glares and accuses Lethe of framing him out of jealousy over the inheritance, screaming that his younger brother is a bastard who planned this downfall. Lethe snaps back that Brain's own selfish greed ruined the family name. You did this to yourself, and now there is no escape. Lethe's eyes burn with a threatening light. Lethe warns Brain not to get things twisted, since he is the only one who dragged their family name through the mud. Now Lethe boldly declares he is here to clean up the massive mess his brother made. He looks down on Brain, exposing his loyalty to the family as nothing cheap greed for wealth and status. For Lethe, the honest name is his absolute pride, sacred duty handed down to him by the heavens themselves. And yet right now, that honorable noble name has somehow turned into a pretty heavy, suffocating shackle for him. Even so, he vows never to turn his back on his bloodline, because real nobles must shoulder heavy burdens. With absolute determination burning in his eyes, Lethe promises that he will carry this responsibility to the end. From this moment, he will purge parasites like his brother and restore the Annis crest to its rightful glory. Turning his attention back to the glowing red Testamen pills on the table, Lethe demands a straight answer. He demands to know exactly who supplied the Testamen. Seeing his older brother stutter in confusion, Lethe realizes that Brain still does not understand the absolute gravity of his terrible situation. So he drops a massive bombshell. They recently analyzed this batch of testamine, and it turns out the chemical makeup is quite different from the standard drug on the market. Letha asks if Brain knows what that difference is, leaving him to stutter blindly about the ingredients. Letha mockingly points out that Brain is clueless, since his only job was to play fetch and follow orders like a dog. Brain holds his head in utter shock as the realization hits he smuggled this entire load without even knowing what was inside. Leith reveals the secret ingredient is actually magic stone powder. Talk about a clueless puppet. Completely blindsided, Brain stutters and asks how on earth magic stones ended up mixed in with the medicine. Lethe explains it boosts the strength of the testament, but he quickly emphasizes that this detail is nothing compared to an even more terrifying truth. Leith roars that this exact magic stone dust was used by the terrorists who just raided Ark, the hero city. Brain's pupils shrink in sheer terror as the weight of his crimes finally crashes down on him. In other words, Letha growls, smuggling this forbidden drug into the kingdom means their entire family could be executed for high treason. Denial won't save him when his reckless actions are actively putting the survival of their entire house on the line. Shoving the pills right in his brother's faces, Leith commands him to think very carefully before answering. Brain shakes violently, drenched in sweat as he stutters. He's clearly breaking. After a tense silence, he finally cracks under the pressure and gasps out the name of the mastermind. It was the Demon King. Lith completely freezes, his eyes filling with sudden tension over this shocking confession. Meanwhile, in an incredibly lavish manner, Archduke Luan calmly sips his tea, amused by how cleanly the Annis family cut off their loose end. He notes they aren't completely incompetent, they just ran into some extremely bad luck this time. Staring down at the newspaper announcing that the Duke's eldest son finally confessed, Archduke Luan sneers that shifting all the blame onto their idiot child was a pretty smart move for the Annis house. Even though their testament supply is temporarily cut off, he is quite confident that finding a brand new smuggling route is only a matter of time anyway. Standing up with a calculating grin, Archduke Luan glares at Celine's picture and mutters that more and more annoying pests are starting to get in his way. Oh, so he thinks he can take them on? Good luck with that. Meanwhile, up in the radiant halls of heaven, Grand Archangel Lu has just called a sudden, emergency meeting with all the gods. He solemnly announces that the entire reason for this emergency gathering is because Demon King Baron is currently wandering freely around the human realm. This shocking news immediately sends the goddesses into a massive frenzy, terrified that he is plotting another world-ending disaster. One goddess even mockingly brings up a hilarious rumor that the idiot demon actually offered sincere prayers to Goddess Irin, hoping to cleanse his filthy soul. Grand Archangel Lu calls for absolute order so he can lay out the facts. He confirms that the Demon King has indeed stopped attacking humans, but he has zero intention of returning to his hellish palace. Even crazier, he's actually out there going on wild adventures alongside normal humans. This baffling revelation leaves the gods staring at each other in utter disbelief. They just can't wrap their heads around a demon king joining a human party. But look, it's not like he has evil plans, he's literally just a massive doting father who's obsessed with his little princess. Still, Grand Archangel Lu remains highly cautious, declaring that a demon king is still a demon king, and they cannot let him run wild outside his designated territory. This warning sets off another wave of heated chatter. The gods are absolutely convinced that the devil never changes, meaning he is definitely plotting some incredibly shady scheme. Some even claim his prayers to Irin were just a cheap act to deceive heaven. To uncover the real truth, Lu decides they must spy on him, but if any holy god gets too close, the demon king will immediately detect their divine aura. Facing this dead end, one god suggests sending a human to do the job, but Grand Archangel Lu immediately shuts that down, arguing that a mortal is completely unfit for this. He explains that mortals would totally lose their minds if they faced the Demon King, and exposing the truth to them would only cause absolute chaos. This highly critical mission needs someone who is completely unflappable, yet harmless enough to make the Demon King lower his guard. As the goddesses whisper in curiosity, a massive question hangs in the air. Is there actually a god who holds divine status, but looks and acts completely opposite to a normal deity? Turns out, gods can be just as diverse and weird as humans. Right in the middle of this highly solemn assembly, a massive, obnoxious snore suddenly shatters the quiet room. The dolphin goddess is completely passed out on the table, drooling heavily while everyone glares at her in absolute disgust. Snapping awake from her deep slumber, she dizzily wipes her mouth and asks a completely clueless question. She wonders why everyone is staring, asking if she has something on her face. In reality, Dolphin is a rookie goddess who was only recently promoted to heaven. Since she has not quite mastered her divine power yet, her weak aura makes her the perfect candidate to spy on the Demon King without getting caught. Seeing the silent council, Dolphin just scratches her head with a goofy laugh. A few gods are deeply worried about trusting such a crucial job to a clumsy girl who easily cries and snivels over everything. However, Grand Archangel Lu has a feeling she might just be their ultimate secret weapon. Dolphin cheers in pure excitement upon hearing she has got a mission. Meanwhile, back down in the human world, Demon King Baron is intensely glaring at Trainer Gave. He fiercely demands to know if his parenting style is somehow a problem. Sweating buckets, Gabe frantically waves his hands to deny it, but in reality, he feels like something is quite off with Celine. Watching the little girl happily plan a beach trip with Sinfi, Gabe falls deep into thought. He cannot help but wonder if his young student is secretly hiding a highly terrifying power beneath that innocent smile. Flashbacks of their past clashes send a violent shiver down his spine as he remembers Celine's absolutely devastating strength. That level of power on such a tiny kid forced an experienced warrior like him to drop to his knees in agony. He realizes that behind her goofy grin lies a burning desire to become a real hero. Even though Celine is pretty dorky and weirdly detached at times, her unyielding sense of absolute justice whenever she faces bad guys completely stuns Gabe. It is quite ironic how a Demon King's daughter lives entirely for justice. He is convinced she is no ordinary teen, especially with her monstrous physical strength that can effortlessly toss a grown man. Hearing his daughter praised, Baron blushes with pure pride, squirming in delight over his beloved Celine, completely lost in his own little world. Gabe clears his throat, interrupting and telling him to drop that ridiculous look to focus on his actual goal. Gabe silently ponders Celine's extraordinary power. In his mind, there are only two real possibilities here. Either she had some very special upbringing, or it is a gift from her bloodline. Turning to Baron, he curiously asks, "Who are her parents, do you know?" Baron freezes, his brow furrowing as he snaps back. Who are her parents? What a weird question right away. He proudly puffs out his chest, "Of course Celine is my daughter." Watching the Demon King boast, Gabe stays dead silent, wishing he had never asked in the first place. Suddenly, Baron's tone shifts to dead serious. Since the mission is over, there is one critical thing they must do right now. Typical Demon King, always keeping us on edge. Cold sweat drips down Gabe's face as he wonders what crazy stunt is coming next. Then wait, is that a giant knife he just pulled out? Unbelievable. Completely opposite to that terrifying aura, Baron excitedly throws on a polka dot apron and shouts, "Get ready for a victory feast for my beloved daughter." Leaving the noisy bickering behind, the scene shifts to a sunny beach. Under the bright blue water, Celine and her friends are fully enjoying their vacation, dressed up in colorful swimsuits. Standing out from the fun, Sinfi sits curled up on the beach mat looking pretty gloomy. Seeing his sigh, Chloe walks over and asks if he is still worrying about Letha. With sad eyes, Sinfi admits he feels quite down, knowing they might never get another chance to meet Letha and check on how she is doing after everything. In Sinfi's heart, Lethe might be a bit rough, but he holds a fierce belief in justice. He worries that if Lethe exposes her family's corruption, the elders will retaliate, and she will never be able to come back here again. Right then, Celine suddenly steps in front of him to confidently reassure him. "Don't worry, Sinfi, just leave everything to me." She confidently says that by doing nothing right now, Sinfi is actually doing everyone a massive favor, right? Worrying changes absolutely nothing anyway. Celine eagerly urges the entire group to put everything aside and just enjoy this beach trip. Chloe quickly chimes in to agree. The mission is over anyway. Overthinking will only ruin their fun vacation vibe. Encouraged by his friends, Sinfi finally flashes a bright smile and thanks them all. But suddenly, San breaks the emotional moment with an innocent question, "What do we do now?" Her question leaves Celine and Chloe staring at each other in blank silence. A bit confused, San explains it is her very first time at a beach, so she has no clue what to do. She asks if they just walk out into the water. Celine immediately gets a grand idea. She pats San on the shoulder and proudly declares there is only one thing to do at the beach, and that is treasure hunting, right? Her eyes spark with pure excitement thinking about sunken treasure chests. While Chloe and San are still dazed, Celine grabs Sinfi like lightning and drags him away, ignoring Chloe who just wanted a peaceful view. Good grief, how does she even come up with this stuff? Treasure hunting, huh? Celine eagerly drags Sinfi straight into the ocean, fully believing that a massive fortune is waiting for them down there. After some diving, Sinfi is choking on seawater and shouting for help, while Celine is still way too energetic. Watching from the shore, San praises her passion while Chloe thinks she is just wasting energy. Under the water, Celine even starts chewing on seaweed, forcing a panicked Sinfi to stop her. But out of nowhere, a massive creature radiating a terrifying aura appears on a nearby cliff, leaving them completely frozen in fear. Next thing they know, the two are drifting in a tiny boat on the open sea. Sinfi is throwing up from severe seasickness while Celine looks around, totally lost. As sunset fades, Celine suggests heading back because it is getting dark, but a completely drained Sinfei wheezes that boats almost never cross through this empty area. They have not found the treasure the fisher boy mentioned, but they are already spotted by a mysterious woman lurking behind a rock with a sinister grin. Back under the glowing sun at Alero Beach, Coach Gabe looks at his students and asks if they are all ready. Ready or not. Celine cheers happily, followed by determined nods from Sinfi, Chloe, and San. Coach Gabe gives a satisfied nod. Meanwhile, Instructor Musat reports that Letha has cleanly handled this morning's situation. Mission accomplished. Gabe proudly declares that they have officially cleared the task. Congratulations on finishing your very first mission. Celine is absolutely thrilled, clenching her fists and cheering. Awesome. Watching from a distance, Demon King Baron cannot hide his deep pride, quietly whispering that she is truly his daughter. But just as Gabe orders them to head back, A fully cloaked figure wearing a creepy mask suddenly creeps up from behind, asking if they can spare a quick moment. Gave instantly drops into a combat stance, growling out, "Who the hell are you?" The stranger calmly chuckles, telling them there is no need to be so hostile since they are just passing by to deliver an item to the hero named Celine. Gave is utterly shocked. He realizes this creepy stranger knows exactly who they are. Celine points to herself in confusion. But get this, a total stranger hand delivers a letter specifically to her. Something is definitely off here. Taking the envelope stamped with red wax, Celine looks at it, realizing it is a letter. The stranger drops bombshell. It is actually a wedding invitation for the invitee. Wait, a wedding? Celine blinks in disbelief. She quickly tears the envelope open and gasps when she reads the signature at the bottom. It is a letter from Ronia, leaving the entire group frozen in absolute shock. Ronia's letter starts with some incredibly formal words, addressing everyone who has built a relationship with the Refens family so far, writing to share some wonderful news through her own handwriting. Ronia shares that she has finally found a true soulmate, believing that their deep feelings will never fade away, even though their relationship has only just recently begun. The letter wraps up with a warm invitation to her honored guests, asking them to visit the Refens family villa to celebrate their future together. The invitation is clearly signed by Ronia Refens, but holding it, the group cannot help feeling totally unsettled. One of them notes how bizarre it is, and the others quickly agree that it sounds nothing like the Ronia they know. Suspicion that someone might be posing as their friend begins to brew. Coach Gave immediately steps up to the mysterious messenger, his voice dripping with caution as he says they look highly suspicious. Not a chance. Do you really think we will believe this when we do not even know who you are? The masked stranger just chuckles behind his mask, telling them not to be so cold and defensive. Celine's group keeps pressing the masked stranger, demanding to know how they can trust someone who hides both their name and face to be from the Refens family. Under their intense pressure, he playfully shrugs, saying they do not have to believe him if they do not want to. Then, right in front of their shocked faces, the stranger casually drops a massive truth. Coach Gave's expression darkens as he demands to know what he means. Behind the mask, the messenger flashes a sneaky grin and lets the truth slip. Actually, the invite was not meant for Celine, meaning they are not officially invited to the wedding. This highly contradictory statement makes Gave even more suspicious of his true motives, but luckily, Sinfai steps in to de-escalate. He points to the seal on the envelope, saying that while he is not sure about trusting this stranger, the crest on the letter definitely belongs to the Refens family. Absolutely not, but a sharp definitive shout of no suddenly cuts through the air. Celine firmly declares that this letter is absolutely not from Ronia, and nobody can convince her otherwise. Seeing Sinfai's confusion, Celine points out the most obvious flaw. The handwriting in this letter is way too pretty, whereas Ronia's real writing is incredibly rough and messy. She recalls how Ronia once wrote so furiously in her room that the paper almost caught fire, making Sinfai sweat drop and laugh, suggesting she was probably just mad back then. On top of that, Celine notices a strange floral scent coming from the letter. It does not match Ronia's love for sweets at all. She is absolutely sure that if Ronia wrote this, the letter should smell like sweet candy instead. San points out that nobles rarely write letters themselves, so the beautiful handwriting is actually normal. This snaps Celine back to reality, but she still finds the whole situation pretty suspicious. The strangest part is Ronia suddenly getting married without even mentioning the groom's name. Chloe is quite confused, since she thought Ronia would marry Roman because of their engagement, but Coach Gave offers a completely different perspective. He explains that when nobles marry commoners, they often hide the name to protect family pride, but in those cases, the wedding is kept secret, rather than sending out formal invitations like this. Looks like we have got a whole team of detectives on our hands now. Looking at the high quality, Coach Gave believes this is an official wedding announcement. But if Roman was the groom, they would not need to send invitations like this, since those two are already so incredibly close. Chloe laughs, agreeing that if it were really them, there would be absolutely no need for such a formal invitation. San brings up a crucial point. The letter says they only met recently, which makes no sense if it was Roman. Celine screams in anger, declaring she will never let this happen because Roman would be the one getting hurt. She loudly swears to oppose this marriage until the very end. Shinfai and Chloe quickly try to calm her down. They argue that nothing is certain yet, and maybe Ronia actually wants this, so the best move is to go check in person. Fueled by fire, Celine immediately urges the group to set off so they can see for themselves. Coach Gave tries to back out since he has no time for personal issues, but with the Demon King Baron radiating murderous intent right behind him, he quickly changes his mind and agrees to go. Demon King Baron does not care at all about human affairs, but since his daughter wants to go, he is willing to tag along. Still, the presence of that cheeky messenger right in front of him is seriously getting on his nerves. Feeling his heavy stare, the masked messenger playfully asks if there is something on her face, even offering to sing him a song. Baron can only grind his teeth in pure annoyance. Now that is some serious bravery. Teasing a demon king like that is a quick way to get buried forever. Meanwhile, Coach Gave steps in announcing he will report their sudden change of plans to the academy as they head to the Refen's estate. The group cheerfully thanks their teacher right there on the sunny beach. Sweat dropping, Gave warns them that this is the first and absolute last time he breaks the rules for them. At the same time, he tells himself to keep a close eye on things because this situation is slowly spinning out of control. Baron also cools down, figuring they have no urgent matters anyway, so it is fine. But high up in the trees, Bat's pet rat is watching. Its glowing red eyes lock onto the group as it lets out strange creepy noises, monitoring their every move. Baron immediately senses that annoying little pest but decides to stay quiet and observe. He does not want to scare it off just yet, but right at that moment, the masked messenger suddenly speaks up, begging to tag along with the group. When everyone looks at her with deep suspicion, she drops a bomb, claiming she knows exactly where Ronia is hiding. Celine asks in shock if she actually knows Ronia, and if Ronia was the one who gave her the letter. Look at her trying to cling to them like glue. After a brief pause, the stranger confidently promises she knows a shortcut to lead them straight to Ronia. While the others remain extremely skeptical of her shady behavior, Celine buys it instantly. Her eyes light up with pure excitement as she chooses to trust the stranger completely. Right after that, the messenger pulls off her mask, revealing a pretty face and a bright smile. She introduces herself as Kaheho, calling Celine by her name like they are old friends. The group finally arrives in the Refen's territory, a magnificent magic city filled with towering spires and glowing crystals. Celine can only stare in awe at all the bizarre magical items around them. She squeals with excitement, asking if this is really Ronia's hometown because everything looks so cool. Saheo happily chimes in, bragging that this city is packed with unique magical goods you cannot find anywhere else. After all, this is the city of mages. Meanwhile, Coach Gave just holds his head in utter exhaustion, wondering how on earth he ended up in such a chaotic place. Oh, you are in for a lot more headaches, Coach. Celine's loud excitement quickly annoys the locals. They mock her as a loud country bumpkin with zero manners. Shinfei quickly tells her to keep it down before they end up making a terrible first impression. He reminds her that this is not a vacation and they are not here to sightsee. Snapping back to her mission, Celine frantically urges everyone to find Ronia, but immediately freezes because she has no clue where to go. But then, a shocking piece of news hits them. Lady Ronia is currently under indefinite house arrest. Celine can only repeat the words in absolute disbelief. Ronia is locked up? Right at this moment, the angel Kaheo suddenly introduces herself, reading from the adventure diary of the cutest little sister in the world. She claims her sacred duty is to share these thrilling tales of adventure with weary travelers. After thanking everyone who always takes the time to listen, she proudly declares she has got some incredibly juicy gossip for us today. I am dying to hear it too. That big news is actually a highly critical mission given to her by the high-ranking elders up in the heavens. Dressed up like a detective, Sieheo proudly announces her mission to closely monitor the Demon King, who is supposedly plotting some terrible things against humanity. According to her, the absolute menace threatening weak humans is Boz Beefegg, a terrifying monster currently sitting on his grand throne. Supposedly a cold-blooded beast who has never shed a tear, widely known as the most brutal piece of trash in the world. Sahio was absolutely horrified when she got stuck with this critical job. In reality, she is just a rookie goddess who has not even lived in the heavens for 200 years. She is terrified that the day her cover is blown will be the exact day she gets turned to ash in his hand. Staring at the terrifying vision of her own lonely grave, she shivers, wanting to run away from this job at all costs. Honestly, her cowardly nature is pretty hilarious. But no matter how terrified she is, running away is not an option simply because she is a low-ranking goddess at the bottom of the food chain. A high-ranking angel with a thick beard boldly declared that Siehio was the only one fit for the job, since she could get close to the Demon King without raising any suspicion. Faced with her boss's extremely polite but forced orders, Siehio can only sweat buckets and fake a smile, agreeing in sheer helplessness despite the dread filling her heart. The High Angel stresses that despite the massive danger, this is a duty she cannot run away from if they want to protect world peace. Saheo bitterly realizes she is just a sacrificial lamb, but all of her complaints are flatly ignored. He strictly orders Keihio to descend to the human realm immediately to expose whatever dark schemes the Demon King is secretly plotting. The other goddesses tearfully wave goodbye, wishing their youngest sister a safe return and promising her their best blessings. Unbelievable. Even up in heaven, the senior gods still bully the newbies, right? Accepting her fate as the lowest on the heavenly food chain, Saheo tumbles down to the mortal world from the clouds. She realizes that heaven is actually just a miniature society where the weak must obey the most ridiculous orders. Carrying a heavy burden on her shoulders, Sihio officially begins her incredibly dangerous mission in the mortal world. She vows to risk her life to unmask the Demon King and protect everyone's peace. But the moment she sets foot in the mortal world, Siahio starts her grand journey with pure despair, strumming her instrument and singing out her sorrow in the crowded streets. She sings about wanting to quit her job, really wanting to quit, because she does not care about this world anymore. The rookie goddess just wants to find a deep hole to crawl into and vanish from this absurd mission immediately. However, harsh reality quickly forces her to confront an extremely serious problem right in front of her. Kaho shows up in the weirdest outfit ever, making a kid nearby shout out, "Mommy, look at that person. She is dressed so weird." The panicked mother immediately drags her child away, warning them to lower their voice and never talk to suspicious strangers. Her biggest headache right now is figuring out how to approach the Demon King naturally, without raising any of his suspicions. Suddenly, a brilliant idea sparks inside Kaho's smart head. Smugly convinced she just cooked up a genius plan, she sneaks over to the kid and offers some candy, asking if they want a sweet treat. The little kid beams with excitement at the blue candy in her hand. But in a flash, the mother slaps the candy away and yells, telling her to stop feeding her child trash, calling Kaho super sketchy. Harshly rejected, Kaho suddenly recalls that the Demon King is publicly raising a human child as his own daughter. This realization makes her grin, having spotted the perfect loophole. That's it, she just needs to get close to his daughter to monitor him legally. Incredibly smug with her own brainpower, Kaho is absolutely convinced she is a real genius for finding such a perfect win-win plan. Wait, how does she even know about his adopted daughter? Filled with high hopes, Kaho eagerly makes her way to the academy to start her big plan. But harsh reality slaps her right in the face the second she arrives at the destination. Before Kaho's eyes lies nothing but a desolate wasteland, as the prestigious academy has somehow been completely flattened to pieces. Her perfect plan goes up in smoke on the very first step, leaving her completely crushed. You can't help but feel for her as she sits in absolute despair on the construction ruins, playing her lute while laughing maniacally. Forget it. Nothing in this world ever works out, she laughs. But even with her genius plan dead on arrival, Kaho absolutely refuses to back down. She tells herself she is still on the right track, loudly shouting her motivation slogan. But right in the middle of her passionate moment, a grumpy cleanup worker barks at her to leave because she is blocking the construction site. Just like that, another genius idea pops into her head. If she cannot find Celine directly, why not search for one of her close friends instead? Ignoring the worker's grumpy nagging, Ko smugly praises herself as an absolute genius. Yeah, she is clearly the smartest person alive. Armed with this new plan, Ko sets off with an extremely bright smile on her face. She is so distracted that she leaves her loot behind, forcing the worker to yell at her to take her trash back. After retrieving it, Kaho makes her way to a gorgeous mansion to meet the cute mage she is looking for. The moment the stranger appears, Ronia crosses her arms defensively, demanding to know her identity while stating she has absolutely never seen this girl before. Keiho beams with a bright smile, introducing herself and calling Ronia a cute mage. But this compliment only makes Ronia lose her temper, snapping at her to never call her that again. Cutting straight to the point, Kaho asks about Celine's whereabouts. Ronia is confused at first, explaining that Celine is likely out on a Hero Guild mission, but she still wonders why this weird stranger is searching for her friend. Kaho leans in close, her eyes sparkling suggestively as she asks if Ronia knows Celine's exact location. Seriously, interrogating people like this is a great way to get yourself beaten to a pulp. Ronia's gaze turns sharp and suspicious as she demands to know why Kaho cares so much. Kaho casually replies that she simply heard Ronia is one of Celine's absolute best friends. Hearing the words best friends, Ronia blushes and pouts arrogantly. She scoffs, muttering that it is all just utter nonsense. Kaho keeps pressing, praising their tight bond from academy days and asking if Ronia is also a hero just like Celine. This question suddenly catches Ronia off guard, and her eyes instantly fill with a quiet, sorrowful look. Ronia turns her back, speaking in a distant voice. A hero? That means absolutely nothing to me anymore, because I am no longer a hero. She reveals she is getting married soon, meaning her days as a warrior are over. Standing there in silence, Kaho secretly laments her terrible luck as a traveling goddess witnessing this tragic situation. No wonder those old geezers dumped this difficult mission on her. But just before Kaho can officially declare her plan a total failure, she catches a glimpse of Ronia's face, showing a very forced smile. Keiho wonders if she is actually happy about this upcoming marriage. Driven by her kind heart and her mission to soothe human suffering, she simply cannot let the girl leave with that sad face. She runs after her and suddenly asks if Ronia could invite her to the upcoming wedding. Ronia is completely stunned, asking why on earth she would ever do that. Kaho quickly explains that she is a highly talented entertainer who can totally liven up the party for the special guests. Seeing her boundless energy, Ronia blushes with embarrassment. Surprisingly, the young mage agrees almost immediately, without needing much convincing at all. Kaho cheers as her luck finally turns around. This is exactly how she scores the wedding invitation, allowing her to approach Celine and the Demon King disguised as a messenger from a friend. This is the perfect cover to keep the old Demon King from suspecting anything. If she gets caught, he will definitely tear her apart. Looking at a glowing Celine, Kaho cannot help but admire the breathtaking beauty of his daughter. She thinks to herself that such a sweet kid should never be left with that awful Demon King. Meanwhile, Celine excitedly holds up a bizarre stone head object, asking Keiho if she can guess what it does. Watching her pure innocence, Kaho feels like she absolutely must protect this kid. Meanwhile, Spying from behind a wall, Demon King Baron is completely losing his mind seeing a stranger bond with his daughter, instantly planning to eliminate her on the spot. Wow, is this guy seriously a completely out of control doting father or what? The entire group freezes upon hearing that Ronia is under house arrest. Chloe notes that whatever happened to her must be incredibly serious, and San agrees completely, while Sinfight quietly worries about Lady Ronia. But right in the middle of this tense atmosphere, Celine asks a totally clueless question that catches everyone off guard. What exactly does house arrest mean anyway? Chloe and Sinfight are left speechless by their friend's innocence. Standing nearby, Demon King Baron is highly irritated by the questioning stares from the group, silently mocking these weaklings for even daring to look at him like that. Chloe sighs, admitting that meeting Ronia right now is not going to be easy. Seeing that Celine is still clueless, Sinfight explains that it basically means she refuses to leave her room. On the verge of tears, Celine whines, asking what they are supposed to do now. Did they really travel all this way, just to be turned away? Hearing this, Coach Gave is secretly thrilled. He immediately decides to head back to escape any trouble, thinking this is his golden opportunity to run away. But the moment Gave tries to slip away, Baron grabs his shoulder with lightning speed. With a fiery, threatening glare, the Demon King growls that they should stick around and find a solution, leaving Gave cursing his terrible luck inside. Chloe and Sinfight ponder that finding someone to explain the situation would be extremely helpful. At the very least, they want to know the truth so they can help share Ronia's heavy emotional burden. Right then, San speaks up, claiming he knows someone they can ask. The entire group turns to him in shock, asking if San actually has connections in this magic city. San shakes his head, admitting he doesn't know anyone here, but there is one person who definitely knows Ronia inside and out. Celine jumps with excitement, looking around frantically to find where this mystery person is. San quietly leads them to a massive building and points it out. But instead of looking for the person, Celine's eyes light up when she notices a restaurant right in front of them. She screams in pure excitement about the food, her inner foodie taking over and completely forgetting the mission. Celine charges forward and leaps straight onto Roman's head, nearly making him choke on his pastry. Chloe and Sinfight are shocked to find Roman here alone instead of guarding Ronia as he usually does. Quietly wiping his mouth, Roman admits he never expected to meet them in the Magic City, assuming they were still in Alero on duty. Celine slams the table, yelling at him. Are you seriously asking that? We heard Ronia is being forced to get married, which is why we rushed all the way here. Seeing Celine make a total scene, Zinfei scrambles to stop her, knowing how incredibly rude it is to act like this in a public restaurant. Meanwhile, Roman's eyes grow heavy and distant. He realizes that those wild rumors about Ronia's upcoming wedding have already spread way too quickly throughout the entire kingdom. Chloe anxiously presses him, asking what on earth happened while they were apart to make things escalate so suddenly. Setting his plate down, Roman lets out a heavy sigh. He admits there is no point in hiding it anymore, confessing that he desperately needs everyone's help right now. Right then, Roman begins telling the group everything he knows about the situation. Just like the rest of them, he and Ronia had received an assignment straight from the Hero Association. Their mission was to eliminate monsters that had appeared at a crystal mine in the northern part of the kingdom. Roman continues his story. He explains that the mine was originally used to harvest raw crystals packed with massive magical power, the very resource used to draw ancient magic circles since olden times. However, not too long ago, a horde of vicious beasts suddenly swarmed the mine, taking over the entire place and constantly terrorizing the poor miners working there. Inside the pitch-black tunnels, a colossal spider with glowing red eyes suddenly emerged, absolutely terrifying the miners. They fled in sheer panic, their cries for help echoing through the caves as they faced the terrifying creature. For Roman and Ronia, this was supposed to be a completely standard subjugation mission. The two of them quickly packed their gear and set off. But when she looked at the quest map, Ronia suddenly froze in complete shock. She realized this crystal mine was located in a very specific spot, right next to her family's own Refen's territory. Roman confirmed that Mount Perma, where the mine is actually pretty close to Ronia's family mansion. Doing a mission right in your own backyard sounds pretty familiar, doesn't it? Roman reminded her that this mine supplies magic crystals to her entire territory, asking if she knew that. Ronia snapped back, of course I know that, but she insisted that wasn't what she meant. She found it incredibly strange that her very first mission after graduation was scheduled right next to her house. Even Roman had to admit it was way too much of a coincidence. Ronia pondered the situation. She remembered that Leith had also received a mission close to home earlier, claiming that everything going on was highly suspicious. Roman asked if she planned to reject the mission, but she had no intention of doing that. Instead, she firmly decided they would stop by her home before heading to the mine. Ronia believed her father kept close tabs on everything in the territory, so he'd know if something weird was going on. When Roman jokingly asked if this was just an excuse to go home and relax, she blew up at him in denial. In the end, they decided to stop at the Refen's estate on their way. Back in the present, Roman sits quietly at the table, staring at a small piece of cake. Honestly, his stomach is probably protesting by now. But anyway, The moment Roman and Ronia stepped inside the mansion, a heavy, unsettling atmosphere immediately washed over them both. A gray-haired butler bowed respectfully, welcoming Lady Ronia back. He mentioned that the Count was already waiting inside, leaving her completely stunned. She wondered if her father somehow knew she was coming. The butler urged her to see her father immediately to hear his explanation, warning that an extremely grave matter was waiting for her behind those doors. Ronia's eyes flickered with sadness. She quietly bowed her head and complied. While Ronia was led to the Count, the butler turned to Roman, offering to show him to the guest room to rest. Roman could only stand there in silence, watching his friend's back vanish down the deep corridors of the massive estate. Roman thought to himself that from that moment on, Ronia seemed to completely vanish into the majestic mansion. Sometime later, she returned with shocking news, abruptly declaring she was abandoning the mission due to an urgent personal matter. Staring at the cancellation form stamped in bright red ink on the desk, Roman gasped in utter disbelief. He shouted in shock, "What? Why are you suddenly abandoning the mission like this? There's definitely something fishy going on with this family." Standing with her back to Roman, Ronia choked back tears and apologized for the sudden choice, claiming she had absolutely no other option. A painful truth left her lips, freezing Roman in his tracks. "I am getting married." Ronia told him to leave immediately and never come looking for her again. Roman could only scream Ronia's name in desperation. Meanwhile, with tears pooling in her eyes, his friend forced a bitter smile and whispered a final apology. Everything happened so fast that Roman didn't even have time to react. Before he could even try to convince Ronia, he was ruthlessly thrown out of the mansion. From that moment on, Roman was left staring at the locked iron gates, completely powerless to get inside. Meanwhile, news of the Refen's family daughter getting married spread like wildfire across the territory, causing an absolute uproar. No wonder the neighborhood gossip mill was running at full capacity. Even though the family had not made an official announcement, the rumors about her mysterious fiancé sent shivers down everyone's spines. He was said to be a second prince from a distant desert kingdom across the ocean, a man infamous for his debauchery and insatiable greed. He is in his late 40s and already has 2 wives. Roman couldn't comprehend why Ronia would marry such a creep. Desperate, he sat frozen like a stone statue outside the gates for 4 long days and nights. Ending his flashback, Roman sighs, admitting that was everything from the last 2 weeks. Hearing this, Zinfei gasps, covering his mouth in shock. Good grief, Roman bitterly admits that a lone warrior like him could do absolutely nothing to change the mind of a powerful count. Plus, since they were still on an active Hero Association mission, the coach and the other warriors had to leave to complete the subjugation on schedule. That is why Roman was left completely alone, feeling entirely helpless. Seeing her friend's pain, Celine slams the table, stands up, and yells that this is completely unfair. "Seriously, we need to get to the bottom of this." Even as Zinfei tries to tell her to calm down, Celine simply cannot contain her rising fury. She is absolutely convinced that Ronia is facing something horrible, and she refuses to sit idly by for another second. With eyes burning with determination, Celine loudly declares they must set off to rescue their friend right now. A true hero would never turn their back on a teammate in trouble. She turns to the coach, getting his name totally wrong. "Right. Coach CP Gave." Veins popping, he grits his teeth and corrects her. "It's Coach Gave." He curses internally. "Why even ask me when you already made up your minds? Honestly, if it weren't out of respect for the Demon King, I swear I'd grind you guys to dust." Chloe thoughtfully speaks up, agreeing they should help Ronia. Zinfei doesn't object either, but he wonders how they'll actually pull it off. Roman touches his chin, pointing out the biggest hurdle. "How do we do it? If we want to save Ronia, don't we first need to find a way to break into the castle?" Right then, Dolphin raises her finger with a mysterious smile. "I might actually be able to help you with that." Celine's eyes light up with excitement. "Really? Do you have a plan?" Dolphin confidently nods. "Of course I do. Isn't that the whole reason I showed up here in the first place? I told you I could help you see Ronia." While Celine is fully on board, the others are still highly skeptical of this stranger's true identity. Staring at the castle blueprints, San remains extremely cautious around this mysterious woman they just met. "Hey, it is always good to be on guard so you do not get scammed, right? Right, guys?" Looking at the heavy security with layers of guards, San presses her. "Are you seriously saying we can slip through a tight defense system like this? How on earth would we do that?" Dolphin smirks, firing back with a highly surprising question. "But why would we even need to sneak in?" That unexpected answer leaves San completely stunned, stammering in utter confusion. "Huh? Obviously, that entrance is off limits for a reason." Saheo smugly wiggles her finger, claiming the group got it all wrong. In reality, it is not like the castle is locked to everyone. Only the commoners are restricted from going inside. She explains that if Ronia is really marrying a prince, they must host a ton of high-profile guests before the actual wedding takes place. Hearing this, Celine's eyes instantly light up with pure excitement. Meanwhile, Sinfight nods in agreement. He admits that even in noble marriages, meeting various guests before the ceremony is absolutely mandatory. Those people could be relatives, siblings, or anyone sharing a bloodline. However, Sinfight quickly realizes this is impossible for their group. After all, they do not have any close connections or family ties with the noble Refen's clan. Celine tearfully cries out, insisting they are way more than just acquaintances. They are heroic companions who have faced life and death together on the battlefield. Even though Sinfight understands her feelings, he realistically reminds her that such comrade bonds hold zero weight among the high nobility. Nobles only care about status and family lineage. It is a tough pill to swallow. Sinfight thoughtfully asks if there is anyone else besides family that Ronia absolutely must meet. Sahio flashes a bright smile. She suggests a very special figure, the priest, who will deliver the wedding blessings. She explains that a wedding is a sacred ceremony where two people exchange vows to receive blessings from heaven. Because of that, they absolutely need a priest to conduct the service and bless the couple. Celine squeals in excitement and rushes over to hug Saheo, showering her with praise as an absolute genius. Saheo chuckles with delight, casually saying that Celine is totally overhyping her. But Chloe suddenly steps in to crush their hopes, calling the plan completely absurd. She seriously points out that a priest tasked with such a major role has definitely been carefully selected by the bride's family a long time ago. Remaining highly skeptical, Chloe insists there is no way some random priest would ever be chosen for the wedding of a prestigious family, especially for the daughter of a count. Saheo just laughs with supreme confidence. She claims that such a rule only applies to ordinary run-of-the-mill priests. Right away, she flashes a brilliant golden pass and proudly presents the master key of the Forest Tui sect. Celine, Chloe, and San stare at each other, utterly clueless about what this pass even is. But then, Sinfight gasps. He realizes that as a priest from this sect, infiltrating the castle is actually totally possible. Seeing Celine's confusion over the unfamiliar name, Sinfight explains that this is a religion of constantly traveling nomads. He adds that they worship the patron deity of travelers' safety. Since they travel through many countries, they build massive networks with local lords. Because of this, nobles rarely hold any bad blood against them. Sinfight points out that since high society loves traveling for leisure or business, they would never disrespect a god of safe passage. This is especially true when they have a post-wedding honeymoon to worry about. Sahio giggles happily, thinking Sinfight is showering her with too much praise. Meanwhile, San keeps her sharp, highly suspicious gaze locked onto her. She glares at Saheo and directly demands to know if she is a real priest or just a low-level cleric of this sect. Saheo hesitates, struggling to reveal the truth about her background. Suddenly, Kaheo's face pales as she frantically remembers the terrifying presence of Demon King Baron. She anxiously scans the dining table, but the scary old man has already vanished without a trace. Saheo silently notes that the Demon King is an absolute enigma. Meanwhile, Roman leans over to whisper to Sinfight that this girl seems incredibly shady, making him nod in agreement. Still, Saheo is just relieved Baron is gone. She firmly clenches her fist with fresh determination. Now that the big boss is away, she is free to find a way to impress Celine. Celine excitedly asks if they can use this golden master key to confidently stroll right into the castle to meet Ronia. Sahio awkwardly confesses she already tried sneaking in with it, only to be caught by the brutal guards and kicked out immediately. Luckily, she managed to keep the wedding invitation. Celine looks at Sahio with deep skepticism, pointing out that since the plan failed miserably the first time, trying it again is obviously going to be completely useless. Talk about a major buzzkill after boasting so much. But wait, here's where she pulls a whole new trick out of her sleeve. If they cannot reach the bride Ronia, they can just target the groom instead. Immediately, the scene shifts to a lavish chamber. Here, Amido Brahim Lebeska, the second prince of the Desert Kingdom and Ronia's groom-to-be, is living it up surrounded by gorgeous women. Spotting the group of strangers, the chubby prince demands to know who they are. Celine opens her mouth to speak, but Roman quickly covers her face to prevent her from ruining everything. Chloe smoothly steps forward, flashes a bright smile, and introduces their group as holy priests from the traveling Tuasui Duum sect. She politely explains that while passing through town, they heard a noble lady is marrying a prince from across the sea, so they wanted to offer their blessings. Meanwhile, the prince's lecherous eyes are glued directly to Chloe's body. He smirks with satisfaction, though his perverted thoughts are glaringly obvious. Laughing heartily, he remarks that his third wife is incredibly lucky to receive such sacred attention from visiting priests from far away. Chloe keeps playing along, claiming that attending a noble wedding is their sacred duty. Since the bride is fully occupied with etiquette classes, the group had no choice but to seek an audience with the prince first. Amido clears his throat and declines, stating that in his land, a princess's virtue is absolute, so she cannot be disturbed by anyone. Refusing to back down, Chloe begs him as a humble friend. She asks the prince to grant them just one brief meeting with Ronia before the big day, asking if such a small request is really too much. Prince Amido hesitates, saying it is not exactly impossible, but the bride's training is incredibly strict. He worries they might disrupt her crucial lessons, but Chloe quickly bows her head and promises it will not happen. She promises to personally guarantee that everything goes smoothly. While Roman and Sinfight whisper anxiously in the background, a sudden, sharp echo of heavy footsteps rings out across the room. Ronia slowly descends the grand staircase amidst drifting flower petals. Strangely, her eyes are glowing with a chilling crimson light. Spotting her friend, Celine happily shouts out that they have finally come to rescue her. But wait, look at this, her warm smile is completely gone. Instead, she greets them with a lifeless, icy stare. Did she actually have a change of heart? Right after that, a burst of terrifying red magic suddenly explodes. Behind Ronia, a massive, demonic eye manifests, unleashing a crushing pressure that makes the whole group stumble. Celine gasps in pure shock while Seiheo panics, screaming that they are in massive trouble now. San turns completely pale with terror as she senses something incredibly sinister. She realizes this horrifying, malevolent energy can only belong to one source, the dark magic of the demon race itself. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, Demon King Baron is absolutely furious after losing track of his daughter. He demands to know where she is, stomping his foot with monstrous power, shaking the earth and utterly terrifying the Count's guards. Shaking in their boots, they still try to yell back, asking him how he dares to cause trouble on the Count's land and warning him of the consequences. Showing absolutely no mercy, Baron roars in anger, telling them to shut up and get out of his way. A dark crimson aura erupts from his body, freezing the terrified soldiers completely in their tracks. At the same time, Instructor Gave is stealthily slipping away behind the hedges. He sighs with massive relief that he managed to escape in the nick of time, knowing something was off all along. He thinks he is lucky to have got away and needs to figure out what is going on immediately, but he better move his legs fast and help find that girl, or else. Peeking back at the total destruction and the guards lying unconscious everywhere, Gave decides to quietly slip away for his own safety. Meanwhile, the Demon King is literally burning with rage, squeezing a small red mouse mascot in his fist. He demands to know where Celine is. But Bathory, the red mouse familiar, snaps right back, yelling that she has absolutely no idea where his daughter went. While the Demon King is absolutely losing his mind over his missing daughter, Archduke Luan is relaxing in a luxury suite, casually reading the paper. A voice breaks the silence, pointing out that he looks way calmer than anyone would expect. Bathory's red mouse familiar hops onto the table, nervously reporting that the plan to revive the former Demon King was an absolute disaster. She warns that if things keep going like this, their entire smuggling operation is going to get shut down. Even their stronghold in the Refen's territory is in major danger. Bry snaps, asking if Luan is seriously just going to sit there and watch their whole operation fall apart. Luan coldly sets his newspaper down, his sharp eyes pinning Bathory's little avatar as he asks if it is not her own fault for letting their territory allies betray them. Shaken, Bathory fires back, asking how any of this is on her. But Luan immediately points out that the pest standing in their way is actually her own blood relative. Bathory freezes in shock. She stammers out an excuse, claiming she cleared her tracks so carefully that she never expected him to hunt her down here. Luan shuts down her excuses immediately. He tells her she didn't just do a sloppy job erasing her tracks, she literally led the guy straight to their secret smuggling route. As she shuts up in sheer frustration, Luan stands up and looks out the window. He declares that he has absolutely no intention of sitting back and watching everything fall apart. He proudly claims he already took the necessary precautions to turn things around early on. Luan flashes a pretty sinister smirk when Bathory's familiar asks about the next move, calmly stating he won't even need to lift a finger himself. Because when you're facing too many annoying obstacles, the smartest move is to just let them tear each other to pieces. Luan stares at a poster announcing the wedding between the Refen's clan's genius mage and a foreign prince, smirking as he says that once they meet, one side is getting completely destroyed. So these scumbags were behind the marriage all along. Meanwhile, Bathory's little scout is absolutely panicking after getting snatched up by a giant hand mid-recon. The poor thing curses its own carelessness, wondering how it got caught when it was planning to bolt the second it got the info. Just moments earlier, the sneaky red mouse was sitting high up on a cliff, silently watching every single move Celine's group made. Seeing a strange new girl laughing and playing right next to Celine, the mouse wonders if Luan secretly planted this spy without telling her. She starts questioning if that bastard lost faith in her, sending this total airhead to replace her on the job. Even so, the little red mouse is just glad she doesn't have to keep guiding Celine and her crew to the Refen's estate anymore. Suddenly, a chill runs down her spine as she feels the razor-sharp gaze of the man traveling with the hero party. She tries to tell herself that they are way too far apart for him to spot her, but a heavy dread still creeps in. Talk about having a guilty conscience. Sweating buckets, the mouse prays she is just seeing things. But in a split second, Demon King Baron materializes right behind her and snatches her clean off the ground. He roars in absolute fury, boasting that he finally caught this sneaky little rat. The terrified familiar shrieks at the top of her lungs, desperately begging for mercy and swearing she didn't do anything shady this time. Baron glares down at her, his eyes practically burning with fury. He dryly asks if saying this time means she admitting to doing shady things before, then barks out a command for her to spill the absolute truth right now. Squirming in Baron's iron grip, the mouse frantically protests her innocence, swearing she did nothing wrong. Desperate to save her own skin, she decides to play her final card and start negotiating. She asks him if he is not curious about the guy who took over the mansion, offering to tell him absolutely everything she knows. Baron stares thoughtfully at the tiny pest, before slowly nodding his head and grunting out a simple fine, Realizing her soul is locked in that tiny body anyway, he knows she has zero chance of escaping. Baron decides to put the interrogation on hold, because right now, finding his beloved daughter is his absolute top priority. Yep, he is officially all back in overprotective dad mode. Coldly demands the name of the squatter, and with a face twisted in pure hatred, the mouse reveals the scumbag's name is Jeppis Lona Green. An image of a fat, pampered man living it up with gorgeous women pops up. The mouse explains that this guy is actually a pure-blooded member of her very own clan, enjoying her stolen life. Back in the day, their entire clan fought an absolutely brutal and bloody civil war over territory, but her faction was ultimately crushed by his side. The mouse grinds her teeth in bitter regret just thinking about it. She secretly blames her stubborn grandfather for refusing to spill fellow clan blood, boasting that she could have easily wiped them all out. After losing that war, she had to struggle like hell just to keep her head and flee her homeland. Even though she was incredibly careful to wipe away any trace of her escape to avoid being hunted down. Somehow, Jeps tracked her down anyway. He even discovered the secret smuggling route she had spent ages building up. The mouse's rage hits the roof as she talks about that bastard stealing all her hard work. She literally screams in bitterness, remembering the sight of her completely cleaned out cargo boxes. She whines that she cannot believe he took everything, claiming he crossed the line. Baron just strolls through the rubble, dryly pointing out that she is basically admitting to smuggling illegal goods right out of his territory. He is actually pretty amazed by this rat's audacity, casually confessing to her illegal smuggling trade like it is no big deal at all. This cheeky rat talks so big about her crimes, but she'd freeze up instantly in front of the real emperor. Getting squeezed by Baron, she shrieks in protest, asking what he means by smuggling since that route was just for business. She insists it was totally legal trade, but when asked what her cargo actually was, she just stammers. She mumbles that she cannot say. Completely losing his patience with her refusal to share the enemy's location, Baron snaps. Baron tosses her over to Gave, growling that talking to her is a complete waste of time. Gave catches the mouse while Baron orders him to guard her closely, warning that he still has plenty of questions left for her. Knuckles cracking, the Demon King's eyes burn with pure rage as he declares that whether his name is Jeeps or Jopes, he is going to personally kick that bastard's ass. Gave nervously warns him not to let his guard down, but Baron just smirks, asking if Gave seriously thinks a legendary Demon King could ever be beaten by low-class trash. The trembling mouse squeaks that she knows he is insanely strong, but points out that his daughter is a completely different story. As Celine's face flashes on screen, she warns that the girl and her friends are likely in pretty deep trouble right now. Baron stops dead in his tracks, asking in pure shock what she means about Celine, while the mouse's eyes flash a dangerous glowing red. She drops a horrifying truth bomb about Jeps, who was born with a terrifying ability to instantly hypnotize people using dark charm magic. Baron's face completely tightens with absolute dread as a massive demonic eye appears on screen, unleashing a wave of mind-controlling energy. Look at this Celine, Chloe, and San now have completely lifeless red eyes, walking forward like mindless puppets under the enemy's absolute control. Their minds are totally gone. Dolphin breaks into a pretty cold sweat, realizing they are in serious trouble against a high-level demon who is a master of charm magic. He managed to trap both Celine and Saintess Chloe with just a single glance. The demon Jeppes bursts out laughing, incredibly proud of himself. He gloats over this massive haul, since the entire hero party is now completely trapped under his control. Casually stroking his face, he admits he only came here looking for that traitor battery, but is now absolutely thrilled to find this place crawling with beautiful women. Jeepes actually starts thinking about settling down here permanently if gorgeous prey keeps walking right to his front door. He lightly touches Ronia, but his eyes quickly wander over to Celine, finding the silver-haired beauty way more alluring than a kid. Look out, Demon King, your daughter is in serious trouble here. Staring at Celine with sheer lust in his eyes, Jeppes starts whispering slimy comments about her looks. Standing nearby, Dolphin is only pretending to be hypnotized while secretly raging inside. She curses the bastard, warning him to keep his filthy eyes off Celine and get his hands away immediately. Suddenly, Jeps freezes as a terrifying chill of pure killing intent hits him from across the room. Before he can even react, Celine breaks her trance, unleashing her full power into a glowing blue greatsword. She roars with absolute determination, demanding the demon let go of Ronia immediately. Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion of magic erupts with massive force, hitting Jeppes dead on. The villain can only stare in pure shock before the giant wave of energy completely swallows him up. Dolphin stumbles back, shielding her eyes from the blinding light. Through the thick, swirling dust, the defeated demon Jeepes collapses onto the floor, his eyes wide with absolute terror. He cannot believe his eyes, stuttering out in sheer panic. How did a brat like you break my enchantment? But Celine just scoffs, asking him if he seriously thought being the Demon King's daughter was just for show. Ignoring her enemy's utter confusion, Celine suddenly pulls Ronia close and get this. She is already daydreaming about wearing a fancy suit to protect her beautiful bride. Celine boldly declares that she would rather marry Ronia herself than hand her over to a scumbag like him. This incredibly wild move leaves Dolphin frozen in place, her face completely blank with confusion. Fired up, Celine steps right in front of Ronia and tells the stupid pig to just give up already. Insulted, Jeppes flies into a rage, screaming at the brat for daring to call him a pig. Meanwhile, Dolphin frantically tries to stop them, saying a marriage between two girls is way too sudden, but Celine just beams, praising Dolphin for resisting the charm spell and calling her a truly top-tier priest. Seeing Celine so carefree, Dolphin quickly warns her that they have much bigger problems right now. Hearing this, Celine immediately rushes over to the completely lifeless Ronia. She repeatedly slaps her friend's cheeks, shouting at Ronia to snap out of it. Watching Celine break the powerful enchantment so effortlessly, Dolphin starts wondering if this girl is actually some kind of genius. Jeeps loses all patience. He channels his dark magic into his hand, screaming maniacally that even if he does not know how they escaped, they are all going to die anyway. Dolphin can only shriek in absolute despair as a violent wave of power erupts, cutting off any chance of the villain actually pulling off his attack. The direct hit sends Jeepus flying like a rag doll. He crashes hard onto the floor, groaning in sheer agony, while Dolphin just stands frozen, completely stunned by how fast the enemy was defeated. Through the thick smoke, Demon King Baron appears in his human form, radiating absolute bloodlust as he demands to know where his beloved daughter is. His brutal punch shattered the wall, knocking Jeps out instantly. Watching the enemy lie motionless as his soul escapes, Dolphin starts shaking in pure terror. She always thought the rumors about the Demon King were exaggerated, but seeing him punch through solid walls like a literal monster is terrifying. No wonder he has such a fearsome reputation. Baron's burning, furious glare terrifies Dolphin to her core. It is clear his love for Celine is bordering on insane touch his precious daughter, and you will pay with your life. Staring at Baron's glowing eyes, Dolphin pulls her cloak tight, whispering to herself that she must avoid eye contact with this absolute madman if she wants to survive. She anxiously wonders if the Demon King will go on a rampage next. But right as the tension peaks, Celine calls out to her dad. Instantly, Baron's terrifying expression melts away, replaced by a doting father with hearts in his eyes. He rushes to hug Celine, sobbing and asking if that absolute scumbag did anything to harm his precious little girl. She smiles, assuring him she is totally fine, but mentions the others. The moment Baron hears about anyone else, his face instantly goes completely blank and uncaring. Other people, he asks. Celine points at the motionless, red-eyed Ronia, wondering why her friend is sleeping with her eyes wide open without making a single sound. It is so weird. Baron steps closer and inspects her, realizing she is under a powerful charm spell designed to completely control minds using dark wizardry. He deeply ponders how a pathetic cultist could wield such high-level magic, wondering who taught it to him. Patting Celine's head, Baron decides that as long as his daughter is safe, everyone else can rot. Celine is still absolutely furious, insisting that Scumbag did something horrible to Ronia. Noticing his daughter's strange intensity, Baron grabs her shoulders, frantically asking if she is actually okay. With sparkling, innocent eyes, Celine insists she feels fantastic, even claiming her mind has never been clearer or more refreshed. Talk about an unexpected twist. Baron is horrified to realize that despite how faint it is, Celine has definitely been affected by the charm magic too. He recalls that people with immense willpower can sometimes experience extreme hyperactivity when hit by mind control. Celine excitedly admits that while she feels a bit weird, it actually feels pretty awesome. The second those words leave her mouth, she collapses face first onto the floor, making Baron panic. But she immediately bounces right back up, completely unfazed, wondering why she just randomly tripped. Suddenly, Celine's gaze shifts, locking onto the motionless Ronia. Baron is left utterly baffled when his daughter randomly starts gushing over how gorgeous Ronia's dress looks. Stepping closer, she observes that Ronia looks just like a cute doll, exactly like the plush bunny she loves cuddling with back home. She innocently reveals she always kisses that doll before going to sleep. Tilting Ronia's chin up, Celine leans in close, fully intending to give her a goodnight kiss. Seeing this absolute madness, Baron's eyes bug out in horror as he screams for her to stop. Right after his shout, Celine's eyes go vacant and she passes out cold, collapsing right into his arms. Cradling his unconscious daughter, Baron's face turns dark and incredibly dangerous. Witnessing this terrifying shift, Gave gasps in fear while the defeated Jeppes continues to groan on the floor. Baron grinds his teeth in pure rage, unable to stand the sight of the bastard who hurt his daughter lying there. Sensing danger, Gave quickly steps in to stop him. He begs Baron to calm down and listen, arguing that the enemy is already unconscious and destroying the mansion is pointless. But the Demon King is too far gone. Beatty the Red Mouse warns Gave not to get in the way of a furious father. Getting annoyed, Baron casually slaps Gave away, leaving Beatty to sigh at his stubbornness. That is what you get for being stubborn. Groggily waking up in the rubble, Jeppes demands to know who is standing before him. Radiating pure dark energy, Baron declares his unforgivable sin hurting his underage daughter to the point of making her lose consciousness. Before Jeppes can even process this, Beatty turns pale, sensing the impending doom. Charging his hand with purple magic, Baron coldly declares Jeppes will pay with his life. In utter desperation, the terrified demon screams for his guards to save him, but it is already far too late. An apocalyptic explosion erupts, swallowing Jeppes mid-scream. The violent shockwave rattles the entire castle, sending the guards outside into a panic as they scramble to find the source of the blast. Rushing into the ruined hall, the guards freeze in terror at Baron's imposing figure standing in the purple smoke. Jeppes is now a charred smoking heap, barely whispering for help. Realizing how bad this is, Dolphin quickly blocks the guards, frantically telling them to turn back immediately if they do not want to be disintegrated on the spot. Luckily, she stopped them, because these low-level guards would have been vaporized instantly. Meanwhile, at the magnificent Riefen's estate, Count Riefens is completely overwhelmed with emotion. He chokes up, wondering how he can ever repay them for saving his daughter. Just thinking about her almost being bound to that horrible demon makes his chest tighten with fear. Bowing deeply to the hero party, the Count promises that the Riefens family will always remember this debt of gratitude, but Celine just humbly waves it off, saying they really didn't do anything big enough to deserve all this high praise. Honestly, the moment they woke up, the mansion was already a pile of smoking rubble. They just found the unconscious Count lying there and carried him back to his Miss estate. San casually drops a truth bomb. It was actually Celine's dad who wrecked the entire place. Shinfei panics and scolds her for being so blunt, but San's secretly sweating because she's totally broke. If the Count asks for repair money, she's completely doomed. Like father, like daughter, they wreck everything they touch. But luckily, Count Riefens just laughs it off and reassures the heroes that they don't need to worry about any of the collateral damage. He declares his family isn't so ungrateful that they'd charge their lifesavers for minor repairs, especially after being rescued from the literal clutches of a demon. The Countess tearfully chimes in, crying that without them, her precious daughter would have fallen into enemy hands, leaving her with a debt she can never repay. Baron calmly steps in, suggesting that if they really want to show gratitude, they should direct all of it toward his daughter, the hero Celine. He honestly admits that if it wasn't for Celine, he wouldn't have bothered cleaning up this disaster. Celine is completely clueless about what's happening, while the Count and his wife keep bowing and thanking her over and over. All Celine can do is scratch her head and laugh awkwardly, admitting she barely remembers anything from the fight. Seeing Celine look so smug, Ronia snaps, jumping up and yelling in pure frustration. She complains that Celine didn't do anything to deserve this much praise. Even as Roman tries to calm her down and remind her of manners, Ronia snaps back, shouting that if she hadn't let her guard down, she'd never owe a debt to this idiot. But hey, this idiot did run to save her. Ronia proudly declares that the very second she stepped into the mansion, she already knew something was completely off. Celine freezes, wondering if Ronia had actually figured out the demon's true identity from the start. Ronia nods, completely confident in herself. Well, obviously, my parents suddenly started talking absolute nonsense about marriage, and everyone had the exact same glazed look in their eyes. I wouldn't deserve to be a mage if I couldn't spot something that obvious. But she does admit she let her guard down a tiny bit. Seeing Celine smugly give her 2 thumbs up, Ronia gets annoyed, so this was all part of your master plan. She snaps, "You've got to be kidding me. How annoying." Even so, she bows her head and sincerely thanks Celine for saving her life. Hearing Ronia promise that the Riefens family will never forget this favor makes Celine beam with absolute joy and excitement. The bald knight also bows to express his gratitude, though Ronia is still acting fussy and complaining when he accidentally touches her sore shoulder. Meanwhile, that little red mouse mascot is frantically trying to sneak away. Shaking in terror, the creature tells itself that it has to escape right now. It needs to report back to its superiors immediately, fearing that if the news is delayed, they will all face a horrific end. The farewell ceremony is held with deep solemnity. Speaking for the family, the representative gives his blessings, hoping that the goddess will always watch over these brave young heroes. The soldiers raise their banners high, shouting out a powerful salute to their young saviors. Seeing Celine practically glowing with pride after completing her very first hero mission, Sinfight can't help but smile at her infectious energy. But Coach Gave immediately steps in to rain on her parade. He warns Celine not to get cocky, reminding her that she was almost captured and turned into an enemy puppet. Seriously, you can't just act on whim. If she wasn't the Demon King's daughter, her story would have ended back in episode 1. Gave keeps grumbling about her crazy recklessness, charging straight into an enemy base with absolutely zero preparation. Staring at her carefree, happy face, he just sighs in absolute defeat. This girl isn't even listening to a single word he's saying. Gave decides it's best to keep quiet, though deep down he has to admit she did well. Celine might be incredibly naive, but that raw instinct to throw herself into danger to save someone else is exactly what makes a real hero. Gave curiously asks what she would do if Ronia actually wanted to get married, but Celine just fires back, asking what makes him think Ronia was being serious, since that whole drama didn't fit her friend's personality at all. Giving another confident thumbs up, she claims that while Ronia might want a wedding someday, right now, her friend is completely focused on just one thing: becoming a legendary hero. After seeing Ronia study so hard she passed out on her books, Celine is positive that marriage is the last thing on her rival's mind. Overhearing them talking behind her back, Ronia flies into a rage and tries to tackle Celine. Roman barely manages to hold her back, frantically reminding her not to attack her savior. These two are seriously like squabbling market sellers. Celine beams, declaring she's sure they are destined to become the greatest heroes together. Even though Ronia stubbornly rejects any talk of destiny and snaps that she has no interest in sharing anything, Celine just smiles. She knows deep down that if she were in trouble, Ronia wouldn't hesitate to save her. She firmly believes it because Ronia is a true hero at heart, turning to look at her friend directly with total sincerity. Blushing hard, Ronia awkwardly mumbles that since she owes a debt, she'd at least do that much to even the score. Chloe smiles softly, thinking that this pure optimism is exactly why Celine is destined to become an incredible hero. Coach gave orders everyone to pack up and get ready to head back. Watching Celine walk ahead, he quietly reflects on the girl's astonishing mental fortitude and that massive, terrifying innate power sleeping deep inside her. He's absolutely certain that this girl is keeping a massive secret from everyone. But hey, doesn't everyone have a few secrets up their sleeve? Gabe narrows his eyes in deep suspicion, staring at the dark-haired man. He wonders what kind of dangerous secrets that guy is keeping, even if he can't prove anything yet. That absolute mystery of a man. While Gabe is lost in his thoughts, San suddenly taps Celine on the shoulder and asks if she's forgetting something. Celine just looks at her blankly, so San points right behind them. Your dad, San says. Celine is still totally clueless, asking what about him, only for San to bluntly point out that he has completely vanished. Everyone quickly looks around in surprise. Sinfight and Chloe frantically confirm that Celine's dad is nowhere to be seen. Even the priestess who was with him has vanished without a single trace. Gabe quietly observes that her father is an incredibly mysterious guy. He just vanishes into thin air and then randomly pops back up, just like he did when they first arrived. Celine innocently guesses that maybe her dad just had to go use the bathroom and didn't think it was a big deal to slip away. Seriously, girl, save your dad some dignity. She cheerfully adds that her dad gets super embarrassed about bathroom breaks. Hearing this, San can't help but look highly skeptical. She wonders how a guy that powerful could get shy over a bathroom break, noting he doesn't look like the type to care at all. Sinfight quickly warns her not to judge people based purely on their looks. Even so, he has to admit that her dad is definitely unique. Seeing the group preparing to wait around, Coach Gabe immediately stops them, reminding everyone that they have a strict schedule to keep. They have to get back to the Hero Association headquarters on time. Sinfight agrees, noting that while finishing missions is important, sticking to the plan is just as crucial. In reality, Gabe is sweating under massive pressure from Demon King Baron, who's currently holding that mysterious priestess. Eyes glowing red, Baron growled a direct command to Gabe to stop Celine from following him at all costs. If he fails, the consequences will be disastrous. Cold sweat dripping down his neck, Gabe clears his throat and firmly tells the party he won't tolerate any complaints about heading back immediately. Good thing he has his teacher authority as an excuse to make them move. He insists they can't waste time on outsiders. Celine hesitates for a second, but her usual cheerful optimism quickly bounces right back. She's sure her dad is strong enough to handle himself, so there's no need to worry. Gabe nods, quickly urging the entire team to move out before it gets any later. Celine happily waves goodbye, but San just watches silently from behind with suspicious glowing red eyes. She has definitely sensed that something quite unusual is going on in this place. San wonders if they should actually worry about that woman who just vanished. Suddenly, a loud crash echoes and the mysterious woman gets brutally pinned down. Baron glares at her with a freezing, completely overwhelming stare. He grabs her shoulder tight and growls, "Who are you anyway?" She squeaks in surprise. "Wait, when did you even grab me without anyone noticing?" 15 years ago, near the Demon King army outpost, a fierce battle raged in a ruined village. A blast of purple magic rips through the air, sending a silver-armored knight crashing down, his heavy breaths filled with total and absolute exhaustion. Demon King Baron looks down at his defeated foe and scoffs, "Still alive?" Despite his broken body, the knight refuses to fall just yet. He struggles to stand, his shaking hands gripping his sword hilt. "I must survive for those I protect." Baron coldly asks if he really wants to continue this hopeless fight. The knight boldly fires back, "You are dead wrong. Demon King, this is not a choice. It is a duty." Staring into those unwavering eyes, Baron cannot help but wonder about the strange, endless contradictions of humanity. He has seen humans betray their own kind for greed without a second thought. Yet here is a fool, willingly diving into a battle he has absolutely zero chance of winning. The knight mocks him, saying the more Baron talks, the more confusing he gets. Every race has its oddballs. It is the same for gods, humans, and even demons. Standing in the ruins of the village, the knight admits he has never met a demon king as bizarre as Baron. No demon lord has ever asked humans such deep questions, and he demands to know if Baron actually cares about humanity or not. Baron immediately denies it, calling it a random passing thought rather than any real curiosity. The knight warns him that it is best to just let humans live in peace. Annoyed by the chatter, Baron snaps, "Enough, shut your mouth." Suddenly, he lunges forward, grabbing the knight tightly by the throat. Glaring with a freezing stare, Baron asks one final question: what could possibly drive you to stand in my way? He remembers those self-proclaimed heroes who fought for flashy reasons like saving the entire continent or destroying evil. Baron presses him, asking if he is just like those hypocrites, fighting only for empty ideals. Instantly, the silver-armored knight reaches up and grabs the Demon King tightly by his wrist. Even though he is completely outmatched, the knight has zero fear of death. He chuckles softly, admitting his actual reason is not grand or impressive at all. He quietly reveals, I just want to protect the future of the person I love most in the world. Baron looks down, completely disappointed. He was hoping for a much more interesting answer than this. Believing the knight is just wasting his time, Baron growls in frustration. But suddenly the knight squeezes Baron's wrist with every ounce of his remaining strength, catching the Demon King completely off guard. But that was enough time for me, the knight roars. Look at this, a massive explosion of dark energy erupts, blowing his armor to pieces. Baron walks calmly out of the dust, while the knight collapses, completely spent, with a fatal wound right in his chest. Wiping a scratch on his cheek, Baron mocks him, asking if this was his absolute final trump card. The Demon King scoffs, calling that weak divine energy pathetic and meaningless. Humans can never stand against this kind of terrifying power. Panting heavily, the knight struggles for air. He acknowledges the Demon King's overwhelming strength but squeezes out his final words: you are indeed strong, but if you have even a shred of care, I hope you will understand my choice one day. Taking his last breath, the knight collapses onto the dirt. Baron stands silently, staring at the fallen warrior. Suddenly, a warm, bright memory flashes before him. It is a little Celine laughing happily and reaching her arms out wide, babbling daddy with pure love. Yet in the end she actually came to seek revenge. Back in the present, Baron narrows his eyes at the trembling priestess in front of him. He suddenly remembers sensing this weak, pathetic divine power somewhere before. Hearing herself called pathetic, Saheo starts tearing up average and pathetic? How could you say that? You are way too harsh. Meanwhile, Baron casually recalls a night his subordinates were drinking and gossiping about a completely useless newborn goddess. Yep, that is definitely her, no doubt. The demons even placed bets on who would be the first to capture and pluck the wings off that fragile goddess. They believed that with such trashy power, absolutely nobody would ever respect her as a real deity. Hearing those insults, Kaheo screams in protest, fiercely claiming she is not weak like the rumors say. But Baron notices a weird coincidence: this average divine power is identical to the guy he fought years ago. He steps closer, making Saheo jump in absolute terror from his heavy pressure. Baron figures those proud, arrogant gods would never work this hard. But then he snaps back and stares right through her. Now, I get it, you were sent by the heavens to spy on me, right? Caught red-handed, Saheo panics so hard she starts hiccuping. Her face goes pale now that her massive secret is out. Baron silently ponders what to do with this clumsy stalker. He cannot let those gods play tricks behind his back anymore, hiding like rats instead of showing their faces. Honestly, she does not look like a deity at all. Baron decides to completely wipe her out to end the trouble. Saheo is so terrified she starts crying. She desperately looks for an escape, crying that she is far too young to die before even turning 100. Baron hesitates, worrying those annoying gods will seek revenge and bring unwanted trouble. But right as things look completely hopeless, you will love this twist, Kaheo screams out that she actually holds some incredibly valuable information. When Baron presses her, she proudly reveals that Celine is actually the daughter of a legendary hero. But Baron just looks at her, completely unfazed, and asks, so what? I already knew all of that, he says. Kaheo just stands there, completely frozen in shock. She gasps, do not tell me you knew she was a hero's daughter right from the start. Demon King Baron clicks his tongue in pure annoyance. He admits this is a bit troublesome, but he had no choice. He coldly warns her that if she keeps spreading rumors about Celine's true identity, things will get far worse. Trembling Saheo wonders if she is about to be erased from existence. Suddenly, Baron steps forward, grabs her chin firmly, and gives a direct command. Become my servant, better than dying young at just 100 years old. Saheo screams in panic. What? You cannot be serious. I am a literal goddess, you know. Baron casually fires back that right now, she is just a traveler hiding her true identity. When Saheo demands to know why she must be a servant, Baron bluntly states that she knows far too much, so she must stay close where he can easily watch her. Saheo worries the heavens will get suspicious, but Baron quickly reassures her that she can still keep in touch with them. The Demon King's eyes glow a threatening red. He growls that if she tries to run, she should prepare for the absolute worst. Under a bright, sunny blue sky, the massive magic city looks incredibly peaceful. Inside the Grand Palace, Archduke Luan smirks. Well done, Beatty, you really are our most elite member. However, Beatty just crosses her arms, looking extremely annoyed. She glares at him and snaps, as I told you before, I am not your henchman, so I would really appreciate it if you stopped acting like my bosses. Keeping a mysterious smile under his mask, Luan replies that he knows she only joined for her own race's benefit. Because of that, he guesses she brought that specific item along with her today. He guessed her intentions perfectly, as they are just using each other for their own goals. She reveals an old, worn-out candle. Luan smirks. Indeed, this item is the final piece to complete our grand plan. Looking at the cheap item, BY cannot help but doubt it. asking if he is sure because it looks pretty ordinary. Luan just laughs with absolute confidence. Haha, you seem quite skeptical.
Right, I am sure you noticed it too. He stands up abruptly, pointing out that no matter how strong the enemy is, it does not matter. Pop.
Because with this item in their hands, destroying the entire continent is only a matter of time. An old map of the continent is revealed, stained with dark blood, splatters a grim omen of the brutal future that is about to crush humanity. Leaving those dark schemes behind under the blue sky, a commander barks out orders for the group to pack up and head back to the Holy Cathedral. The crew responds in unison, quickly gathering their gear to start the journey. Celine offers a soft smile and confidently points out that while going on missions is pretty important, returning home safe and sound at the end of the day is the most critical part. She recalls her father's advice. When things are almost over, that is exactly when you must focus the hardest to finish the job right. In her memories, Demon King Baron growls at her to stay alert because this world is full of nasty surprises. Celine just winks with misplaced confidence, making her coach, Gave, sigh in frustration, knowing she completely misunderstood her father's warning. Just then, an old man in a tattered cloak hobbles over. The moment she spots the stranger, Celine brightly declares herself a hero, eagerly asking if he has some kind of trouble she can help solve. Wow, she really loves looking for extra trouble. The old man hesitantly mentions a strange rumor, hoping these heroes might investigate it for him. Celine, Sinfai, and San gasp in shock. Her excitement boiling over, she eagerly presses him, asking what kind of rumor it is. Coach Gave instantly loses his temper, shouting to demand what the hell she is trying to do. Ignoring his protests, Celine remains stubborn. She argues that turning her back on someone in need is a direct insult to a hero's duty. San agrees that Celine has a point, advising Gave to hear the story out as it is their duty. Gave can only click his tongue in defeat. Smiling, the old man reveals a rumor about a nameless hero's sword wandering the land. Rumor says the sword appeared west of the city, which is much closer to the Demon King's domain than where they are standing right now. He pleads with Celine's group to go check it out and uncover the truth behind the whispers. Celine's eyes light up with pure hype at the mention of a legendary hero's sword. Gave, however, gets pretty annoyed by his students' over-the-top energy. He sternly reminds everyone they must head back to the cathedral immediately as planned. Celine quickly suggests a tiny detour on the way, then bolts off, completely ignoring Gave as he screams behind her about constantly taking on annoying side quests. Suddenly, the old man lowers his voice to drop a shocking detail. That location is the exact spot where the Demon King last appeared during his invasion. Years after he laid waste to the continent's central empire, the news leaves the entire group frozen. They slowly turn back to look at the old man in total disbelief. He goes on to describe the Demon King's ancient march with his Shadow Legion, leaving nothing but ruin as they pushed south. The old man notes how incredibly bizarre it is, since something major must have happened at the very spot where the beast was last spotted. Right at that place, a sword radiating brilliant light appeared. The old man suggests that if Celine's team can find it, the weapon might just help them wipe out the monsters terrorizing the area lately. Talk about a perfect bait for Celine, you just know she is going to bite. The second she hears the offer, she is absolutely thrilled. She clenches her fists and yells out that she wants to find it and see the sword with her own eyes. Her extreme hype catches the old man off guard. Meanwhile, Celine is already daydreaming about that ancient hero, the one who actually defeated the Demon King, convinced that such a weapon must be absolutely legendary. But in contrast to her massive excitement, Gave looks quite thoughtful, deeply pondering this nameless hero, the ultimate rival of the Demon King. He calmly asks the old man for the sword's exact location. Unfortunately, the old man explains that nobody knows its whereabouts because the weapon constantly shifts through the dunes of the Black Desert. Talk about a dramatic mystery. According to travelers who frequently cross the harsh sands, the legendary blade pops up in a completely different location every single time. Because of this, people believe the nameless hero's soul is bound to the blade, forcing it to wander the endless desert forever. Celine's eyes sparkle as she squeals about how incredibly cool that is. Coach Gave has never heard any rumors about the hero becoming a wandering spirit, but even he is starting to waver on the idea. Celine instantly seizes the moment, trying to convince her teacher that this is a highly valuable investigation to help defeat the Demon King. Celine confidently claims that if the rumors are true, they will definitely uncover a vital clue to defeat the Demon King themselves. Coach Gave silently weighs his options. He admits that this might actually be worth looking into for several reasons. Finally, he makes his decision. Alright, we still have a bit of time to spare. Given the nature of these rumors, I suppose we should at least try to search. The crew shouts in unison, understanding Coach. In the end, curiosity wins out. The party heads deep into the vast, unforgiving desert, where the blazing sun and heavy sandstorms make every step feel like lead. Sinfai pants heavily in exhaustion. He complains that tracking down one single sword in this mass ocean of sand is not going to be easy at all. San also doubts the feasibility of this quest, worrying if it is even possible to pull off. More importantly, even if the weapon is real, how on earth are they supposed to recognize it? Just as San's anxiety peaks, a sudden hand lands on her shoulder, making her jump in fright. She spins around to find Coach Gave. Celine and San ask where he has been all this time. With a dark, deadly serious expression, he angrily tells them that finding the sword is not the real issue here. He grits his teeth, cursing the old man who deliberately hid the most crucial part of the story. Suddenly, the silent desert floor begins to shake violently, accompanied by a terrifying, low rumbling sound. Bursting from deep beneath the dunes, a massive entity rises. The colossal beast, covered in rough, rocky skin, lets out an earth-shattering roar. Now watch, did they just walk straight into a nasty trap? Heavy sand and dust continuously cascade off the creature's massive rocky body. Now, a truly shocking truth is about to be revealed because the real identity of that wandering spirit from the legend was actually uncovered a long time ago. The giant entity rising from the desert turns out to be an ancient colossal turtle, easily as big as a moving mountain. Gave silently realizes that the true nature of this wandering spirit was clear from the start. Celine is left completely speechless. Her jaw drops as she stares up in absolute horror, realizing this massive beast is indeed a giant turtle. Caught in their sight is the legendary hero's sword, driven deep into the turtle's rocky armored shell. Celine gasps in complete shock. What? Really? But why is it stuck on a giant turtle's back? Gave quietly realizes that sneaky old man definitely had a hidden agenda, and the legendary sword was never his real target from the beginning. Suddenly, the earth shakes violently as the colossal turtle begins to march forward, making everyone panic. If that giant foot stomps on them, they are going straight to the 18th level of hell. The beast's heavy, crushing footsteps are headed straight for the nearby village, threatening to flatten everything in its path. Chloe screams out in terror that it is marching toward the settlement. Without a second thought, Celine draws her greatsword and charges forward, yelling not to worry because she is going to stop it. Sinfai frantically tries to hold her back, terrified she cannot face such a monster alone. Gave immediately orders the rest of the group to stay put while he drags that reckless kid back. Celine blocks the giant turtle's path, shouting at the top of her lungs for it to stop, because there is an oasis filled with innocent villagers right ahead of them. Gripping her hilt with all her might, Celine unleashes a massive, full power strike, roaring that she ordered it to stop. The devastating blow actually forces the colossal turtle to halt in pure shock. Watching that jaw-dropping moment, Chloe and Sinfight cheer as the massive beast finally stops in its tracks. Sinfight is completely stunned by Celine's unbelievable strength, halting a giant monster like that with just one single blow. Even the giant turtle looks shocked, let alone the rest of them. San firmly warns everyone that this fight isn't over yet. Meanwhile, up on the beast's back, Celine is gasping for breath. Man, it took so much work just to climb up here, now stay still, she pants. But the giant beast only responds with a low growl, thrashing its head up defiantly. Suddenly, Celine loses her footing and screams, "Wait, what?" And here is where things get completely wild. The massive turtle starts rolling, throwing Celine into a total panic as she desperately spots the hero's sword, her only way out. If I can just reach that sword, she tells herself, there's got to be a way to stop this. She stretches her hand out as far as possible, just a little bit more, yes. Got it. Gripping the hilt, she cheers and pours all her strength into one epic shout, "Come to me, sword!" But instead of some grand earth-shattering explosion of power, the blade just slips right out, way too easily. She blinks, completely confused, as the sudden lack of resistance sends her flying straight into the air. Talk about embarrassing. But right as she's about to crash, a dark shadow streaks forward at blinding speed. Flopping onto the dirt, she pants and points her finger angrily. "Hey, stop rolling around. Old man turtle. I said freeze." Right then, a heavy thud echoes across the beach as the massive beast is flipped upside down, its head buried deep in the sand. That was way too close. Is everyone okay? Celine beams and runs over you. Totally saved my life. Coach, thanks a million. But Coach Gave just glares, barking back, "Wipe that silly grin off your face right now. You almost gave me a heart attack." Sinfight rushes over, checking to see if she's hurt, but Celine doesn't even care, eagerly waving the weapon around. "Forget that. Look at this. It's the sword of the legendary nameless hero." Staring at his carefree student, Gave wonders if she'll ever actually grow up. Honestly, babysitting the Demon King's daughter is taking years off his life. He sighs, demanding that Celine hand over the sword so he can inspect it. Examining the blade closely, he senses a faint trace of divine power radiating from the steel, but the energy is incredibly weak, almost completely dormant, leading him to suspect a powerful seal is holding it back. If this weapon has some connection to the Demon King, Gave muses, it's bound to be a very useful tool, incredibly useful. Gave flat out confiscates the blade, ignoring Celine's whining about how unfair it is since she did all the hard work pulling it out. Suddenly, a panicked man comes sprinting toward them, desperately shouting for the hero, Gave. Judging by his armor, Gave recognizes him as a local militia soldier. The man gasps for air, trembling as he delivers the terrible news the Demon King's vanguard has breached the border. Most were held back, but the deadliest one slipped past their defense. Clutching Gave's shirt in absolute panic, the soldier begs for help, explaining that the Heroes Association sent him to find Gave and save the villagers. Gave demands the exact location and learns they're hitting a nearby village. Over there, a horrific scene is unfolding, as rabid bird monsters ruthlessly tear through the population. One creepy rooster beast cackles maniacally as it strikes down a helpless young villager. The beast brags about offering every single human corpse to the great demon king. Meanwhile, huddled inside a nearby house, terrified villagers can only shiver in absolute, hopeless dread. One of the monsters spots their hiding place, sneering and calling them three helpless little mice. But just as he raises his claws to strike, a fierce roar pierces through the air. Stop right there. Luckily, Celine's crew arrives in the nick of time to face them head-on. The lead rooster monster just smirks, and honestly, we all know these overgrown chickens are about to get absolutely fried to a crisp. Pure fury. Seeing the lifeless body scattered across the dirt, Celine's blood absolutely boils with rage at their cruelty. Up above, the winged beasts look down at the young trainees with total smug contempt. They quickly realize these kids aren't the strong soldiers who chased them out of the city. The rooster beast sneers, writing Celine's group off as just a bunch of weak, pathetic rookies who aren't even worth his time. While the rescued villagers quickly scramble to escape, shouting their endless gratitude, another vicious beast suddenly dives straight down from the clouds. Celine gasps in sheer terror as a massive explosion rips through the ground right beside her, with her teammates screaming out her name. Celine grits her teeth, straining every muscle to block the bird monster as it slams its weight onto her heavy greatsword. The beast laughs in her face, mockingly telling her to struggle all she wants since weaklings could never hope to stop them. But suddenly, a powerful hand reaches out from behind, grabbing him by the throat. Sinfight and San can only watch in absolute shock. Who are you calling weak anyway? One-handed crush. Watching their comrade get defeated so easily, the remaining monsters freeze in sheer terror. Up on the roof, Coach Gave smirks and yells down, "Not bad, Celine." Instantly, a flurry of razor-sharp wind slashes tears through the air, leaving the monsters with only enough time to scream in agony before disintegrating into dust. Standing tall on the roof, Gave declares that while he has no idea what these pests are, he'll be damned if he loses to absolute trash like them. He loudly warns the survivors that he's about to show them who the weak ones really are. Celine looks up at him with sparkling eyes, but her awe is cut short by a frantic warning shout from behind. A surviving monster is charging right at her, completely crazed with bloodlust. Screaming in agonizing pain, the beast swears he'll make her pay for this right now. Celine doesn't back down, raising her heavy greatsword to meet his devastating charge head-on. Time to show them who's boss, she grins, but instead she's the one sent flying backward, barely groaning out that the blow was way too heavy. Gave panics, yelling down at her in frustration. "Celine, you nearly gave me a heart attack. Rushing in blindly like that. Are you trying to steal my spotlight?" Gritting his teeth, Gave tightly grips his hilt, cursing under his breath, because his attacks barely left a scratch on these unbelievably stubborn, tough beasts. He calls out to check if she's hurt, and Celine just flashes a bright grin, saying she's totally fine and it's no big deal. But her smile completely vanishes when San frantically points at her greatsword. "Oh no, Lady Celine, look at your sword." Celine stares in horror as her weapon literally shatters to pieces. How is she supposed to fight now? Meanwhile, the looming shadow of the monster creeps closer, drooling over what it calls 2 delicious meals. Celine bites her lip, cursing her luck for having her weapon break at the worst possible moment. But then she remembers the hero's sword and yells at her coach to toss it over right now. He wanted to keep it to study its secrets, but with their lives on the line, Gave has no choice. He hurls the ancient blade through the air, yelling at her, "Fine, but you better return that to me the second this is over." Celine snatches the hero's sword mid-air, completely tuning out Gave's screaming demands to have it back later. Across from her, the winged monster curls its lips into a smug, confident sneer. The beast is convinced their meat is tender enough for a delicious feast. He glares with pure malice, but before he can even lunge, a massive wave of brilliant green energy erupts, bathing the entire area in a blinding light. Standing in the center, Celine can only stare in absolute awe at the divine weapon pulsing with raw, terrifying power in her hands. Meanwhile, far away in a lush forest, Baron and Dolphin are traveling together, though the Demon King is secretly worrying himself sick. He is practically biting his nails off, crying that his sweet little Celine is out there all alone, surrounded by the absolute worst scum and villains of the world. Dolphin just stares at him, utterly confused by how this notoriously overprotective father managed to act so calm and unbothered just a moment ago. Seriously, his mood swings are totally wild, but suddenly Baron clenches his fist with burning determination. He proudly declares that a real father must sometimes learn to let go, allowing his children to stand on their own 2 feet. Dolphin just rolls her eyes, dryly reminding him that his speech is the exact opposite of what he usually preaches. Baron quietly admits that knowing Celine has that sword gives him a lot of peace of mind. When Dolphin curiously asks if he secretly gifted her some kind of overpowered cheat item, he just smirks mysteriously, muttering that it was simply destiny. Though deep down, the Demon King has to admit he played a pretty sneaky hand in nudging that so-called destiny along. A brief flashback shows Baron standing alone in the vast desert, holding that very same legendary greatsword. As the howling wind whips through the sand dunes, he quietly smiles, knowing that every single piece of his grand plan is finally falling into place. Baron looks around, trying to find the best place to leave this incredibly important artifact. Right then, the ground violently shakes, and a massive ancient turtle suddenly rises from deep beneath the sand. Wearing a sinister smile, the Demon King decides this is the exact time and place he was searching for. He leaps onto the giant beast's back, raising the divine sword high under the blazing sun. Baron tells the turtle to take good care of the weapon, then drives it deep into its solid, rocky shell with a decisive thrust. Back in the present, Celine stands silently in the glow of the sunset, holding the sword she just pulled from the turtle's shell. This weapon was waiting there for its true master to claim its legendary power. Returning to the Demon King's castle, standing tall against a deep purple sky, dragons soar around the towering spires to welcome their ruler home. Dolphin gulps nervously, completely blown away by the sheer scale of this place. So this is the Demon King's castle? It's way more beautiful than I imagined. Walking behind Baron's imposing figure, Dolphin timidly asks if she can ask a question and receives a cold, silent nod. I'd rather you didn't, but fine. She whispers with deep suspicion, isn't this supposed to be the demon's lair? So why is it so incredibly quiet here? Since when do demons have to be loud? Baron smirks, calmly explaining that while the high and mighty gods viewed demonkind as pests to be wiped out, they are actually a highly civilized society living in perfect harmony with one another. Although he readily admits most of his underlings are total idiots, Baron firmly declares that demons are not the mindless savages the heavens claim they are, calling those so-called gods nothing but arrogant fools. Just then, a series of loud explosions shatters the peaceful quiet. A chaotic brawl is breaking out as a demon grabs a pig-headed beast by the neck and roars. You stole my grilled Gretelin, didn't you? The pig-headed beast snaps back. Who are you calling a fat pig? Take that back right now. The two start tearing into each other, leaving Baron completely helpless. Watching them fight, he silently notes that he has seen humans behave much worse than this. Well, people will literally fight over food anywhere you go. Entering the inner chamber, Dolphin gasps as she recognizes Luke, the cold-blooded strategist and right-hand man to the Demon King. Luke chuckles with amusement at the sight of his master, bringing back an apprentice goddess, joking that the heavens must be losing their minds over their precious little missing deity. Dolphin panics, wondering if that was the sole reason she was brought here, but Baron quickly cuts her off, telling Luke to get straight to the point. In a low voice, he asks if Luke has identified the mastermind who provoked the monster army into joining the war. Luke hands over classified files regarding a mysterious structure, causing Baron's gaze to turn dead areas. Deep down, he knows this matches his exact suspicions. Even so, Luke admits their enemy is incredibly cunning, having wiped out all traces and leaving absolutely no solid evidence behind. The heavy, suffocating silence hanging in the air leaves Dolphin feeling extremely anxious. Staring at the grim faces of the Demon King and Luke, she wonders who this mysterious enemy could possibly be to worry them both this much. Luke drops to his knees, begging desperately, Your Majesty, say the word, and I will crush them all. Baron remains deep in thought. He knows that even as the ruler of the demon realm, there are still plenty of traitors secretly loyal to the enemy. If a civil war erupts, it will give the gods a perfect opening to invade his territory. Luke roars in anger, spitting that those treacherous rats do not deserve to be called demons. Baron tightens his fist, deciding to use this chance to completely root out their faction once and for all. Knowing Baron is doing all of this just to build a peaceful world for Celine, Luke looks at him with pure devotion. Standing in the corner, Dolphin trembles in sheer terror at the overwhelming presence of the Demon King. Meanwhile, in a remote location, Liu An is communicating through a crystal ball. When a mysterious entity demands a status report, he confidently confirms that all preparations across the continent are complete. When asked about the sacrifice, they still haven't located it yet, but Liu An just smirks, claiming he has already found a way to pinpoint its location. I mean, talk about bluffing when you have absolutely nothing, right? The entity chuckles mockingly. Knowing Luan is struggling to hide his movements from the Demon King, he sneers, calling Luan a highly cunning and utterly despicable human being. Once the call ends, Luan coldly mutters that he finds the entity just as repulsive. Watching from the shadows, Beatrice has overheard their entire conversation. Shocked, she immediately recognizes the Archduke. In Beatrice's mind, a memory of a ruthless demon dragon flashes a monster living only for bloodshed and slaughter. He wanted to claim the throne after the previous Demon King died, but Baron utterly crushed him. Beatrice knows a tyrant like him would never allow her fellow demons to live in peace. She grits her teeth, determined to stop this terrifying plan at all costs. Standing on a grand balcony, Beatrice realizes that the only person strong enough to stop this disaster is the Demon King himself. See? Now she knows he is their best shot. Meanwhile, on a dark, ominous balcony, a hand slowly swirls a glass of red wine. The mysterious figure smirks, declaring it won't be long before this kingdom is finally liberated from the sheer humiliation of being ruled by that pathetic young Demon King. He mocks the ruler of the demon world for lowering his status just to play house with a human child. With glowing, malevolent eyes, he growls, "Don't you agree, you half-demon king?" His arrogant laughter echoes through the air, signaling a bloody uprising is about to unfold. Back in the village at sunset, the ground splits open under the heavy impact of a massive monster. He screams in absolute terror, "What on earth is this? Have you been hiding your true power all this time just to deceive me?" Celine, holding the divine sword, looks just as utterly confused as he is. Not really, maybe it is because of this sword? Refusing to back down, the furious monster swings his weapon and rushes in. "It is useless. You are still just a human brat." Sparks fly and metal screeches as Celine effortlessly blocks his heavy blow. The monster's eyes widen in sheer horror as he realizes her raw, overwhelming strength is far beyond his league. With a single powerful slash, a beam of blue light rips through the air, leaving him to utter one last groan before crashing to the ground. Seeing her epic victory, her friends cheer in excitement. "That was amazing, Celine. You took down that monster in a single hit." They genuinely believe she unlocked some dormant hidden potential inside her during that life and death struggle. Celine scratches her head with an awkward laugh, saying she guesses that might be it. Staring at the sword emitting a gentle blue glow, she feels a strange, incredibly deep connection to it. She feels the weapon guiding her movements, showing her the absolute best way to fight. An unbelievably familiar feeling washes over Celine, as if she had been wielding this exact blade for years. She wonders if all of this is because she is holding the legendary hero's sword. Now that is a tough question to answer. Maybe you should go ask your dad, right? Suddenly, her instructor's voice snaps Celine back to reality. She quickly calls out, "Yes, sir, I am coming." Yet memories of that bloody battle, swinging her sword to protect the villagers, remain vivid in her mind. With the deadly battle behind them, Celine and her friends return to their usual carefree selves, diving into a massive barbecue feast to completely recharge their energy. That night, by the flickering fire, Instructor Gave keeps a silent watch over a fast-asleep Celine wrapped in her warm blanket. With their training over, the group heads back to the Holy Cathedral for their graduation ceremony. A grand announcement echoes through the main hall. "You have proven yourselves to be exceptional heroes through your noble deeds on behalf of the Holy Temple and our allied nations." Celine beams with joy, holding her prestigious graduation certificate. Her eyes shine with immense pride now that she is officially a real certified hero. Finally, she is done with school. But her joy is cut short when Instructor Gave immediately steps in to ground them, warning, "Just because you are official heroes now does not mean you can get cocky." The whole group answers in unison, "Yes, teacher, we understand." But Gave knows damn well these kids did not process a single word of it. He solemnly warns them that they are about to get way busier, with far more dangerous missions ahead. But Celine is already fired up, her eyes practically burning with pure determination. "Do not worry, teacher, I am ready for anything, so just give us whatever you have." Gave then announces their next mission is locked in, but he wants the ally joining them to explain the details. Firm footsteps echo down the hallway, and the arrival of a familiar face leaves the entire group completely stunned. Everyone immediately crowds around him, excited to catch up after so long. Litha keeps his usual serious face and bluntly cuts them off. "Save the greetings for later," he says. "Let me lay out our mission first." As he speaks, an image of a supply caravan under savage attack by flying beasts in the desert flashes before them. The clearly states their objective: "We need to rescue a frontline supply convoy that is currently being hunted down by the enemy." "Caravan rescue?" Celine asks, totally confused. Meanwhile, Sinfei completely freezes, his face turning pale as his heart starts pounding with intense anxiety. Deep in the woods, the convoy is fighting for survival. The carriages shake violently while the guards shout orders, desperately trying to hold the line against the swarming monsters. A flying beast swoops in for a direct hit, making the Duke inside grind his teeth in anger at the looming danger. But just as things look hopeless, a sudden surge of powerful magic erupts, forming a massive barrier that completely shields the carriages and blocks the incoming strike. Celine is totally amazed to see Sinfai's father for the first time. She points out how incredibly identical they look, like she is staring directly at a future version of her friend. Litha quickly steps up and suggests they escape this high-danger zone immediately before discussing any further details. The Duke quietly nods his head in agreement. Seriously, in a crisis like this, there is no time for endless chatter like Celine loves to do. Once they break free, Litha explains that due to the extreme emergency, their squad was sent ahead as a vanguard to support the Duke. Duke Du in smirks, acknowledging Lethi and the young heroes, before suddenly turning his cold gaze onto Sinfai, noting with icy indifference that he sees his son is here too. "I heard the news," Duke Duin says, pouring cold water on Sinfai by admitting he once worried his son might fail to graduate, but now he simply wants him to go home. Sinfai can only bow his head and call out to his father in total helplessness. Right then, Litha steps in, suggesting they prioritize regrouping with the main force to secure the supplies. Duke Duin instantly praises Lethe's quick judgment, laughing, with proud satisfaction. Meanwhile, he completely ignores Sinfai, who stands there feeling utterly crushed. "Man, I really cannot stand these arrogant rich folks. They are just so snobbish, they do not even respect their own kids." Seeing her friend down, Celine gently places a hand on Sinfai's shoulder, reassuring him that his dad just hasn't seen his growth yet. "I bet he will be totally shocked when he sees how far you have actually come." Sinfai looks up with a glimmer of hope, asking if that is really true. Celine beams, promising she knows exactly how hard he has worked and will personally vouch for him before urging everyone to move. Then, Duke Duin randomly asks how Lethi's father is doing. Litha looks down and quietly replies that his father is doing fine, but the Duke's mysterious smile makes the atmosphere feel incredibly tense. Suddenly, loud sirens blare through the air, signaling incoming enemies as the soldiers panic and rush to their battle stations. Duke Duin groans as more monsters show up, ordering his to prepare for battle immediately. Seriously, this endless wave of enemies is getting pretty exhausting to watch, isn't it? After safety is reached, Duke Duin showers Lethi with praise yet again. He proudly pats his shoulder, claiming the boy has grown into a real redeemable man, just like he always expected. Meanwhile, poor Sinfai just sits on the dirt with a completely lifeless stare, deeply hurt by his own father's cold neglect. Unable to stand this blatant injustice any longer, Celine boldly marches right up to Duke Duin, ignoring the confused guards trying to stop her. She looks him dead in the eye and asks if Lethi is actually his son. Because you only treat that guy with any kindness, Celine boldly demands to know if he even cares to see how hard his real son has trained to reach this level. Talk about comparing your kid to someone else's, right? Dukin coldly replies that he knows his son's capabilities all too well, or rather, he knows exactly how utterly useless he is. Glancing at Sinfai's pained expression, the Duke turns a sharp, icy glare on Celine, demanding to know who she thinks she is to interfere in his family's business. Completely unfazed, Celine proudly declares that she knows exactly how much Sinfai has grown, probably even better than a terrible father like him ever could. The Duke gasps in disbelief before bursting into a mocking laugh, finding it completely ridiculous that she calls herself his son's friend. He sneers that such a thing is absolutely impossible. Litha quickly bows and steps in, explaining that while Celine is a commoner, she possesses truly exceptional skills. But Duke Du-in just sneers, muttering that her commoner roots explain all this rude behavior. He coldly lectures her to show proper respect when speaking to nobility, warning her not to ignore basic etiquette, even if she happens to carry some fancy hero title. Celine fires back without missing a beat. Fine, as long as you show that exact same respect to your own son. The Duke freezes, instantly flying into a rage over being insulted in public. But just as he is about to scream at her, a massive bird monster suddenly swoops down, grabs Duke Duin in its talons, and rockets back into the sky, leaving everyone utterly speechless. Letha panics, shouting out for the Duke. Celine immediately orders Sinfai to chase after them, though honestly, I think letting his soul dangle in midair might actually cure some of his massive ego. Sinfai stammers a quick agreement and bolts right after Celine. Letha sighs in sheer frustration, realizing that whenever he gets involved with Celine's crew, things always spiral out of control in the weirdest way. Still, he cannot just stand around doing nothing, so he dashes forward, yelling for the rest of the group to wait up. The giant beast glides gracefully over the village rooftops, carrying the terrified Duke straight toward the distant mountains. Down below, Celine and the crew give chase, with her screaming in absolute rage for that bad bird to stop right now. Watching their target slip away, San anxiously points out that the creature is flying way too high. At this distance, even her sharpest arrows will not stand a single chance of hitting it. She realizes only Celine's insane raw strength can turn this situation around. Hearing her name, Celine excitedly asks if San has a plan. Though seriously, unless they strap a rocket to their backs, they are not catching up. There is no way they can outrun a flying monster on foot, so they need to throw something to force it down. Celine gasps in excitement, realizing that is the most perfect solution ever. She immediately grabs the hilt of her massive greatsword, happily proposing they throw this instead. Witnessing her absolutely insane idea, San is left speechless. San panics, frantically asking what on earth she plans to do with such a ridiculously heavy weapon. Celine just flashes a confident smile, telling her not to worry because she never misses. With a loud battle cry, she hurls the massive sword right at the flying beast. But instead of hitting the target, the sword completely misses, dropping straight down into the deep forest below. Celine screams in utter shock and regret, crying out for her lost weapon. Watching her fail so miserably, Litha cannot help but scoff, muttering that such a brainless stunt was never going to work anyway. Celine whimpers over her lost sword, forcing Lethe to step in and demand to know what she is actually doing. He snaps, asking where the Duke even is, while Sinfai frantically points at the disappearing bird and yells for his dad. His dad is flying off after that bird's call. Celine decisively turns around and heads back. She tells the group to keep moving forward while she grabs her sword and catches up immediately. She grits her teeth, swearing to make that bird pay for daring to mock her. Looking at his chaotic friends, Luthi just holds his head in utter exhaustion. It is unbelievable that these idiots graduated at the very top of their class. Running after them, he screams at the blockheads to wait up. After a long, breathless chase, the exhausted group collapses onto the green grass. Gasping for breath, they realize the bird has finally stopped. But they never expected they would have to run such a terrifyingly long distance just to catch up with it. Looking up at the ancient tree canopy, the group finally spots their target. That must be the nest up there, but the sight inside shocks everyone. Duke Doyen is tied up tightly in tangled vines, gagged, and letting out only completely helpless, muffled groans. Sinfai screams out in panic, "Father!" He tries to rush in and save him, but Levi immediately grabs him and orders him to wait. Suddenly, a slow clapping sound echoes through the woods, followed by a mocking laugh. Well, what an incredibly unexpected encounter this is. A masked stranger in white slowly steps out of the shadows. Wondering if this is that annoying bird in human form, Lilith warily demands to know who he is. Celine instantly senses a deeply sinister energy radiating from this guy. He is incredibly strong, and whoever he is, they definitely cannot afford to underestimate him. The stranger smirks and casually suggests that while he could introduce himself, it might be better to ask their holy maiden instead. His eyes lock onto Chloe, leaving her completely frozen in shock, while Celine turns to look at her friend in total disbelief. Chloe trembles as she utters the name Luan An, the excommunicated bishop. A bishop the others repeat in shock. Luan An just lets out a deeply mocking laugh at their utter confusion. He warns them that they have got it all wrong. Turning around to show his cold, piercing eyes behind the mask, he drops a massive bombshell. From the very beginning, he was never actually a bishop at all. Today is an absolutely beautiful day, he declares, deciding to end the little game right here. And guys, it turns out they were just his playthings. He is the mastermind behind this entire mess. Luan An gloats. Who could have guessed that the final piece he spent years searching for would be one of the very brats who kept getting in his way at every single turn? Celine demands to know what on earth he is talking about. Behind her, Lilith secretly signals Sinfi to retreat immediately, leaving the young heir completely confused by the sudden order. Luan An clenches his fist as a dark, evil flame erupts around it. He reveals that this crucial piece is the exact reason his master plan was delayed for 10 long years. With a mad gleam in his eyes, Luan An proudly declares this is the final piece needed to resurrect the true Demon King, the monster destined to bring absolute ruin to the entire world. Standing in front of Luan An, Celine encourages Sinfi, saying his unique ability to talk to nature spirits makes him their only hope. Sinfi turns pale with sheer terror, unable to comprehend why anyone would ever want to bring back the Demon King. Luan An sneers mockingly, dismissing their desperate resistance as completely useless and utterly pathetic. As Lilith freezes under the crushing spiritual pressure, Luan An suddenly lunges forward with a burst of unbelievable blinding speed. He loudly announces that his real target is the only sacrifice present here today. Before anyone can react, he snatches San, leaving her to scream out in absolute pain and helpless fury. Even while suppressed by his powerful magic, Celine still struggles to move, leaving Luan An genuinely surprised by her sheer willpower. Despite her battered and aching body, Celine grits her teeth and vows to stop him at all costs. Luan An looks down with pure contempt at the girl collapsed at his feet, mocking her stubbornness when she cannot even stand up. Amidst the chaos, Sinfei excitedly calls out that he has rescued his father and secured him safely. However, the sinister smirk on Luan An's face hints at a much more bitter reality. They fell straight into his trap like fools. Lying completely motionless on the ground, Celine is struck by the horrifying realization that they had got the enemy's real target entirely wrong. Luan An casually cradles the unconscious San in his arms, mocking Celine's terrible miscalculation. Celine screams out in pure despair as she watches her dear friend get snatched away right before her eyes. Gritting her teeth in fury, she vows that they cannot let that bastard escape with San so easily. Luan An just laughs mockingly, leaving the old duke behind since he now holds something far more valuable. Flying up into the air with San, he leaves them with a chilling threat of a future filled with nothing but ruin and agony. He madly declares the world will soon crumble under the power of the true Demon King. Celine can only watch his dark silhouette vanish into the sky in utter shock. Honestly, seeing your friend snatched away while you are completely helpless is just painful to watch. As night falls over the camp, a white-haired man named Gave approaches the quiet group to ask what happened. Sensing the heaviness, he notes that they seem to have successfully rescued Duke Duyin. So why does everyone look so utterly depressed? Celine and Chloe can only look down in silence, their faces filled with painful guilt for letting San get dragged away by the enemy. Trying to ease the heavy tension, Lilith steps in and promises to explain the exact details of the rescue mission later on. But deep down, every single one of them is still haunted by how easily San was taken right in front of their eyes. Later, in the grand banquet hall, the group gathers around a massive feast. But despite her overwhelming sadness, Celine is already busy stuffing her face like there is no tomorrow. She crams food into her mouth with a highly frustrated look, clearly believing that a full stomach is the first step to any recovery. Suddenly, the door swings open and Duke Duyin walks in quite casually. He smiles warmly, thanking them all for saving his life and hoping they enjoy the delicious feast. Walking over, he places a proud hand on Sinfai's shoulder, declaring how incredibly proud he is of his beloved son and sole heir for coming this far. Recalling how heroically his boy rescued him, the Duke laughs loudly, admitting he was completely wrong to ever worry about his son being too weak or shy. Crushed under the weight of those empty compliments, Sinfai keeps his head low and mutters for him to stop. When his father fails to hear, Sinfai suddenly stands up and screams out for him to stop. This sudden defiance leaves the Duke absolutely speechless, as it is the first time his gentle son has ever raised his voice. Choking back tears, Sinfai finally lays out the raw truth. Our comrade, no, our dear friend was kidnapped by one of the Demon King's high-ranking minions while trying to save you. The tension in the room instantly turns suffocating, forcing the white-haired Gave to step in. Calling for silence, Gave assures them that the Duke had no intention of downplaying their friend's kidnapping. He firmly orders Sinfai to sit back down and calm himself. Gently, Gave asks Duke Duyin to sympathize with the young mages, explaining that they have just lost a very dear companion who has been by their side ever since their first day at the academy. As the door slams shut, Gave quietly wonders to himself if this is the very first time these kids have had to taste the bitter sting of real loss. While everyone is drowning in gloom, Celine suddenly slams the table and stands up, surprising Gave. She loudly urges the group to prepare to leave immediately instead of sitting around feeling sorry for themselves. Facing a confused Sinfai, Celine firmly states they cannot afford to drown in useless self-pity. Chloe speaks up, reminding them that their opponent is none other than Luanan himself. He is an excommunicated bishop, wielding some truly terrifying, monstrous strength. According to the Holy Court's investigation, Chloe reveals that Luanan is indeed the actual mastermind behind the theft of all the sacred holy relics. Celine naively wonders if that only proves he is smart rather than actually strong, but Chloe quickly shuts down that theory. Clutching her hem, she claims Luan was already famous before joining the Holy Church. When a shocked Celine questions this, Chloe reveals his real name is actually the Ashen Sorcerer. Gave crosses his arms and adds in a low voice that he used to be an illustrious hero, just like him. This shocking news makes Celine and Sinfai scream together in sheer terror. Celine guesses that the name means he uses fire magic, but Sai quickly corrects her the Ashen Sorcerer actually specializes in curse magic and healing arts. That is the real reason why his name became so famous across the entire continent. Taking a sip of tea, Gave explains that Luan abandoned his hero title for some mysterious reason. Even he never expected the guy to join the church and become a bishop. Maybe life hit him a bit too hard. Chloe explains that Luan actually joined the Holy Church to atone for his past sins. A totally bewildered Celine asks about this with pure doubt. Sin. I thought he was a hero. How could a hero commit crimes? Well, it is because he showed absolutely no mercy, slaughtering anyone he personally deemed to be evil. Staggering back in complete shock, Celine cannot believe it. He did not even target actual villains, but just killed whoever he personally saw as bad. Gave nods to confirm. The name Ashen Sorcerer comes from the fact that wherever he went, cold ashes were the only things left behind. Celine firmly declares that is absolutely not how a hero behaves. Gave smirks in agreement. You are right, that is no hero. He squeezes his glass until it shatters completely, his voice turning cold and sharp. The man was never a hero to begin with. Even so, he warns the team that Luan wields terrifying power, and after several decades, he has undoubtedly grown far more dangerous. But you are right, Celine. A real hero never abandons their allies in danger, nor can they just watch the Demon King minions run wild. So, now that we are full, let us go rescue our friend. Simple as that. Gave looks straight at Celine, his eyes burning with absolute determination. From this moment on, I will not just be your instructor anymore. This heavy declaration moves Celine and the others to tears, making them cry out in unison. Master Instructor. Meanwhile, back in the gloomy Demon World Castle, Luke is busy calculating the warrior power, while silently wondering why he himself ended up appearing in this exact spot. Look at this under the dark, silent night. A massive entity roars in terror amidst a gruesome pile of dead soldiers. Seeing this horrific scene, Luke respectfully asks, "What on earth is this?" "Yes, your majesty." He cannot help but shudder under the crushing pressure radiating from his lord. Demon King Baron eyes glow blood red with murderous intent as he roars in absolute rage. Just because I was briefly away, these low-life insects dare to openly challenge their great ruler. Witnessing the Demon King fury, the rebel soldiers can do nothing but tremble in pure terror. Baron smirks, letting out a ruthless laugh. Fine, very well. He dons his majestic battle armor and coldly commands, "Let us put a swift end to this right now. All of you, come at me at once." The rebel troops shiver in their iron armor, their eyes wide with sheer horror as they face the wrath of the Demon King. Gritting their teeth in resentment, they gather their remaining strength for one final, desperate charge. The loud clashing of weapons echoes through the chaotic battlefield. Striding through the bloody ruins, Baron Benter reveals his terrifying presence, making everyone shake as they witness the true face of a real demon lord. Surveying the wreckage, he coldly realizes that Sneaky Lizard caught wind of danger and fled early, just as expected. Dropping to his knees to apologize, Luke admits his oversight allowed the traitor to escape the demon realm before they could grab him. Baron notes thoughtfully that while the guy is merely a lizard, he possesses the sly heart of a venomous snake, knowing exactly when to slip away the moment things feel off. Feeling incredibly guilty for letting a throne-coveting traitor escape, Luke vows to hunt him down even at the cost of his own life. But Baron cuts him off. To the Demon King, plotting to steal the throne is indeed an unforgivable act of treason. But check this out, what truly infuriates him is that the bastard dared to put his beloved Celine in danger. Target his throne if you want, but touching his daughter is a massive mistake. Baron swears to crush that guy's soul to make him pay for his sheer stupidity. Luke nods frantically in total agreement. He declares that threatening Lady Celine is the absolute worst crime that scoundrel committed. Luke gets so fired up, promising to carve the Demon King wrath onto the enemy body, that Baron actually tells him to calm down a bit. Baron figures the traitor is hiding in the human realm to carry out his plan to resurrect the former Demon King. Luke immediately offers to lead an army to search every corner, but Baron flatly refuses. The Demon King asserts that he is more than enough to handle that garbage alone, so he will go himself. Luke panics, worrying that if the enemy actually revives the previous ruler, things will get incredibly dangerous. Baron's eyes flash with a threatening red glow. He asks if Luke is doubting his combat abilities. Terrified by his master's overwhelming presence, Luke quickly assures him that the Demon King will claim absolute victory. Just as Baron turns to leave, Luke offers to stay behind in the demon realm to manage affairs, but the Demon King unexpectedly cuts him off once again. Wait, he can neither go nor stay? Is he getting sent to the afterlife instead? Haha. Actually, Baron decides to let Luke tag along to assist him until they track down the traitor. Overwhelmed with emotion, Luke drops to his knees, sobbing loudly as he solemnly vows to serve his majesty with total loyalty. Watching this, Baron just snaps and tells him to stop crying. Meanwhile, in the snowy white mountains, heavy footsteps trudge over thick ice as a grueling search begins. Celine gasps for breath in the bone-chilling cold of the far north. The group walks slowly, with snow crunching softly beneath their feet. Sinfai anxiously asks if this is really where San is being held. The firmly confirms this is the exact location provided by the Hero Association, based on tracking Bishop Luan. He notes this is the ultimate hiding spot on the continent due to its sheer isolation and harsh weather. Chloe agrees, pointing out that this freezing cold serves as the perfect cover. Lethe adds in a quiet voice that if Luan truly intends to perform the resurrection ritual for the former Demon King, a barren remote wasteland like this is the perfect choice. Talk about a spooky place, it is freezing cold. Suddenly, a loud roar shakes the snowy mountains, making Chloe turn pale with worry. This frozen wasteland is notorious for holding the highest concentration of monsters on the continent. Out in the white landscape, small creatures with glowing blue eyes emerge, watching the heroes. Suddenly, a massive boot stomps down, brutally crushing a snow monster. Baron lets out an authoritative roar. He insults the tiny creature as a worthless pest for blocking his path. Luke quickly interrupts his master, reporting that he just wiped out Luan's entire useless vanguard because they dared to stand in their way. Looking at the mountain of dead beasts, Baron casually acknowledges his subordinate zeal. Standing nearby, Saheo can only tremble, thinking they looked like completely normal monsters. Luke confidently declares that according to his spy network, this is exactly where the rebellious Archduke is hiding. The enemy is likely holed up inside the summer castle, right in the center of this frozen land. Baron muses over the irony of having a summer castle in a land of eternal winter. Fired up, Luke proudly vows to lead the demon army to slice off that lizard head and bring it to him immediately. Quite the brown-noser, is he not? Haha. Demon King Baron flatly declares that he will personally deal with him. Luke bows deeply in obedience. Yes, your majesty. Amidst the white peaks, the mysterious summer castle stands tall. Inside the gloomy fortress, Luan hastily reports that an intruder has just set foot on their territory. Hearing about the rebel, he sips his wine with an arrogant smirk. Haha, is that lowborn usurper so afraid of losing his crown that he is actually coming to find me himself? He casually claims he has absolutely no reason to fear the pathetic impostor. He orders Luan to keep focusing on resurrecting the true monarch, promising to handle this intruder personally. Luan obeys and quietly leaves. Meanwhile, Celine's group finally arrives at the castle gates. She asks anxiously if this is the place, and Lethe firmly confirms that they have reached their destination. Staring at the gloomy fortress in the middle of a blizzard, Celine grips her greatsword tightly. She swears she won't leave San in such a terrifying place, declaring her only goal is to save him. Celine beams and proudly declares that saving friends is what a real hero does. Honestly, we have heard this line so many times now, but the group stands united and marches right inside. Suddenly, an agonizing scream echoes down the corridor, stopping everyone dead in their tracks. A smirk plays on his lips as the uninvited guests appear at the end of the hall. Celine freezes, staring warily at her enemy. Wait, are you not the Grand Duke Dragonflame? He casually beats his chest and boasts, admitting that he expected nothing less from someone serving those utterly useless gods. Watch your mouth, old man. Dragonflame loudly boasts that he is the ruler of all demonic beasts, but Celine instantly cuts him off. She does not care about any of that. She glares at her enemy, demanding that he return her friend right this second, no matter what kind of beasts he claims to rule over. Dragonflame smirks as he realizes the tiny creature he captured is her friend. Resting his chin in his hand, he admits he was indeed the kidnapper, but sees absolutely no reason why he should give him back. Furious, Celine threatens to make him regret it if he refuses to cooperate. Dragonflame just chuckles darkly, pointing out that she is clearly no ordinary human, especially considering who her father really is. This leaves Celine completely stunned. Her father? Dragonflame mocks her, sneering that maybe the King Baron hid his identity so well because he did not want his human daughter fearing him. Celine screams in absolute rage, "What on earth are you talking about?" It is a shocking truth she cannot believe. Sensing things are spiraling out of control, Zinfei anxiously calls out her name. Standing on his high platform, Dragonflame coldly tells her that her beloved father has been lying to her this entire time. Celine snaps back, calling him a vile demon using cheap lies to distract her. She proudly declares that her father is a hero she admires more than anyone else. Hearing the word hero, Dragonflame bursts into mad laughter. He cannot believe the Demon King chose to disguise himself as the very prey that wants him dead. Dragonflame sneers in disgust. What a pathetic way to degrade himself. He is truly the most miserable and lowly Demon King of them all. Selene freezes in shock, whispering the words Demon King. Dragonflame evilly confirms it exactly. The mortal enemy of all mankind, the ultimate terror, the one you heroes are sworn to destroy at all costs. Beautiful childhood memories of her father flash before her eyes, carrying her on his shoulders, his warm smiles. Now all of it shatters instantly under the weight of this brutal truth. Your father is none other than the Demon King. Suddenly, the ground shakes violently and the palace begins to crumble around them as everyone screams in absolute panic. What on earth is happening? Speak of the devil and he shall appear. Dragonflame laughs arrogantly as a figure lands nearby. So, you finally showed yourself? He shouts mockingly. Step forward, you absolute disgrace of the demon world. Pathetic ruler who ruined the Demon King's name by raising a filthy human girl. Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion blasts through the hall. Amidst the heavy smoke and debris, Selene stumbles and collapses. She coughs violently in agonizing pain. As the dust settles over the ruins, worried voices call out, "Is everyone okay?" "I am fine." "Me too. Where is the enemy?" Selene slowly regains consciousness, her eyes trembling as she looks ahead. Through the drifting dust, the majestic figure of Demon King Baron emerges from the ruins. Standing tall, his cape billowing in the wind, he radiates an overwhelming pressure that completely freezes her. Heavy footsteps crunch on the dry gravel as someone approaches. Zinfei covers her mouth in absolute disbelief, while Letha's face darkens with pure terror. Selene stammers out, "Demon King." She stares at her familiar father with a completely stunned expression, unable to process his terrifying true identity. Honestly, even if the sky fell, it wouldn't be this shocking, would it? Baron panics seeing Selene here, but then reassures himself that if he hadn't arrived in time, that old lizard would have done who knows what to his daughter. In the rubble, Selene stirs in complete shock. Suddenly, Luke steps forward to block her view and firmly orders her to stop right there. "This is no place for human children like you." He coldly declares that this is a matter of the demon world, demanding that the entire group leave immediately. Selene fiercely objects, declaring they came to rescue their kidnapped friend and will absolutely not leave without him. Witnessing Selene's sheer determination, Luke coldly turns his back on her, stating that her group's trivial motives are none of their concern, and besides the 5 of them, there are no other humans present. Litha suddenly realizes that since there are no other humans here, San must have been taken elsewhere by Dragonflame beforehand. Selene glares at Luke and spits out the question, "Are you a demon?" Pierced by her freezing gaze, Luke cowers in pain, complaining that her cold look is simply too painful to bear. Still, he boldly proclaims that whether they believe it or not, the great sovereign of the demon world has personally come here to execute the traitor. Selene silently watches her father's imposing figure, while under the crumbling ruins the enemy's bruised hand twitches weakly. Dragonflame mutters that Baron's arrival matches his lowly origins, showing a complete lack of manners by breaking into his castle like this. Baron passes judgment, stating that he has committed 2 grave sins. First is plotting high treason, despite being ranked 2nd in the demon realm. And second, Baron suddenly leaps high into the air, unleashing a devastating lightning-fast slash. Dragonflame smirks, but his eyes quickly widen in absolute horror as a brutal strike tears through his chest, leaving a deep bloody wound. Dragonflame can only gasp in pure shock at the Demon King's overwhelming strength. But hey, you play stupid games, you win stupid prizes. What did he expect? He drops to his knees, stuttering in disbelief and asking why the Demon King would be so cruel right in front of his own daughter. Barakin steps forward calmly, mockingly sneering that he does not need any real effort to put down a withered old lizard like him. Baron's eyes glow with a deadly glare as he growls that he has not even officially started this execution yet. Dragonflame trembles in agony, blood spilling from his mouth under the crushing aura. Baron declares in a low voice that the second and most unforgivable sin was dare touching Selene. Despite his pathetic state, Dragonflame suddenly lets out a sinister laugh. He mockingly asks if his precious daughter knows that the loving father she respects so much is actually a ruthless demon monster. Dragonflame madly relishes imagining Selene's despair upon learning this ironic truth, especially since she wants to be a great hero. Boiling with rage, Baron instantly grabs the enemy by his head. He roars that he was going to let him speak his final words, but he chose to insult the Lord once again instead. Baron coldly declares it is time to die. Even with death at his doorstep, Dragonflame laughs mockingly, only regretting that he won't be able to see the absolute chaos when the truth is exposed. His body collapses to the ground in dead silence as Baron turns his back on the fallen traitor. Baron's eyes gleam with a deadly red light, radiating an intense bloodlust amidst the ruins. Behind him, Selene and her friends are catching their breath, completely exhausted from their long journey. Selene stands frozen in disbelief, her eyes wide as she stares at her father's true form under the castle's gloomy light. A heavy silence fills the air, leaving only the Demon King's icy gaze locked onto his completely shocked daughter. Selene stands frozen, her eyes trembling as she stares at her father. In her head, Dragonflame's brutal words keep echoing on loop. Why on earth did he claim that her own father is the Demon King? Standing opposite her in the ruined summer castle, Baron stays silent without a single word of explanation. Outside, Sinfai paces around, anxiously, praying with all his heart that Celine is still safe and sound. He never imagined his friend would be reckless enough to charge into such a dangerous place. Chloe steps up to reassure him that things will work out, but Sinfai is still terrified because the Demon King is right inside. There is no way Celine can defeat him. Plus, there is still that traitor the blonde devil mentioned earlier. Lete glares at Chloe, noticing her strange silence. He demands to know if she is hiding something that makes her so sure Celine is safe. Sinfai panics too, begging to know if she really knows something. Chloe just looks down in worried silence. Seeing this, Lete stops pressing, hoping her guess is right. Besides, he dotes on his daughter way too much to actually hurt her. Trust me on this. Footsteps crunching on dry gravel announce the group's arrival. The moment Sinfai spots Celine in the distance, he cries out in relief and everyone rushes over to check on her. Chloe turns pale, sweating as she realizes things are incredibly bad. She walks over to Celine and gently places a comforting hand on her shoulder. She speaks softly, saying she will not ask if she is okay. All she wants to say is that there was no way Celine could have known this truth. Celine just stares back, completely shattered. Chloe stares ahead with absolute determination, while Celine and Lete are still completely reeling. Celine stumbles away almost unconsciously, making Chloe call out her name in deep worry. Wanting to help but seeing her total breakdown, the group can only watch her lonely figure walk away. Lete admits they have no choice but to wait until she is truly ready to face this. All alone in the wasteland, Celine trudges toward the distant horizon, leaving her heavily worried companions behind. Amidst the castle ruins, Luke quietly approaches his master with deep respect. Staring at the lonely back of the Demon King, Luke cannot hide his sorrow and asks why Baron decided to reveal such a brutal truth instead of keeping up the lie to protect Celine. Baron quietly calls Luke's name, replying with a bitter but absolute determination that he simply cannot live a lie any longer. Luke is stunned by this sudden shift in his master's mind. After all, secrets always find a way to bleed out eventually. Baron just lets out a faint melancholy smile. The Demon King asserts he refuses to lie to himself for even one more second. Luke bows his head, fully understanding the heavy burden his master carries inside. Standing before the vast, epic, snowy mountains, Baron declares that whether he is a savior or the Demon King, the truth is absolute. He silently stares into the distance, knowing a heavy destiny awaits both him and his daughter. Back at the ruined castle, Luke respectfully brings Bathory forward. Baron stares coldly at the trembling woman, his voice dropping into a dark, terrifying threat. It seems she is tired of her pathetic little life to dare face him again. He warned her he would erase her from existence the next time they met, and his deadly aura proves he means it. It turns out the true mastermind manipulating Dragonflame to summon the ancient Demon King and plunge the entire continent into misery is a world-hating human named Luan. At a small inn, Gabe and Lete are busy piecing together clues about this suspicious bishop. They discover that before becoming a bishop, Luan claimed this world needed a complete reset. Lete mutters that the guy is just a lunatic obsessed with cleansing, since no sane person would ever think like that. Chloe quickly cuts in, telling Lete that speaking like that is not polite. But Gabe has a different take. Luan might be crazy, but his madness is definitely not without reason. Celine silently agrees something massive must have happened to him, because no one wants to destroy the entire world for absolutely no reason. Gabe guesses Luan wanted vengeance, but everyone ignored him, especially when the demon army suddenly halted their advance. A tragic memory flashes back, showing Luan holding a lifeless body outside a church on a freezing, rainy night. Chloe nods, confirming that Luan felt abandoned by the very people he used to protect back when he was a hero of the church and the kingdoms. And that tragedy only happened because the Demon King started the war. Celine trembles, her breath catching as the horrifying truth settles in the monster who caused all of this was her own father. Sinfai sighs in deep worry, realizing that the path ahead for Celine is going to be incredibly brutal. While they understand her shock, Sinfai admits they can never truly grasp the sheer agony Celine is going through. Coach Gabe stands up, warning them that the world-hating lunatic is actively trying to bring about the apocalypse. Gabe insists they desperately need Celine's strength right now, and they must get her out of her room whether she wants to or not. Suddenly, they all freeze as Celine quietly appears on the stairs. Sinfai quickly asks if she is okay, but she completely ignores the question, asking if they have found any trace of San. She is convinced that with their sharp minds, they must have a lead on where San is being kept. But looking at her desperate eyes, Lete and Chloe just freeze up uncomfortably. Gabe steps forward, bluntly telling her they have found nothing, and even if they did, there is no way they would let her tag along in her current state. Celine questions why he just said they need her power, but Gabe fires back with her mind completely broken over her father's identity. She is useless to them. Celine suddenly snaps, screaming at him to stop. Celine coldly states she will deal with her own family drama, but saving San is their main priority. Her self-pitying attitude is too much for Lete, who slams his hand down, shouting that he has had enough. Lete gets right in her face, mockingly calling her a spoiled child. He demands she take a good look at herself, because she is acting nothing like the fiery girl who once marched into his mansion to lecture everyone. Staring back at his harsh words, Celine replies bitterly that he cannot possibly understand, because his father is not the Demon King who has been lying to his face her entire life. Her words leave Lei Te completely speechless. Celine silently shoulders her massive greatsword, forcing a bright but heartbreaking smile as she tells them all not to worry about her. She declares that she is still a hero, even if the Demon King pretended to be her father for all those years, man. This line is absolutely devastating to hear, because that is simply what a true hero does. Just as her determined words fade, a panicked soldier bursts into the room, frantically shouting out to the Saintess. He urgently reports that Luan has appeared at the ruins of the Hero Academy alongside remnants of the Dark Church. On the battlefield, the clash of weapons echoes as soldiers fight frantically in a bloody war. Standing amidst the rubble, Luan raises a glowing purple chalice, laughing triumphantly. He mockingly tells them all that struggling is useless, and it is far too late to change anything. Demon King Baron calmly steps through the dust, muttering that his daughter will be incredibly heartbroken when she hears that her beloved spirit friend is dead. Luan smirks, mocking the Demon King and calling his fatherly love touching, but sneers that Baron has far more urgent problems to worry about right now. Luan boldly declares the imminent resurrection of the previous Demon King, a monster who is about to bring total ruin to the entire continent. When asked why he does not run, he just laughs a cold laugh. He claims he is merely a sacrifice in this glorious chaotic end, and even if he runs, he will soon turn to dust anyway. Showing off his heavily scarred, twisted face, Luan madly insists that no matter how hard Baron tries, the final outcome remains death and decay. He snarls with pure malice, mocking the Demon King to sit back and enjoy his inevitable doom. Right then, a massive blast of purple energy erupts, triggering absolute chaos across the field. This dark power sweeps through like a tidal wave, giving the soldiers barely enough time to scream in agony before the destructive light completely consumes them. The ground violently splits open as a towering phantom claws its way out of the ruins, releasing a heavy, suffocating wave of dark demonic energy that blankets the entire battlefield. A literal living nightmare from the past is back. It is Gothara, the brutal Demon King from 3 generations ago. His glowing red eyes and razor-sharp fangs leave the terrified soldiers absolutely frozen where they stand. Shaking in pure despair, they drop to their knees with weak whimpers. I mean, look at him. How are you even supposed to fight a monstrosity like that? Realizing the stakes, Baron immediately charges forward to face this ancient terror. Watching from a distance, Celine is utterly paralyzed with shock. Up close, Demon King Baron barely manages to weave past Gotara's brutal heavy swings. Baron quickly realizes that Gotara's mind was completely hollowed out during his seal. There is no saving him. Left with no other choice, he knows the only way to end this is to put him down immediately. Baron suddenly leaps high into the air, loudly promising to lay his ancient predecessor to rest once and for all. An earth-shattering blast erupts instantly, completely leveling the area and turning the battlefield into a raging sea of fire. Lost in the blinding haze of smoke and ash, this stands completely frozen with her sword drawn. Her eyes are wide with shock after witnessing the sheer terrifying scale of her father's destructive power. She can only stare, wondering why her beloved father is actually the Demon King, and what kind of cruel secrets he is keeping from her. Suddenly, another deafening blast tears through, flattening the land in a flash of blinding light. Inside the raging firestorm, Baron throws everything he has against the giant monster Gotara. Seeing his ultimate move blocked, he grits his teeth in frustration. It turns out that even though the old Demon King has aged, his raw power is no joke. Baron's own destructive magic is completely useless against him. Watching from afar, Luan lets out a mad grin, totally convinced everything is going exactly as he planned. Baron is quietly panicking. If this fight keeps dragging on, the threat of a literal apocalypse will actually become a reality. Massive fires are already ripping through the nearby village, sending terrified residents fleeing for their lives amidst desperate screams. Mothers desperately cling to their babies, frantically running for their lives. Luan just watches with a sinister smirk, declaring that absolutely no one can run from their preordained destiny. Brutal, earth-shaking clashes ring out one after another. Baron strains every single muscle to block Gotara's lightning-fast strikes his face, showing absolute tension under this crushing heavy pressure. Man, look at that, they are completely matched, and the tension is off the charts. Baron grits his teeth, cursing under his breath. Farther back, Celine stands completely frozen, her trembling hands barely holding onto her massive sword. Her mind is a complete mess right now. She is torn apart watching her own father risk his life against this terrifying giant monster. Celine asks herself in utter disbelief if her dad really is a Demon King. Why on earth is he risking everything to destroy another one? Suddenly, a massive shockwave erupts, violently blowing everything back. Celine raises her sword to block, but the sheer force is so overwhelming she can only scream in pain. In that moment, she realizes the sheer terrifying truth: this is the raw power of a true Demon King, capable of tearing the earth apart. Through the heavy dust, Baron steps forward, shielding his daughter from the horror. Memories of the terrible tyrant who once nearly wiped out humanity flash back, and now that very same destroyer is active again, threatening the peace of the world. But hey, even Demon Kings have their own secrets. Years ago, Baron actually saw a terrifying vision of his own future, a vision where a destined hero drives a sword straight through his chest. To escape that tragic fate, he decided to track down his destined killer while she was still a baby and raise her with his own 2 hands. Celine is completely paralyzed as this dark secret comes to light much sooner than Baron ever planned. She weakly calls out to him, but standing under a blood-red sky, Baron coldly declares that the hour of destiny for the hero has finally arrived. Smirking, he looks back at her and dares her to make the choice of a true hero. Celine breaks down in tears, screaming at the top of her lungs, asking how he could say something so incredibly heartless. With a dark smile, Baron sneers that humans are far too predictable and his long-term plan has been a massive success. He taunts her, saying that despite her title, she is still too human to ever raise her weapon against the man who raised her. Baron sneers that she will do nothing but watch helplessly as the entire continent burns to ash. Celine grips her sword, choking back tears. This is the last thing she wanted to hear from her beloved dad. Honestly, watching her heart break like this is just brutal. Massive shockwaves of magic explode, unleashing an intense pressure that forces Celine to pour everything into her energy shield. She stands in absolute awe of the terrifying raw magic currently suffocating the air around them. Instructor Gave grits his teeth in fury at the disaster unfolding before him. Celine breaks down crying in pure despair, completely shattered by the horrific sight. From the wreckage, the ancient demon King Gothara continues to howl with pure unbridled madness. Baron just smirks, coldly telling the senile old fool to shut his mouth, declaring it is time for both of them to rest forever. Baron charges forward, delivering a devastating, massive slash that tears straight through the giant Gotara in a flash of dark purple light. In that split second, old memories of when he first adopted Celine come rushing back. He remembers her as a tiny baby, sleeping so peacefully wrapped in a warm blanket. He remembers her giggling, proudly holding up her empty plate to ask for more food with the brightest smile. He used to believe that raising a human child could never change his own inevitable destiny. The memory of Celine waving goodbye with a bright grin flashes by, but right now, those old calculations do not matter to him at all. As the clashing waves of magic finally settle, the ancient Demon King is completely destroyed. Baron quietly steps forward, a look of deep, absolute peace on his face. He realizes that even if he had never seen that vision of the future, he still would have done absolutely anything to build a safe, happy world for his beloved daughter. A gentle, warm smile plays on his lips as Baron looks down at Celine, asking in a quiet voice if she has made her choice yet. Gripping her sword, tears stream down her face as she screams, "Why did he do all of this?" She cannot understand why he said those cruel things just to force her hand. Sobbing, she demands to know if he saw the future. Why did he not stop all of this? He was the Demon King after all. Looking at her with nothing but love, Baron softly explains that the one thing a father can never bring himself to give up is the precious time spent with his daughter. He loved her with all his heart. Choking back tears, Celine wonders what kind of Demon King he actually is, using his massive power just to protect the world she lives in. Overwhelmed by grief, Celine can only cry out to him. Spreading his arms to welcome his fate, Baron quietly tells her to go ahead and do what she must. Closing her eyes, Celine drives her sword straight through her father's chest. Even in his final seconds, Baron feels a deep sense of happiness, gently pulling her close, whispering that everything is finally okay. Looking at the total devastation left behind, the soldiers stand stunned under a heavy dark purple sky. In the middle of the rubble, Celine collapses beside her father's body, her holy sword discarded on the freezing ground. This terrible conflict swept across the entire continent, like a plague claiming the lives of countless innocent humans, and the demon race suffered just as badly. Back in the demon realm, a brand new order is established as minions kneel before their majestic new ruler on the blood-red throne. Well, I guess one tyrant falls, and another rises. The new Demon King is none other than, well, as time passes, the Hero Academy is rebuilt in all its majestic glory, sparking new hope of raising another generation of elite warriors. Standing at the grand gates, an instructor sighs softly and admits they can only hope for the same. But teacher Musat just smiles optimistically, promising that starting this year, some absolutely outstanding new instructors will be taking over the training. He then announces with pure excitement as he spots some very familiar figures approaching. It is Celine and her old comrades, now fully grown and returning to the academy to serve as the new teachers. He admits they will easily become the absolute best teachers. Meanwhile, over at the silent cathedral, the saint is praying with all her heart before a major, high-stakes meeting begins. Hearing the guard report that it is time, she firmly asks if the representatives from every single kingdom have assembled. Man, they really have their own version of the United Nations here. With a satisfied nod at the guard's confirmation, the saint steps decisively into the council room. Meanwhile, somewhere else, devastating slashes slice through space, instantly wiping out giant monster rats. Our swordsman just clicks his tongue, completely dissatisfied with how utterly weak they are. Glancing back at the white-haired man watching her, Lei completely rejects his advice on basic sword skills, making it clear she does not need a single pointer from him. Now get ready for this as bright morning sunlight filters through the forest canopy. A brand new journey begins. Baron suddenly wakes up in a sun-drenched meadow, completely lost and wondering where on earth he is. He bolts upright in shock as a sudden scream rings out right next to his ear. Standing right before him is a gorgeous goddess, positioned in the middle of a vibrant flower garden. She demands to know why he is there, leaving Baron so dazed, he can only ask where he is and who he even is. Laughing at his confusion, the goddess gently explains that since he accepted death to buy happiness for others, his noble sacrifice has qualified him to become a true god. Baron is completely shocked to realize he is in the divine realm, even though it looks incredibly simple with nothing but green grass. Saheo proudly declares that he is her underling now, making Baron shrug and admit that being a god might not be too bad, even if she starts acting high and mighty demanding respect. With just one sharp glare from Baron, Saheo gets so terrified she screams, quickly casting magic to show him the mortal realm. Through the swirling mist, Selene stands silently before the statue honoring the legendary hero who defeated the Demon King and saved the continent. Seeing that his daughter is doing perfectly fine, Baron smiles with pure satisfaction. Meanwhile, Selene seems to have just made a massive life-altering decision. Filled with resolve, Selene clenches her fist and boldly declares she will become a Demon King just like her father. Honestly, who could have seen this coming? Leaves Kaheo screaming in absolute terror. Like father, like daughter, right? Selene confidently marches forward on her new path, forever proud to be the daughter of Demon King Baron. Since the story ends here, make sure to drop a like if you enjoyed it.